In the vast ethereal realms of cosmic consciousness, where light and shadow perform their eternal dance of duality, dwells a being whose radiant presence transcends time and space. His name, Saint Germain, is spoken in reverent whispers by those who know his legacy. The guardian of ancient secrets, the master of spiritual alchemy, and the bearer of the violet flame that purifies and transforms. In this text, we will journey beyond the known to explore the mysteries of Saint Germain's magical presence. Through stories infused with ancient wisdom, we will uncover the hidden treasures of spirituality and the boundless power within each of us. Join us on a captivating voyage through the ages and realms, where the universe's secrets reveal themselves to those who seek truth with open hearts and awakened minds. Let the magic and charm of Saint Germain envelop you, as you dive into an ocean of sacred knowledge and experience the profound transformation his presence offers. Prepare to be captivated, inspired and elevated to new heights of consciousness as you immerse yourself in the magical presence of Saint Germain. His light will guide your spiritual journey, illuminating the path to the fulfillment and realization of your divine potential. Welcome to an unforgettable journey into the magical presence of Saint Germain. It is time for humanity on this earth to give greater recognition to the activity of the great ascended masters and the angelic hierarchy who constantly spread their light and transcendent help to humanity. A more conscious cooperation must be established between the outer physical life of humanity and these great beings who are the protectors and teachers of human beings in this world. Currently, a special group of these great beings operates in America to stabilize and protect it. Among them, the ascended masters Saint Germain, Jesus, and the great master of Venus Arturo, as well as the lords of the flame of Venus and one known as the Great Divine Director, are establishing enormous pillars and rays of light in America. They also concentrate great emanations of light in certain points of the earth, pouring their rays of light through the consciousness of all individuals who wish to recognize them, harmonize their feelings, and direct their attention to the powerful presence, I am. If people wish to acknowledge this great hierarchy of perfected beings and call their ascended master consciousness into the hearts and minds of humanity, they can offer unlimited assistance and protection to those who invoke them, and through them, to the rest of humanity. Only the consciousness of the ascended masters, which is the powerful presence I am, can restore order and security on this earth. Only the consuming flame of their divine love can dissolve the fear in people's feelings. Only when the individual directs their attention to these great ascended masters and asks for their blessing for the rest of humanity, is the connection established and the door through which their help can pass opened, spreading their perfection upon humanity and the earth itself. The ascended masters always emphasize two important things to everyone. First, the individual must seek their own divinity, God, the powerful presence, I am, by maintaining their attention on it and offering it their first and greatest love. And second, they must harmonize their feelings by letting divine love flow outward as a force blessing all. Those who do so will receive unlimited assistance from these great beings, as they always and only work through the divine nature of the individual. The beloved ascended Master Germain is the emissary of the great white brotherhood, Shin, and with his own will and great love, he performs a work of protection and brings some illumination to America. He often refers to it as the jewel of my heart, for which I have worked for centuries. The beloved Jesus has offered to provide a special service in connection with the beloved Saint Germain, saying, "These rays of light that we spread are very real and tangible. They are currents of energy that contain all good things and bless you according to your acceptance." Just as it happened in the past and throughout the Golden Age, these great and perfect beings who have won victory through human incarnation will walk and talk face to face with humanity on earth. They will explain once again the original divine way of life, so that human concepts can be clarified and the eternal truth revealed. This book contains the conscious radiation of the ascended masters who are currently operating in America and is charged with the consciousness of freedom and victory in the light of the ascended master Saint Germain. The fears and limitations of humanity will be removed, the earth will be restored to divine order once again, and will be filled to overflowing with the light that never fails. Introduction. This book contains the second set of experiences that I have had the privilege of living through the love and assistance of the beloved Ascended Master, Saint Germain. In the first book, Unveiled Mysteries, he revealed many things that had remained secret and sacred for many centuries. My experiences have been the result of applying the knowledge he previously revealed during the various retreats of the Great White Brotherhood that we visited. I was shown the tremendous work they do for humanity through their messengers sent into the outer world. The good they constantly pour upon this earth and its humanity is beyond the power of words to describe. Everything they accomplish is done through divine love, as they never use destructive force at any time and never interfere with the free will of the individual. Those who are their representatives give everything as an act of joyous and free service of love, and do not know failure. The purpose of this book is to reveal to the individual the parallel of his own divine being, God, the mighty I Am presence, so that all who desire it can return to their source, receive their eternal heritage, and once again feel their divine self-respect. If the student or reader of this book wishes to undergo these same experiences by asking the Ascended Masters to illuminate their consciousness with the light of the cosmic Christ, they will receive this emanation of love, which is the door to all that is good, to liberate humanity. America is blessed beyond any other part of the earth, and as a result of its great blessing, it must spread a great light. It is the chalice through which the Great White Brotherhood can eternally extend the great divine love of the universe and liberate humanity. For this reason, their work in America is of very great importance, and if necessary, the light of 1,000 suns will descend and consume all selfishness on earth. The truth, the explanation of the law, and my experiences related in this book are real, true, and eternal. The retreats, the people, and the instruments I saw and associated with while I was with the Ascended Masters are physical places, tangible, living, and pulsating beings. They are neither imaginary nor symbolic, and should not be interpreted as such. The truth of the content of this book can be accepted or rejected by the reader according to his choice. If he does not accept it or disagrees with it, this will not eliminate the truth or its activity in the universe. But if he can accept the truth contained here, he can only be blessed by it, and his world will be a greater and more wonderful place to live. The great Ascended Master Germain told us that the books in the Saint Germain series are bound with covers wrapped in the octaves of light of the Ascended Masters. May we also value and obey the words of the Ascended Masters contained here, and may we forever become their great love, victory, perfection, illumination, and freedom. If the student or reader can feel the great rays of light and love poured out by these Ascended Masters, and can live in constant adoration of his own mighty I Am presence, he will positively become the complete manifestation of perfection and attain his eternal freedom from the limitations of the earth. May the mighty love, light, and happiness of the Ascended Masters flood the being and world of all who read this book. May they forever be a resplendent golden sun, illuminating the path of peace, prosperity, and freedom, until all become a great heart of ever-expanding perfection and experience the full victory of their ascension in the eternal service of the light of God that never fails. Godfrey, the magical presence. I am the presence, the eternal I Am, the origin of God, the great central sun. I am the love and breath, the pulse of light. I am the strength in wisdom and power. I am the seer, the all-seeing eye. I am the light of the sun, the earth, and the sky. I am the mountain, the ocean, the stream. I am the tremor in the brilliant morning shine. I am the blessing in angels and love. I am the life flowing within, around, and above. I am the glory that all once had in me. I am the rays of light that liberate humanity. I am the only heart that hears every call. I am the legion of light that responds to all. I am the center of the loving power of light. I am the master at every moment and every hour. I am the spheres and every song they sing. I am the heart of creation and its swing. I am all forms and never two alike. I am the essence, the will, and the flame. I am myself, all beings, and you. I am the magical presence and God Himself made present. Chapter 1. A strange event, concluding unveiled mysteries. What you, dear reader, experienced with the Great Master, sending his blessings to America and humanity from the royal retreat of Ton. In this book, I will describe another set of important and wonderful experiences that I had the privilege of living during those months of association with our beloved ascended Master Saint Germain. One morning I received a message from him that included a letter of introduction for a certain Daniel Rainbow at the Brown Hotel for the following day in Denver. Upon entering the hotel to look for him, I met an old friend, Mr. Gaylord, whom I had known for years. He was accompanied by an elderly gentleman, whom he immediately introduced and who, to my great surprise, turned out to be Mr. Rainbow. I handed him the letter of introduction, and after a few moments of conversation we agreed to have dinner together that evening. The next day, we all found ourselves on the way to the Diamond Ranch here in Wyoming, one of the mining properties of RNE World, where the experiences described in this book began. That day I understood little of what my association with him would mean and where it would later lead use. Such experiences make one realize how perfect the great and wise omnipresent intelligence is that guides us infallibly to the people, places, and conditions where and when they are most needed. My impression of Rainbow was very pleasant because his attitude exuded harmony and kindness, while at the same time I felt that he was a man of strong character with an intense sense of honor. He had a finely formed head with classical features, gray hair, and piercing light blue-gray eyes, and he stood upright at 185 meters tall. He had an 18-year-old son and a 16-year-old daughter who had recently returned from a school in the East. We arrived at our destination, where the young ones greeted us upon our arrival at the train station. After chatting for a while, we took Rainbow's car and drove to the ranch about 32 kilometers away. The son, Rex, was a tall, splendidly built boy with the same classical features as his father, to whom he bore a strong resemblance. He was at least 182 meters tall, with abundant, wavy, light brown hair. The daughter, Nada, was remarkably beautiful, with a kind of strange old-world dignity and grace. She was about 1.68 meters tall, graceful in form, with hair similar to her brother's. Their eyes were a deep blue. One could immediately feel a certain fascination around them. The wonderful location and beauty of the house and grounds enchanted us, as they were situated at the entrance of a narrow valley extending westward to embrace the Great Rockies. To the north, a sharp pink tower stood up to a height of about 2,400 meters. The house, with its south-facing front, was built of blue-gray granite, reminiscent of medieval castles in Europe and ancient buildings of the Far East. The gardens surrounding the house were beautifully laid out and perfectly maintained. The building itself was large and rectangular, with a tower at each corner. The southeast one, facing the mountains, formed a circular room on the third floor. The rest of the structure had only 2 stories, and had obviously been built many, many years ago. Daniel Rainbow, at the age of 20, had inherited the property from an uncle who had traveled extensively and was deeply interested in higher research. He had already spent many years living in India and Arabia. We entered the house and Rex showed me a suite of rooms on the second floor, in the southeast corner of the building. Soon, dinner was announced, and we enjoyed a delicious meal and a beautiful table setting. We began discussing our plans while dining. During our meal, Mr. Rainbow mentioned that he was expecting John Gray, the superintendent of his mines, to join us that evening. We had barely mentioned his name when he was announced in the dining room. He greeted the family warmly and I was introduced to him. As we shook hands, I felt a thrill run through me, accompanied by a feeling. He was a handsome man, about 40 years old, and nearly 180 meters tall, with dark, penetrating eyes that I noticed were worried. I saw him look at Nada very often, with a particular gaze that the others did not seem to notice. Mr. Rainbow excused himself and left for the library with the superintendent. The others moved to the music room and enjoyed 2 hours of beautiful music, as both boys had remarkable voices. It was during the explanation of their musical training that a shadow of sadness reflected on Nada's face. She pointed to both of us. We inherited our voices from Mom, who pursued her career in opera, where Dad met her for the first time. Speaking of that, Mom often said that we recognized something in each other that grew stronger over time. Later, we knew that we were soulmates, which naturally explains the many wonders that have happened to us since then. We often commented that each seemed to have sought the other through the centuries, and naturally there has always been very strong love and perfect understanding between us. Mom's father was English, and her mother, educated in England, was the daughter of an Arab sheikh. 2 years ago, Mom fell ill and passed away a few weeks later. Although everything possible was done to save her life, during the last 4 weeks she received transcendental revelations that enlightened us about many things. Shortly after my birth, our beloved Master-to-be came to her. He explained that she had work to do in the higher planes of life, and that he would always keep Rex and me in his loving and protective care. He is so wonderful and loving with us that I wish we could share our joy with the whole world. The East and the Far East, meaning India, China, Arabia, Egypt and Persia, recognize and understand much more clearly what the great ascended masters have done for humanity and how much the earth owes them for their transcendent love and boundless care. He taught us very clearly how these great beings were able to elevate and illuminate the physical body through the purifying use of the consuming flame of their own divinity, which he calls the mighty I Am Presence. He told us that this can only be achieved by adoration of this presence and total obedience of the personality or outer consciousness to all its directives. He said the secret lies in maintaining constant inner communion with the I Am Presence at all times through feeling, so that the perfection it pours out can come through the outer consciousness without being distorted by our own disharmony or the disharmony of those around us in the physical world. Saint Germain explained that this is how the ascended masters obtained full control over all manifestation and completed the work in human incarnation, as the beloved Jesus said they would someday. They forever express complete mastery over all conditions of this physical earth, because all substance and energy are their willing and obedient servants, even the elements and powers of nature, for the masters have become the fullness of divine love. All their work with humanity aims to eventually lead everyone to this same mastery, but it can only come through individual self-effort and the fullness of sufficient love. My mother had strange experiences in her childhood, and my grandmother told her of even more amazing ones because her grandfather had seen many remarkable things that these great beings accomplish. One of them, whom she knew well, was from Arabia, my grandmother's own land, and he was greatly revered by all who came into contact with him, for his entire life was a blessing and constant service to humanity. Beloved Saint Germain first appeared to my mother one night early in her opera career. She had been singing for only a few months. One night, she was almost voiceless with fear of going on stage. She was in her dressing room shortly before the performance when she was seized with a terrible panic that made her forget everything. Beloved Saint Germain became visible in his tangible body, introduced himself, and touched her forehead with the fingers of his right hand. Instantly, all nervousness disappeared, her memory returned, and she remained calm and at peace. That night, her success was immense and continued to grow, becoming brilliant beyond her deepest dreams. He told her that she had earned the right to the protective presence of the ascended masters, and that it would henceforth be permanent. He described to her the man she would marry and the son and daughter she would have. After that, he came at regular intervals and taught her many inner laws that she already understood and applied with astonishing results, at least to those who are unable to use the higher laws, although they are perfectly natural to those who understand and use these laws through love. Dad, as beloved Saint Germain said, was not sufficiently awakened to have such activities revealed to him until a year ago, when a certain danger threatened him. Saint Germain, in his tangible body, explained to him that he would be very close to death at the hands of someone he trusted as a friend, but that he should remain calm as the ascended masters would provide the necessary protection. We were so absorbed in this conversation that I felt almost frustrated when Mr. Rainbow and the superintendent joined us after hearing Nada and Reed sing an Arabic love song. Her father wished us good night, and we retired to our rooms. I was so moved that Saint Germain had manifested to Mrs. Rainbourne that I didn't feel like sleeping, and I began to sense that there must be a greater reason for my stay in their home than I had outwardly realized. I sat in a comfortable chair and began to meditate on the ascended masters, with deep gratitude towards them for the kind welcome this holy family had extended to me. I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with a start, thinking I had heard someone calling me. I felt such an urgency to get up and go outside that I couldn't resist. I was fully awake and keenly anticipating something I didn't know I could do. I went downstairs, took a path near a large barn, and at some point there was movement among the shadows. Following a sudden impulse, I hid behind a tree. At the same moment, a man emerged from the barn and I noticed another movement among the trees. Looking closer, I discovered a man standing with a rifle on his shoulder, barely visible in the darkness. When he aimed at the man coming out of the barn, I wanted to warn him but couldn't utter a word. Before I could think, a blinding flash of light struck the man with the rifle full in the face, revealing his features as I fell forward. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, even though the sky was as clear as crystal. I was still unable to move from my position, and the man from the barn appeared unharmed, completely unaware of his escape. I saw Mr. Rainbow, though he didn't see me, stay where he was until he had entered the house. Then I ran to the spot where I had seen the man with the rifle fall, but he had disappeared. I searched around to a certain distance but found no trace of him, so I returned to my room. It was then 1 o'clock in the morning. I quickly went to bed and, with a serious effort, managed to fall asleep. When I came down for breakfast the next morning, everyone was radiantly happy except for the superintendent, who seemed very nervous and extremely pale. The Gaylords and I greatly enjoyed planning our day, which ended with the boys' great suggestion of going to Table Mountain, one of their favorite spots in the Wind River Range. Meanwhile, Gray was almost morosely silent, refusing to look anyone in the eye. After breakfast, he excused himself and drove to the train station. When he left, my first instinct was to tell Rainbow about the experience of the previous night, but after thinking it over, I decided to wait and see what waves would come. I excused myself too, preparing for our mountain excursion, and returned just in time to see the groom bring our horses. One of them was a magnificent cream-colored Arabian horse with a white mane and tail, the most wonderful animal I had ever seen. He came directly to Nada, to whom he belonged, and with a look in his eyes that was almost of human intelligence, he proudly stopped in front of her, waiting for the sugar cubes she offered him. He loved the animal, and the animal knew it. "This is Pepito," she said, stroking the horse. He came up to me, pressed his nose against my face, went to Rex, then to Nada, as if giving his consent for me to be part of the group and accepting me as a trustworthy friend, Nada commented, after observing his expression for a moment. "This is new behavior for him, because he has never been friendly to anyone except Rex, the groom, and me." "Where did he come from?" I asked. "He was given to my mother," she replied, "by an Arab sheikh, in gratitude for a concert she gave in Cairo, or sent to the farm as a surprise when she returned from her last tour. It was truly the final concert of her career, and her success was immense. He said he loved music and particularly appreciated that concert. Pegasus is magnificent, isn't he?" she continued. The love in Nada's voice was undeniable and justifiable, as no one could do anything but admire this beautiful creature. We mounted our horses, said goodbye to Rainbow, and galloped through the valley. Soon we entered the mountain trail. It wound continuously upward through a beautiful forest. From time to time, we came to a clearing and stopped to enjoy the magnificent view. We followed the course of the mountain stream for a long distance. The bird song, the scent of flowers, and the exhilaration of the rarefied air made us radiantly strong and happy to be alive. We reached the mountain's summit around noon. Before us stretched a flat area covering at least 8 hectares, a true plain suspended among these rugged giants. On this plain, a welcoming cabin and a shelter for the horses had been built. The cabin was made of stone with a very peculiar and useful built-in fireplace. We enjoyed the beauty of the surroundings for a while, then sat down to eat a delicious lunch. "You know," Rex commented, "I feel like we've all known each other for eons." Nada and I admitted to feeling the same way. "Let's go to the cave by the other trail as soon as we finish lunch," he suggested. We crossed to the opposite side of the mountain and found a good trail descending where the landscape was wilder and rougher. In some places, the rocks appeared speckled with green, blue, and black from a wonderful mineral dye. The sunlight and shadows played on them depending on our position, producing the effect of a magnificent and inspiring panorama. We continued down the trail for about 200 meters, took a sharp turn, and arrived at the eastern face of the mountain. Thousands of years ago, a part of the mountain had apparently split off, turning the entire side into a sheer cliff of at least 300 meters above us. The trail we were on wound around the southern side, turning toward the eastern wall and following a sort of ledge that brought us to the entrance of a cave. The trail was strewn with large stones, making it rough and difficult to access. A wing-shaped rock concealed the entrance as if nature was jealously guarding its secrets from curious eyes. We left the horses well tied nearby, and Rex took 3 powerful flashlights from his saddlebag. "Get ready for a surprise," he exclaimed, addressing me, then started forward into the cave. About 15 meters from the entrance, we entered a medium-sized cavern. As soon as my eyes adjusted to the change in light, I saw that the entire ceiling was covered with a pink and white crystalline substance. We crossed the first space for about 9 meters and passed under an arch that led to an immense vaulted chamber at least 60 meters from end to end. The ceiling was covered with stalactites in the colors of the rainbow, in the most amazing shapes I had ever seen. There were crosses with circles, triangles, and many hidden symbols that had been used on this earth since the most ancient times. It seemed that these symbols had been suspended from the ceiling for eons, and that nature had covered them with highly colored lime-green calcite formations, decorated very artistically with their pigments. The beauty of it all left one speechless, fascinated with wonder and admiration. It felt as if there were eyes constantly watching. Rex called us to go to the opposite side of the chamber where we were. We crossed the intermediate space and stopped in front of a wall with 3 arches about 6 meters apart from each other. Inside each one, there was a highly polished surface. The first on my left was Chinese red, the second a brilliant white, and the third a cobalt blue. I immediately felt that they had some significance related to America, a feeling that grew so strong I could barely stand it. "This is the work of a powerful intelligence from ancient times," I said, "and I think these arches mark the entrance to other chambers or passages beyond." Nada and Rex stared at me, their faces white with the intensity of what they were seeing. "What is happening?" I asked. "Can't you see it?" they replied in turn. I then realized that they were aware of something I couldn't see. They explained that I was casting the shadow of an ancient technique because the clothing was different from anything I had seen or heard of. The body was at least 2 meters tall, the hair golden, falling almost to the shoulders, and the skin was white and clear. "I'm sure that an ancient memory is trying to manifest in external consciousness," said Nada. "Let's tell him about the experience we had the last time we were here," Rex suggested. "A year ago," Rex explained, "we came to this cave, and when we were in front of the blue arch, I was so fascinated that I reached out and touched it. At that moment, a voice from the atmosphere said, 'Stop!' The voice wasn't angry, but rather of supreme authority. We left the cave immediately and never returned until now. Before my stay with you ends, my dear friends, I feel an astonishing explanation will be given to us," I replied. We returned to our horses and found the magnificent Arabian Pegasus in a state of great agitation, as he was very sensitive to the concentrated spiritual power inside that mountain, making him restless due to the intensity of the energy. Only with much kindness did Nada manage to calm him and avoid a rush towards home. She said his speed knew no bounds when he was excited. We continued our way along the base of the mountain until we reached the bottom of our descent. Then we loosened the reins of the horses and, within half an hour, arrived at the ranch just before sunset. Daniel Rainbow came out to meet us and announced that dinner would be ready soon. During the meal, we recounted the day's experience, explaining to his father the dark form, that had been seen above my head in the cave. When he finished speaking, his father said he wanted to talk to the three of us together in the library after dinner and that we should join him at 8 o'clock. In the meantime, we went to the music room, while Nada went to her mother's room and brought back an Arabic instrument, something like a Hawaiian guitar, which had been given to her by the beloved Saint Germain, who had taught her to play a certain melody on it just before his meditation hour. Nada and Rex both sang and took turns playing accompaniments on the instrument, creating the most beautiful background for their voices, with a vibrant tonal quality that seemed to penetrate to the very core of existence. Chapter 2. Revelations. Promptly at 8 o'clock, we entered the library and found that Daniel Rainbow had preceded us. We got straight to the point. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, he began, I received a report that miners had discovered a rich vein in the Colorado mine and sent Gray ahead, who will arrive the day after tomorrow via the Buna mail. I would like you all to come with me. Nada will be comfortable in the camp bungalow, and you two can join me at the mine. I have something more serious to tell you. He astonished me. At 4 o'clock this morning, I was awakened by a presence in my room, and when I was fully awake, it was our beloved Saint Germain, who spoke for at least 2 hours. Among other things, he said that Greg had already attempted to kill me last night. He saw the attempt, and at the moment Gray tried to shoot me, the beloved Saint Germain directed a burst of electronic force that struck him and left him unconscious. He was warned that if he made another attempt, his own destructive motive would instantly react on his own body, and he would pay for his fault. I then recounted my experience the night I arrived, and how I had witnessed the entire affair. Raymond was deeply moved, and rising, he extended his hand towards me, saying, "You are one of us, that's certain, and I am deeply grateful. The beloved Saint Germain said that you were brought into our home because it was very necessary, and that from now on you will act as a big brother to Nada and Rex. It seems they have known each other in previous incarnations. He also said that none of us would be involved in any risk, because we had led pure lives and maintained close contact with higher ideals. This, from the Ascended Master's perspective, makes it possible to manipulate a powerful force for the protection of all," concluded Daniel Rainbow. He also instructed me on other important matters. He explained the activity experienced after Ascension. The beloved Jesus is a public example and seeks to teach humanity its significance by guiding everyone towards this same realization. I will soon enter this same freedom. Our beloved Master clearly said that one is sometimes elevated to this condition before the change called death or near it, but that everyone must achieve it from the physical side of life. If the silver cord of light that enters the body is cut or withdrawn, it is impossible to illuminate and elevate that body. One who strives thus must reincarnate once more to obtain final freedom from the physical side of human experience. All ascensions must occur consciously, as this realization of ascended mastery is the complete victory over all external experiences through the personal being. I will read his own words, which I noted under his guidance, he said, addressing a portfolio on his desk. He opened it and read, "The so-called death is merely an occasion for rest and reharmonization of the faculties of personal consciousness. It is necessary to free them sufficiently from the agitation and discords of the earth, and to receive an influx of light and strength that allows the external activity of the mind to resume the work of physical experience. The purpose of physical incarnation is to prepare, perfect, and illuminate a body whose vibratory action can be raised to merge with the body of the mighty I Am Presence. We call it the magical presence. The beloved Jesus referred to it as the seamless robe. In this body made of pure electronic substance, the individual is entirely free from all limitation. Through intense devotion to the mighty I Am Presence, anyone can release its power to such an extent that they can see this body of substance so dazzling that at first it can only be gazed upon for a moment due to the intensity of its light. Through this devotion, one begins to manifest more and more of their own individual conscious power over all manifestation. This is the eternal birthright of everyone, and the purpose for which all decree the journey through human experience. When the one striving to achieve this freedom reaches the point where they instantly release any amount of energy they desire through their own conscious command. Then they can control all manifestation, regardless of the sphere in which they choose to express themselves. Just look at the world around us to see what discord does to the beautiful bodies nature provides for our experience in the physical part of life. In childhood and youth, the structure of the flesh of the physical body is beautiful, strong, and responds to the demands placed upon it. But when discordant thoughts and feelings are allowed to express themselves in the personal being over the years as life progresses, the body weakens and the temple falls into ruin. For our external consciousness does not obey the one law of life, love, harmony, and peace. Call it what you will, but the eternal truth remains. When humanity learns to live its life according to the one eternal law of love, it will find that this obedience has freed it from the wheel of births and reincarnations, and consequently, the problems of human existence will disappear. In their place will come the joy of ever-increasing perfection, which resides eternally in love. The constant and ever-renewing creation of life is a perpetual motion, never inactive or asleep, but always a self-sustained current of expanding perfection, with ecstatic joy and a new and eternal purpose. This perfect activity and joy of life are contained in obedience to the law of love. The last enemy, death, will disappear, for it is simply a means of freeing oneself from a shell that no longer has anything to offer to the perfection of life. When the physical body is so handicapped that the personality occupying it can no longer make a self-conscious effort to express perfection, then nature itself takes charge and dissolves the limitation so that the individual can have a new chance to make a beneficial effort. Mourning the death of a loved one is selfishness and only delays the fact that the loved one can enjoy a much greater good. Mourning a loss is actually a rebellion against the action of the law designed to give another great opportunity for rest and growth. Because nothing in the universe moves backward, and regardless of appearances, everything is moving towards greater joy and perfection. The divine consciousness within us can neither suffer nor should it, and the human part should know that since no one can disappear from this universe, they will find themselves in a better place than the one they left. If true, real, and divine love exists, it will never cease to exist and must one day, somewhere, lead us to what we love. In true and divine love, there is no separation, and what is felt as separation is not love. The feeling of separation is simply a mistake of the personal being in which it is engaged because it does not understand the nature of consciousness. Where consciousness is, there the individual functions. For the individual is their consciousness. When one thinks of a deceased loved one, they are truly in contact with that loved one in their higher mental body at the moment the consciousness is directed towards the other person. If the West would understand this truth, it would break the chains that cause so much unnecessary suffering. This suffering is entirely due to the fact that the personality, especially in its feelings, accepts that the body is the true being of the individual, instead of knowing that the body is merely a garment that the individual wears. Over this outer shell, one should have total and eternal control, demanding perfect obedience at all times. If one truly loves someone, they wish for that person to be happy and harmonious. If, through what is called death, an individual chooses to accept a better opportunity for future experience, and there is the slightest spark of love for that person in us, we should neither suffer nor desire to retain this loved one in a state of incapacity when they could access greater rest and freedom. It is ignorance of this truth that allows such selfishness to keep humanity chained in its own self-created limitations. This kind of ignorance hampers the expression of life for the entire race and constitutes a stubborn refusal to understand life. It drives thousands of human beings every year into the depths of totally unnecessary and avoidable despair, while they could and should be enjoying happiness and living in the manner that the mighty I Am Presence has planned for them. Such an attitude towards life not only prevents the realization of anything worthwhile, but also incapacitates the individual and fills them with self-pity. One of the most subtle and insidious ways the dark force destroys its resistance and makes it negative is by keeping the individual in a state of self-pity. The individual must remain positive if they wish to achieve victory and manifest mastery. The dark force that has enslaved humanity uses this method to prevent wonderful individual aspirants from gaining their freedom and fully using the divine power that has belonged to them since the beginning. Among all the faults humanity has generated, self-pity is the most inexcusable because it is the pinnacle of human selfishness. Through self-pity, the attention of the personal consciousness of the outer being is entirely absorbed by the desires of the physical body, while ignoring the great, glorious, adorable, omniscient, omnipotent light of the beloved mighty I Am presence that always resides above the physical body. Yet human beings use their energy for this destruction. Humanity cannot know a better fate than it currently lives until it looks beyond its small ego for a long time and recognizes and feels the presence of God, the mighty I Am presence, the source of life for each individual and all perfect manifestation. Suffering is colossal selfishness. It is not love. Discord is selfishness. It is not love. Lethargy is selfishness. It is neither love nor life. They plunge the race into slavery because they destroy the individual's resistance by wasting the energy of life that should be used to create beauty, love, and perfection. This slavery persists because the external activity of the personal consciousness does not make the necessary and determined effort to free itself from the domination of the psychic world. The psychic stratum contains only those creations of humanity generated by the discordant thoughts, feelings, and words of the external activity or personal consciousness. This means the daily activities of the mind, body, and emotions with which the personality continues to envelop the creative expression of life. The entire race has become so attached to its own discord that the great and glorious ascended masters, besides their pure compassion for humanity's slow growth and the misery of its degradation, offer to free us from the bonds of the psychic plane and give humanity a fresh start. People are so absorbed, fascinated, and self-hypnotized by the various conditions of the psychic world. But I tell them, and I know from both internal and external activities of life from the viewpoint of the ascended masters, that there is nothing good or lasting in the psychic stratum. It is as uncertain and dangerous as quicksand. The psychic plane of external activity of the mental and emotional world, unless they reflect perfection, are one and the same thing. It is entirely the creation of human consciousness of feelings, simply in the accumulation of thoughts and human forms, fueled by human sentiment. It contains nothing inherent to Christ, to cosmic light. The desire and fascination for psychic phenomena is a very subtle feeling that keeps the personality's attention away from the recognition, constant adoration, continuous communion, and permanent acceptance of the powerful presence of the I Am of the individual. Attention to activities on the psychic plane dissipates the energy and personal skill needed to reach the divine source and anchor there permanently. I'm telling an eternal truth when I say that nothing Christ-like comes from the psychic realm, despite any appearances to the contrary, because psychic or external activity of the mind constantly changes its qualities, whereas Christ, who is eternal light, is always expanding perfection, the soul's supreme and immutable quality. Humanity today is like a multitude of children greatly in need of help because of the subtle attention and fascination given to the psychic plane, and it needs the wisdom of the ascended masters to bring it back to the understanding of light, which is the only means of liberation from the darkness of earthly chaos. The world saviors have come at regular intervals to bring this kind of assistance through the centuries since the end of the second golden age on this earth. After this activity, humanity was fascinated by the world of form and creation of things. The individual's attention was mostly captured by external activities, forgetting conscious recognition of their own individualized divine being. Thus, the powerful presence of the I Am, receiving in its electronic body, was completely ignored, and the individual was only capable of expressing part of their life plan. "Beloved Sagnier asked me to continue, my brother," said Lord Reinbold, addressing me. "I observed his feelings and impressions very carefully, as he is in the mine, for certain work of nature will be undertaken now or never. He wishes to use a certain cosmic activity present at the moment for reasons I do not explain. He said he would return very soon and speak to all of us. He will endeavor to provide more information about the Cave of Symbols that we recently visited, and we will go with him on his next visit. Gray will be here soon for natural reasons, and I will not let him suspect that I know everything about his attempt on my life. The tales of the 1001 Nights are scarcely stranger than the truths we receive and the marvelous things we experience. It seemed as though we had entered our own world where mental activity manifested instantaneously in physical form. Beloved Saint Germain had shown us conclusive proof that he knew every incident and activity of our lives, even seeing the most intimate thoughts and intentions of each of us. I was deeply uplifted with indescribable joy. Nada and Rex initially felt sadness when they realized their father's departure was near, but I knew positively that they would be upheld by the great presence I am alone. As we left the library, I asked Nada and Rex if they would like to sing 1 or 2 songs for their new brother, and they smiled as they sang Eternal Light of Love, for which Nada had composed the music and Rex the lyrics. The melody and power of the piece seemed to elevate everyone's consciousness to the great creator of all things, the powerful presence I am. When we gathered after finishing the song, I put my arms around the 2 boys. We formed a circle around their beloved father. Dear brother, I said, we surround you with a circle of loving hearts, and may each one's path be of supreme happiness through the radiant power of divine love within us all. I then expressed that words could not convey my joy and gratitude for their love, friendship, and hospitality. My brother, said Danielle Rainbow, it is I who desire to express my gratitude to the beloved Saint Germain. You, by the privilege of your friendship, and because my beloved children can have you as a companion while I am elsewhere serving in my humble way, let us rejoice in the happiness we can bring to each other. I believe it is best for us to rest as much as possible tonight, as we will have to drive to the mine in Colorado tomorrow, and we must leave early in the morning. The next morning at breakfast, after a good night's rest, Danielle Rainbow greeted us, saying she had found a message from beloved Saint Germain on the table when she woke up, asking the 4 of us to gather in the tower room at 8 o'clock that evening. Needless to say, we were all instantly interested and joyful at the thought of his arrival. At 20 minutes to 8, Danielle Rainbow announced it was time to go to the tower for our meeting, but for some reason I was temporarily held back from doing so. When we arrived at the door, Mr. Raymond stood still for a moment in front of it, as if pondering. At that moment, the door opened without anyone touching it, and when we entered, I saw that it was richly carpeted and beautifully furnished. In the center of the magnificent carpet was woven the sacred and secret symbol of life, where our beloved Saint Germain produced the consuming and life-giving flame. The walls were covered in a shiny white material that resembled satin silk. The chairs were unlike anything I had ever seen before. They were made of a type of white metal akin to satin silver, upholstered in velvety fabric of the same rich blue as the carpet, and designed so perfectly to offer comfort and balance to the body when seated. A chair was placed at each of the 4 cardinal points, forming a square inside the circle of the room. The 2 windows and the door were closed from the inside. When we were all ready, Danielle Rainbow asked each of us to close our eyes and remain perfectly calm and silent until beloved Saint Germain appeared and spoke. A few moments later, a deep and rich voice said, "Greetings, my dear students." I opened my eyes, and there stood the wonderful and blessed presence of our beloved master. He stood a full 6 feet tall, was slender, majestic, and regal. His hair was dark brown, wavy, and abundant. His face reflected an indescribable beauty, majesty, and power, a countenance that revealed eternal youth, with eyes of a deep violet one could imagine, through which he poured forth onto the world the wisdom of the ages, expressing the love and mastery that were his. He crossed the room to where Nada was seated, nodded in greeting, and touched his forehead with the thumb of his right hand, extending the rest of his fingers over the top of his head. He did the same with Rex, with myself, and with Danielle Rainbow. This is how an ascended master can radiate and do for the individual what no one else can do. It is a tremendous aid in clearing the mind because it releases certain higher activities from the student's inner bodies while within the master's aura. "Beloved ones," he began, I have come tonight to explain certain laws that will enable you to manifest dominion over sister limitations. Once you fully know and understand the principle of life within your human bodies, then you will truly know and feel that this principle is omniscient and all-powerful. When you truly grasp this, you will see that not only is it natural and possible, but ultimately it will compel transcending all external activity, its laws, and its limitations. These come into existence through ignorance and manifest in external activity, because intellect acts without the light that illuminates the inner heart. Discord and limitation are imposed upon external activity by man, and only by man, for the Supreme Creator, omniscient, omnipotent, and perfect, neither creates nor can create limitation, lack, or discord. The concept that it is possible for the total perfection God can create to be imperfect or different from himself is absurd, vicious, and utterly false. The Supreme Creator of the individual, besides free will, has the use of creative attributes with which to manipulate manifestation within his particular point in the universe. The individual has the capacity to draw conclusions using only the intellect that are the result of fragmented information. They are original because only a portion of the creative powers with which the individual is endowed is used. Conclusions drawn from what is partial instead of complete information must necessarily produce unsatisfactory results. Yet, the individual must have free will, otherwise he could not be a creator. If he chooses to experiment with a beam of the wheel instead of the entire wheel, no one can tell him anything in his desire to experiment with these results. His wheel of manifestation cannot be or will be complete until he has recognized his beloved and powerful presence, I Am, for it is the only source that knows everything necessary for any manifestation pattern that produces perfection for him. All patterns of perfection are stored within the unfathomable and dazzling mind of the lover and powerful presence I Am, and can never manifest in the physical world of humanity until the external activity of the mind, which is intellectual consciousness, is illuminated by the ray of golden light within the heart. This ray always proceeds from and only from the individual's electronic body. Here is the magical presence I Am, this beloved and powerful presence I Am. The self of humanity does not know and can never create the labyrinth of confusion and destruction that exists in humanity's mentality and external world more than the sun can create a cloud. It is a birthright and privilege for every individual to express the fullness of this glorious internal presence and power of perfection. But if the personal self does not want to invoke the power of the presence in action through the higher mind in external activity at any time, then all external experience simply remains as a changing condition or as the playground of thoughts and feelings of other human beings surrounding the personal self. The powerful presence, I Am, resides within the electronic body of each individual, being situated between 35 and 45 meters or more above the physical body, and is solely concerned with creating, expanding, and eternally spreading perfection. It lives in its own realm, performing creative work at cosmic levels. Only imperfection can be generated and experienced in the external activity of the human personality, which is only a fragmentary part of each individual's individuality. Discerning and selective intelligence acts through the higher mental body. In this body, individualized intelligence can look upon the discord of human creation and observe the conditions that pass through and surround the personality, but it does not accept these conditions into its consciousness or world. This intelligence sees what is necessary to produce perfection in physical experience and can connect with the electronic body, which is the beloved and powerful presence I Am of the individual, to draw forth or manifest from itself that which produces perfection in external activity, thus transcending all earthly laws. We simply claim our God-given authority to live and act in perfect harmony with the beloved and powerful presence I Am. Man and the infinite are this presence, eternal, immutable, perfection, though it always unfolds through the individual. As you may have seen, I arrived in your presence in this room enclosed by solid stone walls. These seemingly impassable walls are no more a barrier or hindrance to the beloved and powerful presence I am than would be an electrical wave. This presence is the inner master product, the divine self of each individual. When one recognizes, accepts, understands, and feels this beloved and powerful presence I am, its limitless powers are released for use. This house and this room have been dedicated to the ascended masters of love, light, and wisdom since the tower was built, and will continue to be a home for their activity as long as they wish to use it. When the shell, which comes to be the discordance of the external self, dissolves, not passing through the change called death, but through conscious elevation and illumination of the body and all its activities through the light of the beloved and powerful presence I am, its power is released into the external world through the individual, and it manifests total mastery, dominion such as that given by the Father at the beginning. Through its awareness, every human being can release the limitless power of the beloved and powerful presence I am. When one disciplines their external faculties and makes them obedient to their conscious command of perfection, then one is able to allow this tremendous power to express through oneself unobstructed and to use it constructively. Within each of you resides the same magnificent power that I use. You can use it as I do when you acknowledge, accept, and admit at all times that the beloved and powerful presence I am is always in action. This is the cosmic Christ, and the only consciousness that can say, I am, the thinking flame of God. It is the only activity of life everywhere in manifestation that can recognize its own individualization, use the creative word of God, and send it through the universe to produce a manifestation, only the Son of God, namely. The individual endowed with free will can decree as God and say, I am, to any quality that follows this emitted sound. This world of substance thus becomes a form. When the individual says, I am, they use the creative attribute of divinity and announce creation in their particular point in the universe. The vibratory action of the word, I am, both in thought and spoken, is the release of the power of creation, and any quality that follows this statement is imprinted or imposed upon the electronic substance of the ether, being the only existing substance and energy whose nature is to be qualified in one way or another. Discord and limitation can build some kind of film around this substance, stifling, at least to some extent, the brilliance of light. But imperfection of any kind can never penetrate the electronic substance itself. The discords and limitations in which humanity has enveloped itself are due to the activities of the intellect and emotions that have not been trained to look into the light of their own powerful individual presence. I am seeking the plan of perfection upon which each should build all their external activities. This perfect plan exists nowhere else but in the powerful presence I am. When the intellect and emotions are purified and illumined by the light of this great presence, then perfect ideas and activities can flow through the personality without distortion by the fragmentary information of external activity of consciousness. Reports of human sensory consciousness are only unenlightened activities, for when light focuses on them from the powerful presence I am, they blend again into their glorious perfection, love, balance, order, and perfect activity. The coordination of all external activities with the patterns of the presence of perfection can only be achieved by the great light of the I am, and only in it does the design of perfection exist eternally. If the student or individual wishes to focus with steadfast determination and maintain it on the powerful presence I am, they can unleash such divine love, light, wisdom, power, courage, and activity as they may not fully comprehend in the present. Divine love contains the perfect activity of every attribute of divinity. When the individual enters the conscious path of self-mastery, they must fully understand that from there on, they are obliged to accomplish everything they undertake through the power of divine love emanating from within their own presence, and they must know with certainty and remember at all times that this divine love contains within it the complete wisdom and all-powerful force of the beloved and powerful presence I am. When an individual generates sufficient divine love and spreads it into all external activities, They can command whatever they desire through the powerful presence I am, and their request is always fulfilled. Divine love, when consciously generated within the individual, is an invisible, invincible, and invulnerable armor of protection against any disturbing activity. There is only one thing that can bring perfection everywhere in the universe, and that is enough divine love. Therefore, intensely love your own powerful presence I am, and nothing else can enter your zero world. The four of you have reached the point where the presence I am commands the assistance of the ascended masters, so it will be a great pleasure to be of any assistance you may need before proceeding further. I wish to convey to you the great love and blessings of your beloved mother and companion. Soon you will have the joy of seeing her and greeting her face to face, and never again will you be disturbed by the thought or change called death. I feel great joy in seeing the wonderful harmony within your bodies. My brother, I welcome and bless you for your noble nature, sincere heart, and great love. You will soon realize that you have much to do outside of writing. My beloved Nada and Rex, I feel like a father and mother to you. Though I cannot replace your earthly father, who is so noble, refined, and whose pilgrimage is nearing its end, he can remain with you for many more months. Please completely forget what you perceive as a separation and fully engage in the activities that await you. I am more than satisfied, he continued, looking at me, with my duty in your heart, a great willingness to serve where this service is most needed. This attribute will bring you great light, including all beings, he continued. After your journey to the mine, he will issue private instructions to each of you, greatly assisting you and ensuring the awakening of certain faculties you will soon need and through which I can communicate with you much more easily. This will bring you clarity that will sweep away all doubt. The superintendent of your mine, he said, addressing Renborn, will hold his physical body only until he can say a few farewell words north of the tunnel where the last discovery took place, which is considered very good. There is a deposit of immense wealth that has been overlooked. I will indicate the exact location when you reach the right spot in the tunnel. You will need to mark it, he said, looking at me. There are people in the mine who are in contact with Grey, which would make it unwise to uncover this before it is out of reach. It will be much wiser in the future to forbid any disclosure regarding vein discoveries made in the mine. This vein of gold ore that will be indicated to you contains approximately $20 million in gold, with no extraction costs. Few people understand how urgently these human beings are in need, how easily and quickly they could and should achieve their financial freedom if they would simply turn their attention to the beloved and powerful presence I am, and hold it there with steadfast determination. Their reward would be great for such an effort. I will be present as long as you are at the mine, but not visible to your external eyes. This is the restoration of our wonderful past association. You will understand the beauty of this when you become aware of the tremendous power of the powerful presence I am within you and upon each of you. You will attract and use without limit this great power. He warmly shook our hands and asked us to assume the same position as before his arrival, saying we would meet again soon. When we opened our eyes, he had disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. Nada and Rex said that this experience was the most glorious of their lives and the happiest 2 hours they had ever known. Only a small part of such transcendent work can be conveyed in words to those who have not had such experiences, but all humanity can have the same opportunity. When the individual is devoid of selfishness, sincere, humble, and fervent in their desire for light, and truly loves their own powerful I Am presence. It was so remarkable and uplifting to see the room brightly illuminated by the radiant presence of the beloved Saint Germain, and it was conclusive evidence that his presence was his own light. Each of us felt such peace and love as we had never dreamed existed. We couldn't help but embrace each other, and there were tears of joy in our eyes for the deep gratitude for such a divine privilege. We parted ways and returned to our rooms, as the next morning we had to leave early for the mine. We departed very early, driving nearly 500 miles on an excellent road. The day was calm, bright, and charming, and the beauty of the landscape was magnificent. We took turns at the wheel so that no one would tire, and exactly at 7 o'clock in the evening, we arrived at the camp. We noticed a great deal of activity and excitement as soon as the men saw us. One of them came running to the car, saying enthusiastically, "Come, come! 3 seriously injured at the mine. It happened during the shift change." Danielle Rainbow reacted quickly, while Rex and I took Nada to the bungalow. The miners took care of the luggage and we hurried to the superintendent's office, where Gray had been taken. When we arrived, the room was being cleared out, because Gray wanted to speak privately with Renborn. We entered and wished them courage, then left them alone. 30 minutes later, Renborn emerged, deeply moved, because as he later explained to us, Gray had made a full confession, asked for forgiveness, and passed away immediately after. Beloved Saint Germain later commented, "The soul withdrew from its mortal temple when it realized that its human part could not resist the temptation to set off the dynamite charges during the day shift." Rainbow explained, "A large rock came loose, and as Gray was already inspecting and taking samples from the day's work, the rock fell on his head, rendering him unconscious. Another rock fell on his chest, crushing him so severely that there was no hope of recovery. I believe he remained conscious until I stood by his side, and he made a full confession regarding his attempt on my life, knowing he would not survive. I forgave him freely so he could depart in peace. His soul can thus have a better chance of growth." Their gratitude was beyond words for the opportunity to clear their conscience and be forgiven. His passing occurred truly in great peace. We were all somewhat stunned by how quickly and accurately the prediction of beloved Saint Germain had come true. At 11 o'clock the next morning, a small service was held at the camp, and then the body was taken to the station about 3 miles away. Boxing Letton accompanied it to San Francisco, where Gray's mother and brother lived. Mr. Rainbow sent them a check for $25,000 and covered the expenses. In all my mining experiences, I have never seen a camp of men as wonderful as Mr. Rainbow's employees. Everything had been done for their comfort and convenience, without any intoxicating beverages of any kind. The mine was located deep within a very rugged mountain, and everything had been done to maintain great harmony. Nada and Rex took every opportunity to familiarize themselves with the camp. Everywhere it was clear that Renburn was highly regarded by his men. The entire atmosphere was one of harmonious cooperation, with no trace of rough or undesirable elements. It was customary for Mr. Rainbow to pay each man a bonus of $1 per day, even during times of rich vein discoveries. Boxing Letton had been promoted to superintendent because he was a young man of noble character and honesty with remarkable skills. We had a wonderful day visiting the concentration plant, from where only concentrates were shipped to the smelter. A large portion of the pure gold was sent to Denver to be minted into coins. That evening during dinner, Danielle Raymond spoke about Boxing Letton. "I've long wanted to make Boxing Letton our superintendent, as I feel he's an absolutely reliable man. I think it would be best not to enter the mine until his return from San Francisco, which will probably be the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, we can traverse the outcropping surface and make plans. I want both boys to familiarize themselves with the mine boundaries and all its departments. I'll show them the main veins of gold ore on the surface. Although we've had this mine for 12 years, as you'll see as we traverse it, we've only explored a small part, despite having extracted millions of dollars worth of gold." Letton returned by the end of the 4th day, and plans were made to carefully inspect the underground workings the following day. That night, I felt as though I was heavily charged with electrical dynamism. She had brought her Arabian musical instrument, and she and Rex generously entertained us after dinner. The next morning at 9 o'clock, we went to the mine mouth guardhouse and met Sig Letton, who was waiting for us, ready to take us down into the mine. We boarded the hoist and descended to the 122-meter level. From there, we traversed various tunnels and shortcuts. As we were passing through a tunnel leading southeast, I suddenly felt an electric shock. I stopped and asked Sig Letton, "What does this formation north of this point contain?" He replied, "There's nothing but country rock between these two veins. They are separated from the surface by about 122 meters with very little dip." Apparently, we resumed our walk, but without the others seeing me, I marked the spot with blue chalk. Then, we descended to the 182-meter level. While inspecting different workings, we arrived at a tunnel leading southeast, almost directly below where I had felt the electric shock previously. I felt it again, but more powerful than before. I looked to my right and saw an intense blue light with a center of liquid gold. It was clear and shining on the tunnel wall. I quickly marked the spot, and at the same time my inner vision was greatly activated, and clearly through the rock what seemed to be a large cavity between the two main veins, separated by at least 60 meters. The cavity had an additional height of 60 meters and approximately the same circumference. A crack in the formation rose to the top, just at the level of 122 meters. During ancient volcanic activity, the gold ore had been pushed to this point, forming very rich veins, but this crack had allowed them to fill. The cavity is one of those very strange things that happen in nature. Very rarely, of course, but they do happen. This complete activity passed through my consciousness like a flash in an instant, as all cosmic lights do. I marked the spot before continuing with the others to examine the new vein. It was very interesting. The two walls of the vein had suddenly widened in their formation, and at that location the large deposit had been created, although it was not larger than 1/10 of what I had marked. Just at that moment, Boxing Letton was called aside by one of his men, and I had the opportunity to explain to Rex and his father what had been shown to me by the beloved Sanier men. I positively knew that it was his power that had made his presence in the formation possible and marked his position, and he immediately decided to open a bypass tunnel starting from the spot I had marked to reach the deposit that had been revealed to me. When Sigilton Ray died, he ordered the miners to immediately begin this bypass. The superintendent looked at him deeply amazed. However, none of his men had ever thought to question anything Reinbold suggested, and Pop immediately began preparing the implementation of the order. Rainbow gave him a brief explanation, saying, "I know you don't understand why I'm doing this, but when this special work is completed, I'll explain." "Mr. Rainbow," said Shelton with gentle and humble dignity, "it will always be a pleasure for me to follow your orders without asking questions. I wish for Rainbow to place the quickest and most reliable men on this job. Use the 3 shifts and finish it as soon as possible," the superintendent requested. "How many meters can the miners dig in 24 hours?" he asked. "I think they can dig at least 3 more or less, depending on the hardness of the rock," he replied. At this rate, I deduced they could reach the deposit in about 10 days, and I nearly shouted for joy because I knew with certainty what they would find upon arrival. Rex and I greatly appreciated Boxing Letton because he seemed to be a man of both refined and strong character, although he was very young for the type of position he held. He left us as soon as we came out of the mine because there was a load of ore to be shipped that evening, and I telegraphed the ranch foreman to let him know we wouldn't be back for 2 weeks, Raymond explained. "Unless something vital interferes, because I want to stay here and observe the progress of the new bypass tunnel." Days passed quickly, work continued methodically, and we spent our time writing, walking, and enjoying the music that Nada and Rex played with their Arabian instrument, joining us several times. Boxing Letton also joined us for dinner. The work in the tunnel had advanced about 15 meters in the first 5 days. Each man received a $1 bonus for every foot, 30 centimeters, and Sig Letton received $50 for the good work done. Voices asked Nada and Rex if they would enchant an afternoon for the miners during their stay at the camp. Both agreed, and Nada, wanting to surprise everyone, telegraphed to Denver for their Arabian costumes. When they appeared in their first act, the miners were almost crazy with joy. After the show, one of them stood up and asked if they could shake hands with the boys in thanks for the wonderful afternoon entertainment. The boys agreed, and then said they had never felt such inspiration or power in their voices. They both felt that Master Saint Germain had been present and had used the opportunity to broadcast his radiation through music, thereby raising their consciences and loyalty to an even higher level. This was his way of neutralizing the influence that had tried to infiltrate through Cray, which had failed in its nefarious purpose. At noon on the 11th day, I was in the mine office with Boxing Letton when a miner entered, very excited, saying they had discovered a rich gold deposit in the new bypass tunnel. The superintendent looked at me, unable to say a word. His surprise was evident. That's when I understood that he had never dreamed of finding gold in the new work simply through ordinary geological observations. This deposit could never have been located solely through the superhuman power of our beloved master. Sigleton asked us to search for Rex and his father to inform them of the news. I hurried to the mine office and found them waiting for me for lunch. When I told them what had happened, we all silently praised and thanked the beloved and powerful presence, our beloved Saint Germain, for making this rich discovery possible. Rambo Armando told me to be ready to leave with him at 1:30 to examine the new find. Nada decided to wait for our report. When we arrived at the scene, the last bars had led us to the deposit, and the entire tunnel surface was made up of gold ore. Daniel Rainbow instructed Bob to take samples of the gold ore and have the staff work as quickly as possible to determine its extent. "I'll take care of it," I replied, and I went on to explain that the formation in this gold ore deposit was much more easily drilled and cut than ordinary rock. When we returned to the surface, I couldn't contain myself any longer and burst out saying, "Mr. Rainbow, this is the most remarkable thing I've ever read or heard of in all my life. How did you know the gold ore was there? Nothing indicated that externally." "My friend," he replied, "patience. You'll know soon enough. We'll extend our stay for another 10 days. And if I'm not mistaken, they will advance at twice the speed through the ore body compared to what they took to reach it. Keep this ore completely separate from the rest of the mine. I'll explain the reason for this later." Tonight, at dinner, Mr. Rambo asked Nada, Rex, and myself to gather with him at 8 o'clock. "I suggest," he began as soon as we were all seated, "that we take Boxing Letton as a partner, as the general manager of the entire mine, including what will be known in the future as the Master's Discovery. I think it would be best if he selects an assistant whom we all approve of. I am confident he can be as reliable as any of us. We have before us all the evidence that everything our beloved master said about the gold ore deposit is physically true. However, let's not say anything aloud about it until the tunnel drilling is complete." The following days were filled with great activity and intense interest as the work progressed. Almost every evening, Pop was invited to dinner with us to get to know us better. 20 days after discovering the gold ore body, the drilling reached the opposite side about 60 meters away, and Raymond was more than thrilled to have waited to know its extent. The night the tunnel was completed, he announced during dinner that Voir would be taken on as one of the partners. And although the Master's discovery truly belonged to Nada and Rex, they wanted Wood to also share some specific interest in the mine in addition to his salary. Rambo then explained how the ore deposit had been found, followed by a brief description of our beloved Master Saint Germain, explaining the protection he had received, as well as his family over the years, along with the recent attempt on his life and his escape. Tears of gratitude and joy flowed down Voice's cheeks as he tried to express his deep feelings. Rainborg said, "Prove your sincerity beyond any doubt. We all have great affection for you, and I'm sure you can be trusted as one of us." "Thank you all," Bock replied sincerely, "and I will do my best to be worthy of the trust you have in me and your great kindness." That's when we learned that Box had a sister, Perla, whom he greatly appreciated, who was his only living relative apart from an aunt with whom she lived. "I hope Perla will come tomorrow, as she's coming to visit me for a while," he said enthusiastically, describing her and showing her photo he had taken out of his pocket. She was a girl of about 18, remarkably beautiful. Yet one could sense in her a great strength of character, with a natural sense of calm and authority. Bobby told Danielle Rainbow he had always wanted to provide her with the means to go to university, and with this recent stroke of luck of sharing the mine, that would now be possible. The next day, Nada, Rex, Bobby and I went to the station to greet Perla. When the train stopped and passengers disembarked, we saw someone rush into Pop's arms. It made us realize how tenderly they loved each other. That evening, Bobby talked to her about his involvement in the mine and the good fortune that came later when he met Danielle Rainbow. She hugged him tightly and kissed him with deep gratitude. She tried to thank him, but he said, "My dear girl, it makes me even happier to know that you'll share the joy with your brother, whom we've all come to love." We spent the evening listening to Nada and Rex sing, and I believe Perla was undoubtedly the happiest and most grateful person I have ever seen. The next day, a message arrived from the ranch saying Danielle Rainbow was needed there, So we made preparations to leave the following morning. The assistant superintendent Bob had chosen would arrive at the camp 10 days later, and Nada persuaded Bob to allow Perla to return to the ranch with her until he had time to visit. Rainbow planned to stay at the ranch for only 2 or 3 weeks before returning to the mine. At 6 o'clock on the morning of departure, all the off-duty workers came to bid us farewell, and when Bob said goodbye, he hugged Perla tightly and deeply expressed his gratitude that she had found such a wonderful friend in Nada. We took turns driving so Danielle Rainbow could get a chance to get to know Nada's new friend better. We noticed that Perla was a very observant person, and her appreciation of the beautiful landscape we were passing through was very profound. Time flies when all is joy and harmony, and that is one of life's great laws. If humanity could simply grasp the imperative necessity of its function in our lives and understand the vital factor that becomes conscious, we would live in a much more wonderful world much sooner than we think. We took a long detour on our way back, although we arrived home at 8 p.m., just in time to enjoy a great dinner. We all seemed a bit tired from the long car journey, except Perla. The novelty of the landscape kept her interest so vividly that she seemed to feel nothing but the happiness of the experience. We retired early, deeply grateful for the powerful presence of the I Am being, for the wonderful blessings she had poured upon us. Chapter 3. Underground Wonders. The next day, Nada, Perla, Rex and I went to our favorite mountain lake. Perla had gone for a walk, while the rest of us sat very quietly by the lake. We had been there for almost an hour when I felt a strange sensation, as if Perla was in danger. I called Rex, we discussed my feeling, and we ran to search for her. We circled around a huge rock that stood in the middle of the trail, and there we saw her, motionless and frozen. Fortunately, we didn't call out but quickly moved towards her. When we got back home, we noticed a large rattlesnake waiting for its moment to strike. Rex always carried a rope around his waist, and without a word, and quicker than you can say it, he looped it, and with a swift and skillful motion he threw it forward, catching the snake just below the head. Instantly, he turned to Perla, expecting to find her very frightened. Imagine our surprise when she, with a serene and calm face and a curious smile, said she expected him to come unexpectedly to her rescue, but she knew he couldn't harm her as long as she kept her eyes on his. Somehow, I knew you would come to my rescue. By this time, Nada had already arrived, and we told her about the incident. "My dear sister," she said to Perla, "you truly have wonderful courage and calm." But she looked at her with a particular expression we had never seen before. "Dear Nada," Perla replied, "you know the Great Master would not allow any harm to come to any of us." Finally, I found my voice and asked, "Which master?" She stared at me for a moment and exclaimed, "What a silly question! The same master who knows you all." Nada hugged her and exclaimed, "God bless you, dear. How did you meet him?" "That was when I was barely 10 years old. My mother appeared to me a blessing, whom I later learned to know as Master Saint Germain. After his first appearance, he continued to visit me, to instruct me, but I was forbidden to speak of it to anyone, not even to my brother, until I was given permission to do so. He told me to come here to meet Bolt. At that moment I noticed an unusual gleam in her eyes when she said it, but I didn't understand why it amused her so. Now it's all clear. I had little imagined that I would meet those who also know my beloved angel, the Master, as I still call him. Since that moment, it seemed that Perla was a long-lost sister who had returned. That evening, we poured out our great surprise to Danielle Rainbow, and he was deeply delighted to learn that Perla was a pupil of our beloved Saint Germain. The next morning, we all had a real surprise waiting for us when we came down for breakfast, because Daniel Rainbow, upon waking up, received a message from our master asking us all to meet at the Symbol Cave on Table Mountain at 8 a.m. on the 3rd day following, which was Tuesday morning. Perla was very eager to learn more about the cave, and after hearing a few descriptions about it, she remarked, "You will see that there will be a very important revelation about it." At 6 o'clock in the morning, we went down for breakfast dressed in our hiking clothes, eagerly anticipating the reunion with our beloved Master Saint Germain, as we felt that great things awaited us. We drove to the end of the road, leaving us only about 35 kilometers to hike. The day was beautiful, and the air itself seemed charged with a magical fragrance, a spiritual energy subdued but extremely powerful. The journey was delightful. We found a safe and secluded spot for the car, grabbed our extra flashlights, and reached the cave entrance at 10 minutes to 1:15. We entered the first chamber and immediately felt a powerful vibration, almost like that produced by the quenching of a large machinery. When we reached the arched entrance to the large inner hall, our beloved master was there, dressed in immaculate white garments that contrasted strangely with our hiking clothes, enveloping each of us in his divine embrace. He said, "Beloved ones, I greet you in the name of the mighty presence that I am. This great presence within you will soon become as familiar to you as you are to each other, as real, tangible, and vital. I see there is no need to introduce to you my faithful student Perla, whose name symbolizes her great purity of soul. I greatly rejoice that we have been able to gather such beautiful souls in the physical expression that you all are. It is a most unusual thing, I assure you, as you will see later if you will kindly follow me." He walked towards the white arch described in the first chapter and stopped about 90 centimeters in front of it, extending his right hand, and in an instant a dazzling white light like dense vapor enveloped the entire place. The entrance to a tunnel filled with a gentle white light opened up. We entered and followed Saint Germain for several hundred feet until we reached another door adorned with relief figures of ancient life symbols. The door promptly opened, and we were admitted into a room of extraordinary and remarkable beauty, composed of 2 hemispheres of equal dimensions, with a magnificent dome for a ceiling. Each side was made of a different substance. 4 of these panels were of dazzling white, each different, but emitting a sparkling, soft light that illuminated a square inside the 12 points. The others were of various colors, the most delicate and beautiful tones. The room was at least 18 meters in diameter, and on the east side was an instrument in a transparent box that resembled a radio, as far as I could tell. On each side of this box, forming a circle around the entire room about 90 centimeters from the wall, there were 12 chairs made of the same transparent metal as the box, one facing each of the 12 panels. Saint Germain asked us to sit down and approach the instrument. "Beloved students," he began, "your assumptions are correct. Inside this box lies the most remarkable radio ever made on Earth. The box, as you can see, is perfectly transparent, although the material it is made of is as strong and sturdy as steel, so hard that it could not be broken with a hammer. The inventor of this super radio will be here tonight, and you will have the opportunity to meet him. I wish for you to be my guests here for 3 days. I will ensure that a written message is delivered to your home by a visible messenger, and that your car is protected. Now, if you will follow me, we can continue, as we have much to accomplish before nightfall." Then he moved towards the opposite side from which we entered the room and pressed his hand against the wall. A panel slid back, revealing an entrance to a large oval room. "This is the chemical laboratory," he explained, "where great master chemists have worked over the past 50 years to perfect formulas for America's protection in its next and final crisis of experience. After this crisis, its people will be taught to use universal energy that provides light and power. This will be done with even greater perfection than was known in all previous ages." We proceeded to the end of the laboratory and passed into another room about 3 times larger, where electrical experiments were conducted. The entire room was lined with the same transparent material used in the radio box. "Many discoveries and inventions," he continued, "are made here by awakening the memory of the past in those conducting experimental work, bringing to the surface of the outer mind what has been attained in past lives, and adding to it the greatest and most simplified perfection of the future. Those engaged in this work are preparing wonders and blessings for America and its people, and through them for the world over the next 70 years. America and its people will scarcely recognize themselves when, looking back, they realize the limitations of today's activities. These wonderful beings who have become so clearly aware of their mighty presence," he added, "are currently perfecting and preparing many wonderful things for the great benefit and enlightenment of humanity, as people progress in conscious understanding, to the point where such things can be accepted and utilized. Many of these formulas and inventions have been and are kept in hermetically sealed cities resting on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, having sunk beneath its waters when the last cataclysm destroyed a considerable amount. These great beings have recovered such formulas from within these sealed cities and are testing and improving them. Thus, greater perfection manifests for the use and elevation of the race in the coming Golden Age. The great ascended masters oversee and direct this work, he concluded, and their students, who have been trained to enter and exit the physical body, are also involved. Aware are those who conduct experiments in the laboratory. The ascended masters are the guardians of humanity and have worked through the centuries from the invisible as well as from the physical to awaken, bless, enlighten, and save humanity from its own degradation and selfishness. We have conquered death through complete and eternal mastery of the atomic substance of the body and the physical world. All things obey our commands. The laws of nature and the universe are our willing and obedient servants. In these wonderful secret chambers of nature, the work continues quietly, unknown to the outside world, and wherever the individual seeks light for itself, then truly all things are given to them in addition. Saint Germain drew our attention to one thing and then another that had already been perfected, and others that were under construction. I can never express in words the feeling of joy and euphoria that this gave to each of us. One thing in particular caught everyone's attention, and we asked its purpose. This is a mechanical world to accelerate the atomic vibration of the human body, he replied, and to help elevate it towards the pure electronic body that the beloved Jesus referred to as the seamless robe or the wedding garment of the Spirit. This one is composed of pure electronic light, as no imperfection can be recorded within or without it. Light, as you will see, he emphasized, is substance, energy, and brightness, the three in one. This pure electronic light, of which the eternal spiritual body is composed, is condensed, so to speak, by the mighty presence I am into a self-luminous substance that is for you an immortal, self-sustained, ever-expanding, ever-perfect form, and a repository of divine love, wisdom, and power directly from the heart of God. It is the individualized temple of life and the center of the heart of your world of manifested form. Sometimes referred to as the body of white fire, because the dazzling white light emanating from it is so bright, intense, and all-powerful that the human eye perceives it as white fire. The ordinary person can only gaze upon it for a fraction of a second. This is the body in which the beloved Jesus ascended, when the light within his body grew to reach this higher level of life, which is a faster vibratory action. He became invisible to the crowd who worshipped and watched his ascension. The human eye only captures or is sensitive to certain levels of vibration. When the human being, through self-purification, increases their vibratory rate, the light within every electron of the physical body shines more brightly. This extends its radiance to such a degree that the physical form first becomes self-luminous, then transcends earthly gravity, and is capable of consciously and willfully expressing itself at any desired level or octave of vibration. The individual can freely come and go anywhere in the infinite, as pure electronic light exists everywhere throughout creation. Once the atomic structure of someone's physical body becomes all light, it enters the only eternal element, the great universal ocean of dazzling white essence. God created all forms uniquely, and complete freedom, mastery, and realization are possible in this condition of life. This is the reality and foundation of human existence. Thus, humanity rises until it becomes all divine, forever free, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, going everywhere and doing whatever it desires, recognizing itself as a self-conscious center of the mighty presence I am. In nearly every constructive secret society, or in other words, those that recognize light as the source of all good, the word elevation is always used for initiation. This elevation is literally, figuratively, eternally, and physically true, because the vibratory action of the physical atom rises to transform into self-expansive, pure essence or spirit, the pure substance of God, the light. We call this device an atomic accelerator, and it will be extensively used in the future to assist in elevating the physical atom of flesh to its divine purity and structure, the electronic body. This perfect body remains forever eternally young, beautiful, strong, perfect, and free from any conceivable limitation. In this body, individuals can merge and do so wherever they choose in the universe, as there are no barriers of time, place, space, or condition. The desire for this perfect condition of existence is an innate idea and ideal in every human race, and it has always been so. In the legends, myths, and fairy tales of every race and nation that have existed on this earth, there are stories of beings who are perfect, transcendently beautiful, immortal, omniscient, and eternally young. These stories have a cause, an original idea from which they arise, and that cause is this eternal truth of being that these stories transmit through the ages so that the ideal may be held before the mind of humanity. This is the master pattern upon which humanity was originally modeled, in the image and likeness of God, the mighty presence I am. If one is a true student of life, they will cling to the thoughts and feelings of those beings who express superhuman conditions, qualities, and perfect ideals. Ordinary personality deems these things impossible due to the great power required to express them on the outer plane. The effort required to obtain and express these divine qualities is more than the ordinary person is willing to provide. The effort required for this type of attainment is a sincere and strict discipline of human consciousness until it learns to obey the pattern of perfection rather than its own fleeting whims and appetites. The true student of life knows that any divine quality upon which an individual may meditate causes it to exist through the creative power of their own thought and feeling of divine love. Divine thoughts, divine feelings, divine qualities, divine ideals can only be found by meditating on divinity, for they exist and reside nowhere else, and like produces like throughout infinity. Divinity is the light and perfection of life. You will see this atomic accelerator in operation while you are here for your instruction and enlightenment. The Ascended Masters have allowed this manifestation so that more human beings may know of this possibility and make the effort necessary to attain it or achieve victory. At present, the Ascended Masters are masters of love and wisdom. Only through them can humanity understand life and achieve accomplishments, for they know all, have experienced in the activity of this earth, and are now entirely divine and masters of their forces. They have walked every step of the path currently followed by human beings and know every step of the way. For this reason, they can show and do show the student their mistakes, if they are willing to listen and be protected by them, but the masters never interfere with the individual's free will, for it is their birthright, and they respect it. Saint Germain then led us to the entrance of an elevator, where there was a metallic cabin. We entered and began to descend. We descended about 30 meters, and the cabin stopped in the center of a circular room about 6 meters in diameter. In front of us was a stone door. He pressed a lever to the right of the entrance, and the heavy door slid aside, revealing a vast chamber containing marvelous and complete equipment for making all kinds of materials used to construct various devices in both the chemical and electrical laboratories. In this large room there were large electric furnaces and huge rollers for transforming various metals into thin sheets, all operated electrically. "This is the place," remarked Saint Germain, "that produces the vibration you felt inside the mountain when you entered the cave. The machines rarely operate during the day, but today it is necessary to be ready for the work we will perform tonight, for which you have been invited here. Every type of material we wish to use is produced right here in this chamber. Naturally, we do not need large quantities for the experimental work we are doing. This work aims solely to attract practical use for the future of great geniuses and wonderful ideals of highly enlightened individuals who are fully awakened to the conscious recognition of the mighty presence I am, and to the use of their limitless wisdom and power. My desire is to explain everything in as simple language as possible so that its essence and principle can be easily and lastingly understood. It is necessary to simplify technical terminology in the current age so that the average person can easily and quickly grasp these truths. The time has come for a large number of people among humanity to awaken to the truth and understand that they have a divine master within them, the magical presence I am. There are many individuals who, from an internal standpoint, are very advanced on the path of illumination due to personal efforts and past achievements. However, in this present incarnation, they are outwardly unaware and have not received academic training. Something must be done to give these souls the freedom they desire and for which they are ready. They will receive help, and it is for this purpose that we work here to provide it. The beloved Saint Germain then turned to Nada and Perla and asked if they were tired after so many hours of attention to this kind of observation, generally considered to be the domain of men. They quickly assured him they were not, and judging by the intense sparkle in their eyes, no one doubted it. "Never in my whole life have I been so keenly interested in anything else," replied Perla. "I am greatly honored by your intense interest," he replied, "and it brings me true joy to know that you appreciate it as well. Now, if you would honor my modest accommodations with your presence, let us refresh our outer form. Let's return to the electrical laboratory." We returned by the elevator, and crossing the room, Saint Germain headed towards a door leading into the heart of the mountain. It opened at his touch, and we entered into a sort of oblong reception hall with a domed ceiling. The walls and ceiling were of a very beautiful and delicate cream color. The floor was covered with a material resembling wool, creamy and soft, at least 25 millimeters thick. There were 5 chairs made of a semi-opaque substance of a similar cream color and upholstered with the same soft blue plush material as the chairs in Raymond's tower room. 4 of the chairs were exactly alike, but the 5th had a carved backrest. Each chair was positioned near a door, and the largest one was in the center. Saint Germain escorted Nada and Perla to the leftmost door upon entering, instructing them to enter, bathe, and attire themselves in the gown they would find available, then return to the hall and await the call for dinner. Addressing Rex and me, he led us to the farthest right door with a similar request to prepare for dinner. We entered the room he indicated, and we were speechless with surprise, for it was magnificent, worthy of a palace fit for a king. It was circular in shape with a dome ceiling, adorned in white and gold, furnished with 2 beautiful beds and a chair next to each bed, with a lovely mirror on the wall between the 2 beds. There was a curious chest with drawers embedded into the wall itself, blending seamlessly except for the handles. Both the chairs and headboards were made of the same semi-opaque substance that resembled metal. Rex crossed to a small door on our left and beckoned me to look. I approached him and saw an exquisite Roman bath, also circular in shape. It was filled with sparkling, constantly moving water, as if charged with the essence of life. We could find no means of ventilation, yet throughout the entire visited room or chamber, the air was clean, fresh, invigorating, and filled with the scent of roses. We bathed, and our bodies felt radiant with a sense of health that we had never experienced before. On the beds lay the tunics we were to wear. They had no seams and were made of a material we had never seen or heard of, akin to a rich, thick silk, but very, very soft and extremely lightweight. Rex's was a wonderful sapphire blue embroidered with gold. The embroidery formed a belt around the waist and wide bands around the neckline, sleeves, and hem of the tunic. Mine was white, also embroidered in gold. There were matching sandals that fit perfectly. Once we were ready, we returned to the reception hall. A few moments later, the girls entered, dressed in similar tunics to ours, and they were a vision of dreams. Perla and Rex's tunics were identical, and Nada's resembled mine. Their chamber was evidently a duplicate of ours, except it was decorated in a soft pink hue. We were busy comparing our impressions when celestial chimes rang through the hall, and the middle door instantly opened. We entered and were awestruck by the beauty before us. Once again, the room was in the same soft cream and gold combination. The domed ceiling was painted sky blue with clouds that gave the impression of actually looking at the sky. The walls were lined with a marvelous fabric that resembled diamond dust, as something in the material composition produced an indescribable glow. This audience chamber measured about 12 x 24 meters, and in its center stood a large golden table with a glass top. At the far end of the room, there was a replica of this table, but about a third of the size of the first, surrounded by chairs for 6 people. In one corner, there was a beautiful organ, presumably. and a piano with a case made of the same metallic substance as the other furniture. We were all so absorbed in admiration and delight at this beauty that we did not notice the entry of the beloved Saint Germain or Danielle Rainbow until we felt them standing behind us. Our beloved master led us to the small table, where he seated Raymond at one end and took his place at the head. Perla was placed to his right, followed by Rex and Nada to his left, then myself. He said, "May I have the pleasure of ordering food for each of you? As you will see, our culinary department is invisible to you, but very real and tangible to me." We were very pleased, and he continued, "Let us bow our heads in adoration and praise to the mighty presence I am within each of us." At that moment, as soon as he spoke those words, a crystal cup filled with sparkling golden liquid appeared in the right hand of each of us. "For the enlightenment and happiness of each of you and all humanity," he said, raising his cup. As we drank this wonderful nectar, each of us felt the invigorating power of its essence quickly coursing through our bodies. Then appeared something akin to a vegetal bread with a lightly sweetened honey cake slice. They were delicious, and we all agreed it was the most perfect thing we had ever tasted. This was followed by a fruit salad, or at least that's what it appeared to be, and Saint Germain remarked on its high nutritive value. For dessert, we ate something resembling ice cream, refreshing but not frozen, accompanied by a kind of angel hair cake that was far more delicious than anything we had eaten in the outer world. Finally, crystal goblets filled with liquid cream appeared, and upon ingesting them, a force akin to living light spread through our bodies. At the end of each course, the empty service vanished. None of us had ever shared anything as delicious, nutritious, and satisfying as this wonderful dinner that our beloved Saint Germain had precipitated for us directly from the omnipresent universal substance. When we had finished, Raymond addressed him and said, "This experience, which is so astounding and wonderful to us, is quite natural and normal for you. We feel that we have never been as honored or favored in our lives as we are tonight. My beloved children," replied Saint Germain, "each of you possesses this same mighty I Am presence, the Divine Master, and the all-powerful God power within. Inside with which to do these things, you can produce everything you need directly from the universal supply. I have gained the understanding of how to use this great power and how to direct its limitless energy to fulfill my desires. If you wish, soon you too can direct this mighty divine energy to accomplish what you call miracles. All of humanity can learn to do this as well, if they truly desire it. There is nothing in the universe that can oppose what you desire, as long as it does not harm another child of God. It takes far less energy and is much easier to produce whatever you desire directly from the pure universal substance, once you know how, than to go through the natural process of growth." Turning to Nada and Rex, he said, "Would you, my beloveds, honor me with singing 2 of your compositions for our enjoyment?" "Certainly," they replied. Nada sat at the piano and tried a phrase of the melody they were about to sing. She paused, amazed at the tone of the instrument, as it was unlike any musical tone ever produced on earth. They sang their favorite Arabic love song, their voices and this wonderful piano producing an effect of indescribable beauty. When they finished, beloved Saint Germain, with all the kindness and grace of a courtier, bowed his head in acknowledgement of the mighty I Am presence within both of them, which had had the opportunity to express itself so perfectly through them. "I bow before your virtuoso singing throne," he praised them, "and I have never heard anything more divine. Now, let us proceed to the radio room, where a few friends are awaiting us." When we arrived there, we were introduced to 3 ladies and 3 gentlemen who had arrived before us. They wore the same type of tunics as us, but in different colors. Among them was an older gentleman with white hair and beard, who appeared extremely venerable. One of the 3 ladies, whom I'll call Leonora, stepped forward to the radio and said, "This advanced radio is the result of my work over 7 different incarnations, 4 of which I used a male body. I retained the memory of the radio each time, and it finally achieved the intended perfection. This radio has 3 operational fields that I call high, medium, and low. In high mode, it reaches other planets in our solar system. In medium mode, it reaches any location on our own planet, including the etheric belts. In low mode, it reaches inside our Earth." We first tuned into some of our cities. Within moments, we could clearly hear a radio broadcast from one of New York's prominent stations. Next, we tuned into an orchestra broadcast from another New York station. Then we established connections with London, Paris, Vienna, Cairo, Calcutta, Hong Kong, Melbourne, and Tokyo. Distance seemed not to affect the clarity of reception, and at no time was there any indication of static interference. "Now let's tune into the first etheric belt around the Earth," she said. Immediately, we heard very majestic and stirring music, followed by a magnificent voice saying, "Here, in the city of Nada, above the Sahara Desert, we always know when an Earth connection is established with us. But we have yet a superior means of communication. This involves the operation of the sound ray through which we can speak and the light ray through which we can see. When these two rays combine, they become the most advanced form of television. Nevertheless, mechanical television will reach a very high degree of perfection, and within a few years, it will predominate in the outer world, much as the telephone does today. May more human beings elevate their consciousness to attune with higher levels and be able to benefit from the use of these rays. As you see, the mighty I Am presence within the individual recognizes neither time nor place nor space nor condition. It is only in the external activity of the human consciousness mind that such conceptions of limitation occur." Leonora adjusted the radio to the high field. In a moment, we heard a voice saying, "Leonora, this is Venus speaking. We recognize you because your radio is the only mechanical instrument reaching us from Earth. You usually communicate with us through the rays of light and sound, so we judge that this communication is intended to teach or benefit others, not yourself. Our instruments here indicate the planet with which we are connected by the color and sound of the vibration. The day approaches when your television will also be capable of reaching us. Your scientists will achieve this success only when they understand the existence of etheric rays. They must be aware of these rays and learn to use them so that any kind of communication in cosmic space becomes a simple matter. Then it will become commonplace to maintain communication with us. In about 10 to 20 years, depending on the harmony maintained among Earth's inhabitants, a number of our great inventions will be provided to those of you who can harmonize to receive them. They will be of great benefit to your humanity, much like the wonderful atomic accelerator that is near you. This instrument will greatly bless your people one day. Call upon us whenever we can be of service to you. Our love, light, and wisdom envelop you and the entire Earth." Leonora then switched from the high field to the low field, and in about 3 minutes, a deep voice said, "I recognize your call and respond in person here." But this is interesting and encouraging, and some on the surface of the Earth have no idea of the possibility of divine beings existing within the Earth. We believe we have fewer factors to deal with than you, as we have no extreme temperatures or hot and cold seasons. We have eternal, soft, soothing white light. Our climate is very pleasant, similar to that of semi-tropical areas on the surface. One day America will have something similar, although there will still be a slight change of seasons, much less severe than what you currently experience. We have what can be called pressure-balanced sun, which produces an atmosphere maintaining equal and harmonious pressure for all who live there. The mighty I Am presence provides perfect conditions at every phase of its expression. If all human beings could understand and grasp this, it would completely end the terrible agony of humanity caused by fear on the surface of the Earth. As you see, I'm aware of many things concerning earthly conditions, in addition to my own activities here, because when we, like you, reach the mind of God, we gain all knowledge, for our motive is pure and selfless. We cannot continue these observations any longer, explained Leonora, as other matters demand our attention and service at this time. Saint Germain perceived unanswered questions in our minds about how and why there were inhabitants at the center of the Earth and what kind of individuals they were, as the idea shocked us as much as it would shock our listeners. He studied us for a moment and then said, "Yes, I will tell you the facts now, because the need and demand in all of you to know the truth is great. You, as students of the path who are truly attempting to understand life everywhere in the universe, must often remind the intellect that there is nowhere in the universe where self-conscious individuals endowed with free will cannot go, explore and understand what is happening at that point, if they so desire. The idea that the center of the earth is a mass of fire is entirely erroneous. In the earth's crust, to a certain depth, there are conditions where the fire element acts, but at the very center of the earth, there are self-conscious individual beings who, through many cycles of work and personal effort, have conquered control over certain forces with which they still work to accomplish the divine plan. For this part of the earth, there are also beings striving for the same ideal, but they work only with the conditions that nature provides on the surface. You must understand and remember that the Ascended Masters instruct and assist at all degrees of external life experience, in all conditions found inside and on the earth, as well as on other planets of this system, because it cannot be a perfectly natural and normal condition to allow a certain number of them to be instructors of those who work with the forces of the center, as well as the circumference of the planets. This revelation is neither unnatural nor unconscious with the great divine and infinite plan. Unconsciousness and unnaturalness in humanity are ignorance, narrowness, pettiness, darkness of the human concept that close the door to the astonishing wonders of this glorious universe. Who says, "I don't believe it," or "it's impossible"? Only ignorance and darkness make humanity believe that something is impossible. Students of light who truly know and accept an all-powerful source of creation know that the wonders of creation we encounter everywhere on our planet are limitless, wonderful, and astonishing. And what reasonable doubt can there be when studying the wonders of the atom, as well as those of cosmic suns? These facts are true. There are many types of individuals spreading their light on the planets of our system, and just because someone has no inkling of us does not prove that we do not exist. Humanity must one day learn more about what resides in the universe next to it. This instruction contains a part of this new knowledge. It is true in every word, and no human ignorance or doubt can refute or prevent this truth from manifesting in the universe. Clouds may hide the sun's rays for a while, but they will never be able to eradicate its existence. So it is with human opinions and ignorance of the past and present. One day, light will pierce through these clouds, and that day is here, it is now. May the light of truth shine clearly upon all preconceived human ideas and opinions. Facts will emerge that will force ignorance to vanish into the stream of oblivion, replaced by the great light of the mighty I Am presence. Now we will continue our work. "It's time for the ascension of this good brother," he said, referring to the old knight with white hair whom we will call David, due to his past achievements. He has attuned so well with his life stream that he can now enter into a broader wave of expression, and in this great activity, he will express transcendent phases of individual life more advanced than what he could possibly do in his current existence due to his prior growth and current self-conscious efforts in this life. It is possible that we give him the aid we can. Let us go to the electrical laboratory. When the door opened, we saw that the room was flooded with dazzling white light. We approached the atomic accelerator, and this time it was charged with the same essence of life. I was not allowed to give a detailed description of this instrument at present, except to say that in the chair where the one who was to be elevated sat, it appeared to be made of pure gold, although Saint Germain told us it was a combination of gold and other various substances still unknown to the outside world. He asked David to take his place in the chair, and certain currents of light began to shine inside the chair itself. David sat down with his body perfectly comfortable, completely relaxed, resting comfortably with his arms on the chair's arms. There was no mechanism of any kind surrounding the chair, and inside it gave a wonderful impression of royal comfort. It was positively an ecstatic and heavenly sensation that was perceived in all the preparation. When we were all ready and very silent, one of the Ascended Masters, in all his greatness, glory, and power, suddenly appeared, emerging from the atmosphere, and requested that we join hands to form a complete circle around the chair. The mighty Master facing Daniel, the individuals on either side of the Master connecting to him by placing their hands against his back, just in front of the solar plexus, and Saint Germain positioned on the other side behind the chair on which David was seated. The mighty Master then gave the necessary instructions. "Let each one close their eyes," he said, "and focus all attention with all forces on the magnificent power of the mighty I Am presence. Go joyfully, praise and give thanks that David's body is now raised to its divine perfection, for he now accepts and receives his complete mastery and freedom given by God. Then he addressed me directly and asked me to observe the process carefully. I opened my eyes, and at first I could barely see David's form, as the intensity of the light had increased within moments, making everything clearer. It felt like I had somehow risen with it. Then I saw something that almost surprised me with its suddenness, as David's hair had returned to its original dark brown color. The wrinkles had vanished from his face, his flesh took on the rosy hue of perfect health, and his beard had disappeared. I couldn't observe any longer, as the light became so intense that I was aware of nothing else. The most concentrated part of this light was around his body, though it enveloped all of us in a dazzling glow. The outline of his body completely disappeared involuntarily, and I never knew how long it lasted. Then our beloved Saint Germain addressed us, saying that David's body had been raised to its electronic perfection, and that the mighty Master, my brother in the light, had taken him with him for the moment to the realms of light, for which he had become fit through the perfection of his eternal light body. One day he will return in this ascended form to serve humanity under divine guidance. Come now, we will go to my chambers. He opened the way and we entered the beautiful crystal room, as I like to call it, where we had enjoyed our wonderful, hurried dinner. Here, we found the required number of chairs arranged around the large golden table with a crystal top. It was truly his audience chamber, although he sometimes used it as a private dining room for special guests. Saint Germain sat at the head of the table, asking Danielle and Raymond to sit on the other side, and then he began one of his astonishing speeches. "Tomorrow evening you, my brother," he said, addressing Rainbow directly, "will have the special privilege, like David did today. However, the process in your case will not be complete, but it will initiate the elevation of the atomic structure, so that when the time comes, which under other circumstances would be passing through what is called death, you will have the necessary assistance and elevate your external form to the perfect electronic structure instead of discarding it. I have promised," he continued, addressing Nada and Reed, "that there shall be no grief when your father passes. Now you can understand why it is so, as we free ourselves from the grasp of the reaper called death, and consciously enter this perfect life which is divine light and the eternal heritage of each child of God. Many have chosen a long path to reach this point, but all must begin at some point and eventually reach their destination. This aspect of human experience has received little recognition and has not been understood or considered possible to achieve until very recently. However, the mighty Master Jesus, with his absolutely perfect example and explanation about 2,000 years ago, provided humanity with the wonderful and conclusive proof of this. He said, "The works that I do you will do also, and greater works than these will you do." This statement hangs over humanity as an enduring obligation until all fulfill it. Humanity has overlooked this true meaning and adopted the stance that it is not possible. While not everyone needs to realize it exactly as he did, every human being, somewhere and at some point, must elevate the external atomic structure to the imperishable electronic body where imperfection does not exist. A large number of physically incarnated individuals now, or will be capable of doing so in the present life, with little unnecessary assistance, and it is our great privilege to provide it. The atomic accelerator has been perfected to provide this aid, and no inventory or discovery has resulted in as great a blessing for humanity. The results in David's body, which you witnessed, are permanent, real, and tangible. This amazing and real physical machine is a powerful healing agent, as well as the means by which the body can be elevated. It also establishes perfect balance in the brain structure, and by balancing the mental and emotional activities of a being, any form of dishonesty and crime can be avoided. It was used in Atlantis, although then it was less perfect. Chapter 4. Divine Romance. Now I will touch upon very important matters that are sacredly personal, Saint Germain explained, addressing Nada, Perla, Rex, and Boxich directly. I do not want you to think that I am meddling in your private affairs or taking advantage of the power I possess. However, there are certain things that I must make clearly evident. Rex and Perla are twin rays of the same divine flame. This flame originates from the heart of God, the great life consciousness of the universe, the great central sun. When your powerful I Am presence desires to manifest as an individualized center of conscious dominance and wants to use the creative word I Am, the first individual activity is the formation of a flame. From there, each individualized focal point of the powerful I Am presence begins its dynamic expression. We call this self-aware activity, meaning the individual is aware of their source and the perfection of life expressing through themselves. Only a self-aware individual possesses all the attributes of the creative power of the mighty I Am presence. Only they can know who and what they are and can express the fullness of God's creative power wherever they choose by the use of the words I Am. The external human part of this activity is what we call personality. It is simply the vehicle through which this should express in perfection within the external substance of the universe. Within the pure divine flame exists a breath that pulsates continuously. This great breath is a rhythmic emanation of divine love, with its three attributes being love, wisdom, and power in action. They continuously pour forth into the infinite ocean of pure electronic light. This light is the universal substance, or spirit, from which all forms originate and are constituted. This universal substance is intelligent. Take note of this, for it obeys the law at the command of the individual who speaks or is aware of it. I Am are two words that acknowledge and release a creative power that brings into external experience every quality that follows this acknowledgement or word. For intelligence to act, there must be another intelligence upon which to act, and the universal substance, through its intelligence, is like a photographic film that records every quality the individual imposes through their thought, feeling, and spoken word. The words I Am, whether in thought, feeling, or spoken word, instantly release the power of creation. There is no error about this. Intelligence is omnipresent and is contained within electronic light. On the first day of creation, emitted into infinity, was let there be light, and then creation took place, for all manifested form emanates from this primary light. Light is the central point of life or energy in every atom composing the substance from which all physical manifestation proceeds. I speak of the atom because the lowest vibrational level composing physical manifestation is the atomic structure, which we consider when consciously enveloping or holding any person, place, condition, or thing in dazzling white light. You penetrate or pass through the atomic structure to the electronic, within which there is no imperfection. In this use of light, you penetrate the structure of imperfection, and whatever you focus your attention upon manifests as perfect, not only as seen by the Father, but as the Father's perfection expressed to you as His children. You have the choice. It is commanded for you to choose and direct where to send the energy, which is the activity of light. It is imperative to center or focus conscious thought firmly on what must be accomplished in order to provide the necessary direction for the activity of this mighty force that you have the right and privilege to use. When you use the blazing light, you truly accept the electronic structure that is then present in manifestation, for you act from the plane of perfect action or manifestation. Your desire, when held firmly and without hesitation, becomes the conscious directing thought, for you cannot have desire without conscious thought. In desire, you have made great strides in the higher use of light over the past 15 years. Your conscious and deep adherence to light shows that you are ready for its higher use. If you knew in your use of light that the perfection of what you desire is already present in manifestation as soon as it begins in the dynamic action of light, any uncertainty in your minds about the positive certainty of manifestation or what you desire would take form in physical use by cloaking or visualizing any person, place, object, or condition with the luminous figure of Jesus Christ or the figure of any other ascended master. They are truly disrobing, passing through the atomic robe, where you see, recognize, and accept the perfection that you desire to be present in form, as you have swept away all imperfection in action. The student should see and feel their body as if it were composed of pure white flame, emitting long rays of light. The flame is your real being, the powerful I Am presence, the full Christ perfection. The rays that unfold outward are the divine spirit or love in action. These rays are those which follow your conscious direction, carrying your thought and producing magical results when consciously directed and held firmly and without hesitation. The light you visualize in this manner is the electronic substance that Hindus call prana. This light is always directed by thought, but it is imperative that everyone learns to control and direct it consciously. This conscious control and direction is how ascended masters achieve such wonderful results. Divine love is a presence, an intelligence, a principle, a power, an activity, a light, and a substance. When we command divine love to go out and accomplish something, we set in motion the highest form of action, the most powerful force. However, this does not require enormous effort. In fact, it requires exactly the opposite. It is conscious knowledge, quiet, firm, and determined. When anchored in consciousness as absolute certainty and conscious knowledge, you will find an increasingly instantaneous response to your request and command. Never be afraid to ask and command anything. It is a universal principle of life. Do not be mistaken, the light, the universal electronic substance, is at your disposal. Your powerful I Am presence is a self-aware being of which your external consciousness is only a fragmentary part. Therefore, you can speak to your mighty inner master, as you would to a loving father who possesses unlimited light, love, wealth, power, health, happiness, or anything else you might desire, because the more consciously you use this powerful I Am presence, the more quickly it will respond to you. Divine love can control every manifestation if, in the use of divine love, you are aware that it possesses within itself all love, wisdom, and power of this powerful I Am presence. The fact is that you qualify this principle to which you give orders with any quality of which you are aware exists in it. You have been given dominion over everything in the air, on earth, in fire, and in water, by the command of this powerful universal principle that is always consciously at your service and for your use. Love, divine spirit, and prana are one in the static or tranquil state. Through conscious action of the individual, consciously directed, divine love becomes love, wisdom, and power in action. That is why consciously directed divine love towards goals produces such wonderful results. This divine love becomes instantaneous and all-powerful as soon as external consciousness ceases to limit it. Returning now to the explanation of the rays, I continue. The powerful divine call pulsating in itself projects two rays into the great ocean of pure electronic light. This intelligent, luminous substance becomes, so to speak, a robe for these rays of the powerful I Am presence. Each ray has all the attributes of divinity within it, and no imperfection can ever center or record itself there. The individualized flame pours into each ray a focal point or spark, forming a central core onto which the electronic light substance attaches or adds. The electronic body around it sends out lesser intensity rays, forming an aura or force field. This force field is sometimes called the causal body, and within it are deposited the results of all constructive efforts during each incarnation and between them. Any electronic substance that has been used constructively by the individual in physical experience is also deposited within it. Through this causal body, the divine flame can send out broader emanations of its own life wave into space. The causal body becomes a constantly expanding sun through the personality's journey in physical experience, a self-sustained emanation of limitless ideas, love, wisdom, and power, forever flowing through rays of love into the rest of this universe. This sun is indeed a deposit of energy and substance used constructively, gathered through human experience and collected in the causal body so that it becomes the glory of the divine flame, which, note well, never loses its individual identity in the universe. Thus does the infinite, perfect, joyful, and beautiful life activity continue forever, extending its perfection. The universal substance and energy used by the discordant personal being, accumulate in the atmosphere around the physical bodies of both, the personality and the earth. Periodically they form a whirlpool, and can only be purified and returned to the great ocean of universal light by the activity of the fire element. The purifying process of the fire element, when acting within the human fleshly body to consume erroneous qualities, produces a sensation of pain if wrongly qualified by the personality. But if the fire element acts within the fleshly body to vivify and invigorate, it produces a sensation of peace, joy, and ecstasy. If it acts in the earth's atmosphere and in nature to purify, sometimes it produces volcanic conditions and cataclysms, but when it acts to invigorate and revitalize nature, it produces wonderful growth and refreshing air. Each individual is endowed with the power to choose what they wish to think, feel, create, and experience. If one uses all the substance and energy of their being constructively, then peace, expansion, joy, opulence, and glory are the return or reward to life for sharing its gifts. If one chooses and creates otherwise, the series and destruction turn against themselves and destroy their body. The personal self is the guardian of life, ideas, and luminous substance, the pure electronic substance. Simply existing as a human being is a clear acknowledgement for those who are capable of reading the book of life that one has decided to come to individual existence and voluntarily accepted the responsibility of being a creator. Everyone must take responsibility for their own world. If one has created things and conditions that do not bring joy due to the appetites of the physical body, one has all the power to purify and dissolve them through the correct use of the fire element, whose divine love is the highest, most powerful, and eternal activity. If one wishes to bring order to their personal being and world, and thus have peace and create a world of joy and glory, one must look to their electronic body to find the pattern of their divine perfection, for this pattern can never be found elsewhere. It is there, and only there, that the personal self can always find security, rest, satisfaction, joy, and fulfillment of every constructive desire. For in the fullness of presence are the things one wishes for. This perfect and eternal electronic body lies between 35 and 45 meters above the physical body of each individual, unless it is of a very inferior or destructive type, which would make the distance much greater. This is the Son and Son of God, for the electronic body of every individualized flame of God is a dazzling light of such intensity that human eyes can only observe it for a fraction of a second. By worshipping the divine flame and purifying its instrument, the personal self, the external activity of mind and physical body, is elevated in vibrational harmony to clearly see the electronic body in the dazzling light of the surrounding force field. The physical body, or the current atomic structure of flesh, is the densest form and is a reflection of external mind activity. In certain phases of religious explanation concerning this electronic body, it is referred to as the guardian angel. All this and more, when truly understood, the personal self should regard as the source of all good, as a child seeks its mother. Everything existing within the divine flame flows into the electronic body, where the tremendous power and intensity of the mighty presence's light are reduced to a degree where it can act on the plane or octave of the physical world. From the core of the electronic body flows a stream of life essence or liquid light that enters the physical body through the pineal gland and fills the nervous system. This white liquid fire flows through the nerves much like blood through veins. This light makes the heart beat, animates the body's muscles, and enables walking or lifting the hand. It is also the vivifying light within the brain cells. This stream of life is often called the silver cord, and rightly so, because the current or white liquid light pulses continuously through the fleshly body via the nervous system. When the so-called death occurs, the divine presence withdraws the stream of liquid light, and the flesh disintegrates. The reason why the human race experiences the so-called death is the waste or incorrect use of this electronic light through emotional excesses, instead of retaining it within the brain and physical body to rebuild cellular structure and fuel the driving force for the entire body. Humanity may not like to hear this truth, But wasting vital energy through uncontrolled emotions is the cause of the disintegration of all physical bodies, apart from violence. If someone uses inner vision to observe the life current of a healthy creature, they will see the nerves of the body filled with this dazzling white liquid light, whereas in the same creature, when sick or tired, they will see that the light has greatly diminished. In an aged body, the light is even further diminished. If one wishes to observe the withdrawal of a soul from its body during the so-called death, they will see this life current fully withdrawn towards the top of the head until only a thin thread of light remains, which eventually breaks, and at that moment the heart ceases to beat. Returning now to the explanation of the rays, Nada and Boxigue Leton are two other rays of an individualized divine flame. Choosing to accept this wonderful fact depends entirely upon yourselves. I do not even suggest it, but knowing the secret feelings of your hearts as I know them, it is my privilege to reveal it more widely. I will explain some of the feelings that you have not yet understood, and without hope, I wish that you four may be capable of raising your bodies in this life with external mental attention directed to this point. With the assistance we can provide at the appropriate time, you will be capable of achieving final fulfillment. I feel your gratitude, for which I thank you, in response to your thought as to why you have this glorious privilege. I want you to know that it is due to previous growth, your own powerful I Am presence within you, which ordains it for your safety and enlightenment. Now I will give you the explanation of the law by which you will be able to illuminate and elevate your physical body and express the complete mastery, victory, and freedom of the ascended masters. The seed or potential for procreation within man and woman is intended solely for the holy office of creating a body through which another soul may come into physical incarnation. At all other times, the glorious light within the body should be raised to the top of the head and allowed to ascend upwards in adoration to the mighty I Am presence. Then, through lofty thoughts and feelings, one can accomplish creative work on the mental level. Through glorious ideas, artistic and musical ideals, discoveries, inventions, research, and the creation of beauty and harmony of all kinds, through service that blesses humanity. And thus, to the individual who makes it possible, instead of squandering the wonderful liquid light, the marvelous life essence given by God, in sensations and sexual excesses by which the body reaches decrepitude, becomes flaccid, paralyzed, wrinkled, with dull eyes, the entire structure stooped and feeble, the brain inactive, sight and hearing deteriorated, and memory unable to function. This energy should be used correctly in wonderful, idealistic, and creative activities. With such constructive awareness and achievements, the physical body would remain eternally young and beautiful, the brain and faculties would stay alert and active, and the entire physical expression would be the image and likeness of the living God, truly the temple of the Most High. Your bodies are now claimed for their usual rest. The rooms are prepared. Sleep until you awaken. I entrust you to the embrace of your glorious and powerful I Am presence. Rest in peace. We returned to our rooms where everything was ready. The most delightful scent of roses permeated the air, and we certainly never rested on such comfortable beds, nor enjoyed such divine rest. I was very happy, not knowing that Perla was the twin ray of her own divine flame, and speaking of her after we both went up to our rooms, he said, "Since our first meeting, I have felt a strange attraction to Perla, and wherever she is present, I am always aware of a feeling of peaceful contentment." Our beloved Saint Germain explained all this very wonderfully, and I am deeply grateful. I responded by giving this explanation about twin rays a few months ago. Saint Germain had told me, "The beautiful love of one ray for its twin ray is infinitely higher, uplifting, wonderful, and infinitely more joyful than when the great current of liquid fire of universal life is reversed and turned into passion. This concentrated electronic force, or essence of life, is a liquid light that flows wherever attention is directed. The mind's attention is pushed in that direction by thought, feeling, vision, and hearing, indeed by the push of physical senses. The true understanding of the great power at your disposal when you have complete control over your attention cannot be underestimated. The liquid electronic essence is this powerful energy, and it vivifies everything on which attention rests. If one engages in intense mental work, the liquid light remains in the brain and flows through the center of the forehead between the eyes like a beam of light, and if inner sight is open, one can always and easily see it. If one speaks, this pure and powerful energy flows through the center of the throat as sound. If one emits divine love, this liquid light flows outward as a glow from the center of the heart. If one has intense feeling, it flows from the solar plexus. Here, too, it fulfills the function of directing nourishment. If one has inner vision open, they will see a stream of light pouring from any center where energy is used at any moment. This light is purely liquid. It takes on the color of any activity the personality imposes upon it through thought, feeling, and spoken word. Here lies everyone's responsibility as a creator and the means by which one can correct or purify anything created erroneously. If this life essence is used in the generative center for sexual pleasure, instead of creating a new physical body for another soul, the process of physical body disintegration begins, and the journey towards self-generated dissolution of the body starts. Regardless of contrary human opinions, this is the inevitable and inexorable law of physical incarnation, and there is no one in the universe who can change it. This is the primary reason for the condition called death within the race as a whole. Let those who disagree with this truth compare the brain and body of one who preserves this liquid light for a period of a few years with those of one who wastes it over a similar period, and they will need no further proof. The conservation of this electronic liquid light and its conscious elevation through adoration to the powerful I Am presence, as well as the power of the mind through attention control, is the path to perfection, and it is safe, sound, sensible, and reasonable. This can only have harmonious and constructive results for the individual's mind, body, and world. It is not a system of repression through the power of human will, which is and always will be disastrous, for containing or imprisoning elevated and concentrated energy and adding more to it by returning or secretly suggesting must necessarily lead to some kind of explosion. This method has never been the original spiritual teaching of anyone who truly knows and understands the truth and law regarding this subject. Humanity has not understood this truth except to a small extent, otherwise thousands of human beings would have become ascended masters. Therefore, in order to free oneself from degradation, misery, poverty, and disasters in which the human mass wallows, the individual must come to a clear understanding of this law in the external activity of their mind, through conscious recognition and control of emotions. This closes the door to the most dangerous and subtle suggestions of the psychic plane, which is the most unrecognized enemy and the most vicious activity of sinister force in this world. Humanity's nature or body of feelings is a deposit of energy, and it is impossible for thought to turn into things until feeling drags it into the sea of electronic substance. When we fell asleep, the magnificent illumination of our room began to fade, and we soon fell asleep. Neither of us had ever experienced such heavenly rest before. We must have slept soundly for about 12 hours when a bell with glorious tones rang through the room, and the dazzling light began to fill the room again. When we washed and put on our tunics, we found a delightful breakfast waiting for us on an exquisite table with a glass top that we had never seen there before. On this table was food that we had never heard of, more delicate and delicious than any chef in this world could serve. The dishes seemed to be made of mother of pearl with strips of solid gold, and the rest of the service was made of wonderful transparent metal with gauzes of pearls. We had breakfast and were commenting on the wonders we had experienced when the table with all its beautiful service disappeared before our eyes. Once again, the sound of the beautiful bell guided us to the reception hall where we found Nada and Perle waiting for us. They looked radiantly beautiful. Youth wonderfully always responds to the powerful I Am presence, but in this change, an unusual transformation had occurred in both, revealing a radiance we had never seen before in them. Both showed the awakening of great love, and although they had experienced the same wonderful rest as us, they had undergone an even more surprising change. We had only been talking for a few moments when the doors of the crystal room opened. We entered, and found 12 additional ascended masters present, making a total of 24 with those we had already been in contact with during this retreat. Saint Germain introduced them to us, and I noticed a lady and a gentleman around whom the light was dazzling, as their radiance shone brighter than the others. They approached Nada and Rex directly and greeted them with indescribable grace. "Beloved brother and sister," said the lady, "we come directly from the sphere where your beloved mother resides. It is not her home, but she is there for a certain training. You did not know it at the time, but if you had been able to see inside the coffin before it was placed in the sarcophagus, you would not have found her physical body. We were 2 of the 12 present who were with the great master in germ when the system was given to her, enabling her to rise to her eternal electronic body. She wishes you to know this now, that you have become aware of the great way of life of the ascended masters and have accepted it. These dear ascended brothers and sisters have found that each of you can receive the necessary assistance to raise your bodies, as she did, when the usual time of earthly pilgrimage is over. On the 3rd night here, she will already come to you as she now comes to us tonight. Nada and her father will have a very happy surprise." Once again the bell rang, and our beloved Saint Germain announced that we were all going to be in the electrical laboratory. Upon entering this room, we found the wonderful atomic accelerator, shining with great currents of light. He asked Daniel Raymond to sit in the chair. The 2 resplendent masters positioned themselves at opposite points of the circle, one facing and the other behind Daniel Raymond. Saint Germain remained within the circle of the 21. Once again, he asked me to observe the process carefully. In an instant, the light inside Rainbow's body began to increase, and his face revealed great joy. Amidst the light surrounding him, particles of substance continually rose as impurities from his physical body were expelled and consumed. This lasted about 10 minutes. Then I saw his hair gradually return to its natural color, with a dark sheen, and his face became radiant and youthful. The light in the chair then gradually disappeared, and the laboratory returned to its previous state. Saint Germain reached out to Mr. Raymond, and he descended lightly as if unaware of his weight. For over an hour, the radiance on his face and the bright light in his eyes were quite remarkable. "Words can never describe the wonders I have experienced," he said, turning to us. "And for the first time in my life, I am beginning to understand the true meaning of life in the unascended state. We all dream of what a small fraction of the powerful life principle we appropriate and use in our ordinary earthly experience. Each of you," said Saint Germain, "has been greatly uplifted through the powerful radiation of this wonderful atomic accelerator." We returned to the crystal room and noticed that chairs had been placed for 24 people around the large crystal table. The 2 resplendent masters sat at the heads of the table, our beloved master in the middle, and Nada opposite him. "Focus your attention on boxing Leighton," he said, addressing Nada, "and ask him to come here." Almost instantly, a gentle pink light enveloped us all, accompanied by a delightful rose fragrance. In moments, a beautiful blue circle formed around the pink circle, followed by a golden glow around the blue. Then a sound like fluttering wings was heard, and boxing Leighton appeared on the table before us, in a tangible and visible form, accompanied by the 2 resplendent masters who had been seated at the heads of the table earlier. I hadn't noticed his absence before they returned with boxing Leighton. As I stood there, I saw his form become denser and denser until suddenly his body was as tangible as mine. Saint Germain stood up and extended his hand to Bob, who leapt lightly off the table. We all stood up, and Nada gazed at him for a moment as the rest of us prepared to greet him. Bob embraced her tightly and held her close to his heart. "My precious love," he said, "I have always seen you in my dreams. When you arrived at the mine, I knew you were my angel of love. But you seemed so distant that I didn't dare hope. Now holding you in my arms is the most divine thing I know." Danielle Raymond stepped forward with outstretched hands and gave her blessing to this great and divine love. Then, turning to Pearl and Rex, she also gave her blessing, saying that at her higher vibrational level, she understood everything more clearly. "I will remember this," Bob said to Saint Germain, "when I return to my body." And he replied, "You will if you wish. The privilege granted to you this time is a rare occurrence, as you are invested with a temporary body. Yet, it is just as tangible as your own physical body and like the physical bodies of others here. Everyone approached and congratulated the happy couple, the Ascended Masters creating a connection link through which assistance could be given at any time in the future if needed. It was then that we learned the two resplendent masters were also twin rays. The Ascended Masters present knew Bob because they had had contacts with him in the higher spheres, although he did not remember his relationship with them. When Bob stepped forward to kneel before him, Bob said, raising his hand in protest, "Your own I Am presence residing within you is as sublime as the Ascended Masters who have found a way to complete their mastery and freedom before you. To her belongs your first love, recognition, and adoration at all times. Never forget this. I am your elder brother. That is all. And it is my privilege to assist you in achieving that same freedom." He was enabled to be here tonight in this manner by order of your own powerful I Am presence. It is always satisfying to be of any assistance when the great law of being permits it. I wish for you to come tomorrow night in the same manner so that you may meet the mother of your twin ray, as she will also be here. Much has been accomplished that you now understand, but your beautiful love and trust allow wide open doors for blessings you do not even dream of. Yet, achieving complete understanding according to progress is the task at this stage in the mine, so that you may retire at exactly 9 o'clock. Now you must return to your physical body. Saint Germain then asked all of us to form a circle around him. In moments, the radiant circle of pink, blue, and golden light enveloped us once more. The two resplendent masters took their places beside Bobby, and in an instant all three vanished. The rest of us walked into the crystal room for about 20 minutes. They reappeared amidst us. The two resplendent masters formed a circle, and in an instant they vanished from our sight. The remaining 6 disappeared before our eyes after giving their blessing to all of us. We gathered around our beloved Master Saint Germain with overflowing gratitude for the wonders we had seen and the boundless blessings received. "My dear students," explained the young one, "easier, happier is the fact of rising above all human and earthly limitation and producing all that is necessary directly from the universe, which is the eternal and omnipotent provider of everything you may desire. Each of you who has been invited to come here can learn this much sooner than you dare imagine in your active mind. The time required to acquire this mastery is considerably shortened when the individual understands that their physical body is the temple of the powerful I Am presence, the God of the universe, and that the same life energy that animates their body through this soil is the supreme living God. This is the Christ, the beloved Son of God in action. Yet, I know many who achieve tremendous results by considering him as the internal Ascended Master or the powerful I Am presence to whom they can speak. This presence is a glorious and dazzling light. You can see its light in your mind and in your external bodies, its visible and tangible presence residing a short distance above your physical bodies. You can speak to it and receive its concrete response, perfect guidance, and wonderful revelation. Thus, you can be divinely guided if you simply desire to contact your powerful I Am presence closely and regularly. Its great wisdom, intelligence, and liquid light will continuously flow into everything you wish to achieve if you firmly maintain your focus on the powerful presence first and on everything you wish to obtain second. Then, continue with defined and persistent insistence. Such power and intelligence are absolutely invincible and can never fail. Human doubt and fear, subtle feelings, can prevent you, if you allow it, from accepting this powerful I Am presence and its perfection. But the presence never fails and can never fail. It is a simple formula for achieving rapid and sure successes. You may estimate the enormous progress that is possible in a short time if you are willing to accept, for you can continuously and completely realize the wonderful love, intelligence, and power of the powerful I Am presence, whose energy flows and acts through your mind and body at every moment of the 24 hours. There is a point that true students and those who want to advance must know unquestionably, and it is that of desire. No one can master human creation and achieve ascension with an attitude of lack of desire, for without a desire for progress, it will not be possible. Always remember that every constructive desire is God in action within you, For if desire were not in the first divinity, manifestation would not have occurred before divinity desired manifestation. The activity of desire is the engine or the expansive movement of life itself, and can never be ignored. Life is perpetual motion, and the support of this activity is all constructive desire. However, be attentive to discern between desire and human appetite, as they are as far apart as light and darkness. Appetite is merely an accumulation of energy, qualified by human feeling through the formation of a habit in the sensitive organism alone, and has nothing to do with desire in God's life. For everything that resides in life is pure, perfect, and constructive. Constructive desire exists eternally in life. It is impossible to progress or express life without some form of desire. It is the student's responsibility to be vigilant and on guard, always discerning what his motive is for doing something. He must be severely honest with himself in his feeling and motive, for often the external activity of the mind tries to make someone believe that he acts from a rational standpoint, when in reality he does so all the time to satisfy a feeling. Most of the race is still composed of creatures of sensation, for feeling controls them more than 90% of the time, more than the wisdom of the mind. This explains why they are mainly creatures of physical appetites, rather than being directed by God and the masters of circumstances and the domain. Until the student definitely controls things through love, wisdom, and the power of his powerful I Am presence, he cannot and never will be trustworthy or make permanent progress toward freedom. The powerful I Am presence stores its strength in the emotional body or body of feelings and depends on this energy to accomplish the perfect and divine plan of life. Everyone knows the difference between a constructive and destructive idea, as well as the difference between the feeling of love, peace, and calm and discord. Thus, even the simplest mind, even that of a child, instinctively knows the difference between the divine way of life, a divine desire, and human appetite seeking personal satisfaction. We are compelled to choose the divine way of life, and if we do not force the appetites of the senses to obey this order, then we must suffer by experiencing chaos and destruction until we put our own world in order, so that it merges with the grand and orderly harmonious movement of the whole. Purity, order, and harmony are the laws of perfection forever. When one releases one's own feeling of resistance, instead of appeasing it and replacing it with peace, one destroys oneself, one's mind, body, and world. For the law stipulates that all discordant thoughts and feelings emitted by a human being must first vibrate through the transmitter's brain and body before they can reach the rest of the universe. After traveling everywhere, they begin the return journey to their Creator, and in returning, they attract more of their kind around them and become the accumulation that composes the individual's world. This is the law, and it is immutable. When the great energy of life within the physical body is used constructively, the result is the greatest possible joy, happiness, and achievements, not only for ourselves but for everyone, every place, every condition, and everything we control. Thus, the powerful I Am presence through the personal vehicle manifests divine love in action, and the firmer and more focused the attention, the more powerful the action, and the more wonderful the result. Now go all of you and enjoy your well-deserved rest. May the all-powerful illumination and infinite peace of the Most High God be with each of you, for I have much to tell you when I finish our work tomorrow evening. Each must remain in their bath for at least 15 minutes. Be especially prepared. Then there will be food waiting for you. I unveil you in my peace, my strength, and my love. I commend you all to your own powerful I Am presence. Good night. We went into our respective rooms and found everything resplendent with the life-giving vitality of the powerful I Am presence. The atmosphere was charged with pure electronic light. After entering my bath, I was enchanted by the same living presence in the water. It was like the magical caress of the mother of all life. Every atom of my body was invigorated in this radiant peace that surpasses all understanding. When we were ready for dinner, we stopped in front of the mirror and barely recognized ourselves. Each saw and felt themselves radiant and resplendent. Our meal was heavenly, and after finishing it, we retired once again. At 5 in the afternoon, we were awakened by the beautiful sound of an ethereal bell resonating through the rooms, and we noticed that the glow of light around us was much more dazzling than usual. We had been so invigorated within our own bodies that its radiance emanated from our hands with great vivacity. The breath given to us was of the finest quality and seemed to be a concentrated essence. There was a creamy golden liquid that almost seemed like liquid light. As we shared it, I said to Rex, "You know, an unusual and powerful experience must be about to occur, and we are being given this liquid so that the body is not overloaded with unnecessary substance." When we finished, a small glass appeared on the table, the size of a wine glass, and with it was a sheet of paper on which were written the words, "Advance without fear." The substance in the glasses resembled pure electronic energy. I took my glass and drank it without stopping. At first it felt like my being was endlessly expanding, and then followed a sensation of being elevated to enormous heights. I thought I was going to lose consciousness, but I did not. Soon I adapted to it, and then I looked at Rex, immersed in a flame of dazzling light. His eyes were closed and his body swayed as if he were about to fall. I began to approach him when the words flashed before me, "Fear not." Instantly he opened his eyes, and when he looked at me, beams of light shot from his eyes. It was a startling experience, and we were indeed fortunate not to be afraid. At one point, the bell rang to call us into the crystal chamber. When we arrived at the large doors, they opened gently, and the most intoxicating music greeted us. Seated at the organ was the most beautiful and sovereign presence I had ever seen or imagined, and beside her was her twin Ray at the piano. There are no words that can do justice to these harmonies, for the music penetrated to the depths of the soul. We were unaware of anyone else in the room until the music ceased, and then we realized that 10 of the ascended masters were among us. Just beyond them were Neda and Perla, enveloped in a bright light that extended around them for about 90 centimeters. Another wave of glorious music followed, and suddenly, in the midst of it, we all turned toward the door. Our beloved Saint Germain and Danielle Rainbow entered with a beautiful lady master between them. When they entered, the music stopped, and Neda and Rex exclaimed, "Mom!" In the next instant, they were both embraced with her. Shortly after, Rex approached me, and taking me in his arms, led me to his mother, saying, "This is our wonderful friend who came into our lives just a few weeks ago. We could hardly appreciate her more." "My dear son," said his mother, "I have observed much of what has transpired, and I am as grateful as you for such a true friend to my beloveds. I join the family in the great love you so sincerely bear for him, and I pray that these chosen divine blessings, love and illumination, envelop you forever." Everyone approached and greeted each other as a beautiful and happy family. Suddenly, we felt an intense vibration, and looking up, we saw the Lady Master, who had been seated at the piano floating near the ceiling above us. She truly seemed to be in the etheric realms. Instead of being in the heart of an earthly mountain, she instantly stood on the ground next to us. We were introduced to Daphne, the daughter of light, and then to Harion, her companion at the piano. Saint Germain indicated they belonged to the 7th sphere and had long ago achieved ascended status by completing their journey through the human experience. Daphne and Harion approached Nada and Rex directly, thereby forming a bond between them of great harmony. They asked the boys if they would like to sing while accompanying them on the organ and piano, and they responded positively. Daphne asked Nada which song they would perform. "A Light of Eternal Love," she said. "We wrote it." Daphne touched Nada's forehead briefly and said, "I've got it." Taking up an instrument, the boys' voices were splendid before, but now there was a new power and beauty that were wonderful. Even the ascended masters expressed their appreciation. Someone asked Nada's mother to sing, and as soon as she began, a thrill of joy filled each heart as she poured out her great love to bless everyone through the song. It was surely the glory of heaven poured upon the earth. It was at this moment that Saint Germain asked us to enter the electrical laboratory. When we gathered around the atomic accelerator, he instructed each of those who had not raised their bodies to take turns and occupy their seat in the chair, starting with Danielle Rainbow, then Perla,
Rex, Nada, and me. The powerful presence I am within each of you will tell you when to leave the chair, he instructed, adding that there should be no discussion while the process is underway.
Daphne took her place facing the chair, and Saint Germain positioned himself directly opposite. Raymond sat down, and a bluish-white light burst forth, clear as crystal. About 10 minutes later, perhaps, his flesh seemed perfectly transparent. Slowly, a stream of azure blue ascended along his spine and made contact with the combined currents of the pineal gland, pituitary gland, and base of the brain, forming a dazzling golden light surrounded by a vivid blue that I had never seen before. Then, by the power of his own light, he stood up and left the chair, seeming to float more than walk. Perla took her place in the chair, and in less than 5 minutes, her form completely disappeared in the dazzling white light. However, she remained perhaps 10 minutes before emerging from it. When she descended from the chair, the light seemed to follow her, as if caressing her. Next came Rex. At first there was a glow of soft pink light, which gradually shifted to gold and blue, then to intense white with a glorious blue glow that still persisted. His form did not fully disappear from view, but within less than 10 minutes he descended from the chair, his eyes sparkling with the light of the powerful presence I am. Nada sat down, and instantly the light became a dazzling sun, her form disappearing completely in its brilliance. Suddenly she rose so lightly from the chair that she seemed to float, and beams of intense light continued to emanate from the upper part of her body for some time. Finally, it was my turn. I felt 1,000,000 points of light traverse my flesh as a greater force was released from within, electrons through the atomic structure. Initially, I wanted to exit the body I was using and claim complete release to my powerful presence I am. Soon, I became accustomed to it and felt no longer in an exceedingly joyful ecstasy, a sensation that words cannot describe. I spread powerful love for humanity and a prayer that all would be ready to receive this same glorious illumination. For once one enters the light in this way, there is no turning back. In this awesome state, I consciously sent the great power of divine love to bless and illuminate humanity more powerfully than I had ever imagined possible. If 75% of humanity could understand and be raised to this wonderful state and unconsciously emit the great power of divine love for 7 days, Earth and all its inhabitants would be transformed. There would be no more selfishness and therefore no more strife. May God grant that day to be near. Now, our beloved Master asked us to return to the crystal chamber, which we did. We found an exact number of chairs for those present, arranged to face the east wall of this wonderful chamber. Saint Germain stepped forward to a cord hanging on the wall and pulled it. The protective curtain rolled aside, revealing a polished surface about 35 x 6 meters. This, he said, is a cosmic mirror in which can be seen the entire series of complete lives of any individual who has attained a certain degree of advancement. It can also see the cause and effect of their conscious activity, and how the gradual process of mastery is achieved. By then, seeing the divine plan of their future, they will know how to cooperate with the great cosmic momentum of progression, thus significantly enhancing their power of service and usefulness by consciously expanding love, light, wisdom, and the power of the powerful presence I am through themselves. 5 chairs had been placed directly facing the center of the mirror, and in them sat Saint Germain, Rimbaud, Perla, Rex, Nada, and myself, in the order mentioned. I ask all of you to keep your eyes closed, he said, except one whom I will designate as the witness, and under no circumstances should you speak. In turn, as each one finishes, I want you to indicate your own, pointing then towards me, and follow the process closely. You are here to observe and understand everything that occurs so that this knowledge can be transmitted to the world. The others are here for their own individual growth. I am only permitted to relate fragments of the impersonal activities of what has been revealed. The Master indicated that each individual should project the light of their soul onto the mirror, maintaining it without hesitation, and calmly observe the results, whatever they may be. Danielle Rainbow immediately appeared on the cream-colored surface of the mirror as a sapphire blue point of light, which gradually expanded to become clear as crystal. Then, Sanier explained to me that there appeared life after life, some with much detail, others showing the fierce battle of the outer self against safe advancement and expansion of the great inner light. The canvas depicted Raymond's experiences, including even those of his present life and our recent association. "You will see," he continued, "that he has been granted an extension until certain external work is completed and the children finish their education. Such extensions are given when there is a possibility to raise the atomic structure of the body up to the electron level. When this occurs, he will be able to join his beautiful twin ray Rex and Nada's mother, and both will then reveal their true service through his powerful presence. I am." As their radiance becomes increasingly brilliant, at a designated moment, they will manifest with their authority as ascended masters and serve in visible, tangible ascended master bodies, occupying positions of great masters of light in governmental posts, being direct messengers of the Most High Living God. The surface of the mirror returned to cream color, and Saint Germain said, "Perla." A spot of violet light appeared, expanded, and covered the mirror with a wonderful glow. All the action was very different from the many lives shown. There were only 3 in which the outer self rebelled against the light, both male and female incarnations rebelling. Many times, she was a very serious teacher of truth for humanity. In one, she was an eyewitness to the crucifixion of Jesus. In another, she was burned alive like Joan of Arc. Then came her meeting and union with Rex, the final illumination and elevation of their bodies, and the ministry that would follow, always in contact with their parents as dear friends, not just in a parental relationship. Once again, the light faded, the mirror surface turned white, and Saint Germain said, "Rex," quickly. An intense pink disk of light covered the mirror, followed by a long series of lives. These were both male and female incarnations. In 3 of them, he was a great master of the truth of life. Many times he was a high-ranking officer in great armies, very effective, especially during the peak of Greek civilization. In another, he was seen in France and yet another in England during the American Revolution. Here the master drew our attention to an unusual condition, Rex's growth. It has been so steady that there have been no major battles in any particular incarnation. This is very rare considering the hundreds, even thousands of incarnations souls go through to achieve their eternal victory and dominion. In 3 consecutive lives, he was appointed a scientist and made numerous remarkable discoveries that greatly benefited humanity. We now come to his present life, which has begun well. It shows the end of his school years, his union with Perla, and the call to join the masters in the Himalayas in the Far East. This covers a period of at least 2 years. Observe the wonderful and vivid description of certain work he will perform in the future, in which he will play a significant role in America's governance. Then, like a flash, the entire mirror disappeared, and Saint Germain said, "Nada." Almost instantly, a sunlight-like light covered the mirror, and when it cleared, Saint Germain continued, "Here, there is a remarkable revelation of hundreds of lives in which her incarnations show great activity, always seeming to have had a sincere and dominant desire for light. In the particular life now revealed, it shows the meeting between Nada and Boxix the Latvian when they were together in Atlantis. At that time, he was the nephew of one of the great legislative masters. In another life, Nada was a priestess in Egypt. In the one shown now, she was the daughter of an Arabian sheikh, and for many lives, she has been under my guardianship and instruction. This is her present life, showing our meeting, her contact with you, and the sudden end of her schooling. She will assume a specific cosmic work that Bob is not yet ready to undertake. Notice how she will fully awaken the great light she emits as they become masters of divine wisdom. As you can see, Bob will raise his body in the same way as others, with the assistance of the ascended masters. His future work from the ascended state is truly magnificent. Saint Germain then pronounced my name instantly, the light of my soul on the mirror, and a swirling light like a large diamond at the center quickly spread to the outer edge, far back into the past. And my true being, the powerful presence of the great I Am, using one body after another through a long series of lives. 2 of these were in Atlantis, one as a mining engineer and the other in aerial navigation. When the second appeared on the screen, he explained, "In the second incarnation in Atlantis, for the first time since the beginning of incarnations, he came into contact with his twin ray. In Egypt, he was a secret master of the one God. In Rome, he was a centurion during the life and ministry of Jesus, ending this incarnation in what is now Great Britain. He then reincarnated in England in the 12th century, and the next life was in a female body in France. Now comes his present life, again in perfect union with his twin ray. This enters into a distant future, where even within the great family of ascended masters, he will continue to serve through divine love those on earth, aiding them in their ascension. The blessing of divine service is a great privilege, but always remember that your first service, the greatest service that can exist, is the full recognition and acceptance of your powerful presence, I Am, the mighty light within and above you. I wish for you all to remember especially what I am going to say about service. Because it is one of the least understood subjects, many people consider various things as service, when in reality it is not service at all, but simply slavery to human creation of oneself or others. Performing physical acts for the gratification and satisfaction of human limitations is not service. It never has been and never will be. It is slavery to human creation and the wheel of suffering from human limitations. Please, completely cleanse your minds of this idea once and for all, that this is service, because I tell you frankly and truthfully that it is not. One of the ascended ladies said, "The first service for every human being is to praise and worship the divine being, the great master within each individual, diverting the external attention of the mind from it toward the sole dispenser of all good that we can receive. We elevate the external mind to the full acceptance of the supreme presence anchored within the human form, which after all is divine. If, in the service of man to his neighbor, he forgets to maintain his attention fixed on the supreme source of love, wisdom and power, then he has failed in that service to a great extent. If in the pursuit of things with external senses, one becomes so occupied that their conscious attention focuses on the manifestation instead of the supreme presence that produces it, then again, the path is lost. If man, in his great desire to serve, this overwhelming desire to serve his fellow beings, prevents him from maintaining his attention focused on the supreme producer, then that service has failed to a great extent. The only true service lies in maintaining attention and acceptance so firmly concentrated on the great inner master, the sole producer, that the external mind is so filled with the inner presence that every activity of the day naturally and effortlessly becomes the perfect and divine service of every moment. Then the great inner master, the mighty presence I Am, will direct the external activity until every action becomes expressed perfection. The outer self, until it is fully awakened, experiences periods where, unaware, it wants to display its vanity and skills before its peers. This always invites a shock or setback for the outer self until it becomes conscious of what it is doing. Then, eagerly, it seeks its power source which it has forgotten or intentionally pushed away, because in our compulsive choice and use of free will, this great inner master will not interfere unless welcomed and joyfully invited to do so. I say joyfully because the more joy we put into accepting the powerful resident within, the faster the manifestation will follow. Our acceptance is an order that must be obeyed, it cannot be denied. Attention and acceptance must be maintained long enough, with sufficient firmness and constancy, on the mighty presence I Am, until the shell of the outer being is completely stripped of the idea that it possesses any power of its own. The outer mind cannot contest the fact that all energy it uses comes from the great inner presence, however the energy is employed. Never let the desire to serve deprive you of the time needed to focus your attention and acceptance on your great inner master, knowing then that you will naturally accomplish the appropriate service and do the right thing. This is the law of true divine service, which eternally says to the personal self, "You shall have no other gods before me." This is the entire law applied, The personal self has absolutely nothing in itself, for even in incarnation it comes without clothes, and unless the physical body is illuminated and elevated, it passes through what is called death and even leaves the body behind, so the personal self actually possesses nothing. Keep your attention on the heights, the light, and the struggle of the outer self will soon cease. You will constantly rise to that glorified ascended state, where the joy of divine service transcends earthly understanding so much that there are no words to describe it. This reveals revelations of individual growth through hundreds of lives in earthly experience, a rare event and privilege for any student to whom this is shown, and only permitted when the individual has reached a height of realization and inner strength that allows them to observe past experiences without being influenced by them, as terrible as they may have been. Only a tiny fragment of all that happened on the mirror is reflected here, for the experience of a single individual through hundreds of incarnations would fill several volumes. Saint Germain then drew the curtain over the mirror, and taking his place before his guests, delivered a very wonderful speech, much of which was private instructions and information for those present regarding their own work. I will give only a very small portion of that here. It is my desire, he said, addressing Perla, Nada, and Rex, that Perla return with Nada to her university. It is absolutely imperative at this time that she undertake certain studies that I will indicate for the year before her graduation. This instruction concerning service, initially given by one of the teaching ladies, also known as Nada, who raised her body 2,700 years ago, accomplishes a very transcendent work for humanity of this earth, as well as a more significant work that she performs in much higher spheres. Saint Germain requested that this be written in magical presence, as he gives it to all his students, and has placed it here so that all who listen to this text may benefit from its radiation. At the end of this period, I will be pleased to accompany you to the Far East, where you must stay for 2 years and establish certain necessary contacts. At that time, Bob will be ready to depart with you. I will ensure that trustworthy individuals are brought to the mine and the ranch 1 year from today, July 28th, 1931. We will all meet again in the Cave of Symbols, and Danielle Rainbow will complete the elevation to her electronic body and enter into perfect freedom with her beloved Ray Nada, the daughter of song. Each of you will receive training and instructions from time to time according to your needs, and that is your path to freedom. You all know there is only one source where to seek all things, and that is your mighty inner presence, I Am, inside and around you, whom you can invoke and to whom you will never cease to have a response. You can receive unlimited courage, strength, power, protection, and guidance that will enable you to pass through any terrible experience you may ever encounter. I have observed no weaknesses in you, otherwise you would not be here. Trials will appear from the most unexpected places. You must naturally remember that the sincere student is always watchful. The inner light will never betray you unless you deliberately turn away from it, which I wish none of you to do. Now I invite you to gather around the crystal table. We have yet another service to render to our beloved brother Voir. When everyone was in place, he asked Nada to call Bob with the inner light. About 10 minutes later, Voix appeared on the table before us. Rex reached out, and Voix lightly jumped into Nada's embrace. She then introduced him to her mother, who had returned to the audience room with Danielle Rainbow. She stared at him for a moment, and with the gentlest smile, she reached out and embraced him. Then the light in her, from me, with such intensity that their bodies were barely visible. "My beloved son, in whom I am proud," she said as she released him. "I congratulate both of you on this discovery, and on the love that unites your union. The greatest blessing that my power of the ascended state can give envelops you both forever. Always remember that this pure and selfless love, coupled with devotion, forms the open path to the ascended state." Nada then asked Daphne and Arion to play again, and as they took their places at the organ and piano, a dazzling light floated above them near the ceiling. When they struck the first chords of a beautiful melody, a glorious tenor voice emanated from the light. The control of the voice was perfect, and its range or timbre seemed endless. We listened to a being we did not see, but his voice was the most magnificent proof of presence and his great gifts to humanity. When the first song ended,
The organ, piano, and voice modulated, and instantly everyone rose, not only in homage to America, but also to the great master whose wonderful voice moved us all. America, said Saint Germain, means much more than many of its inhabitants dare to dream. It is the center, the heart of spiritual progress on this planet. It is in America that the firm foundation of the cosmic Christ, the mighty presence I am, will find its anchoring in the hearts of humanity. This great, all-powerful light will intensify and expand until every vestige of selfishness or political intrigue disappears, or these are no longer remembered. Many surprising things will happen in the years to come, until humanity truly wants to understand that the time of miracles is not over, but is still with us. Then we will understand that they are only the result of obedience to the great divine plan of life. We are just beginning to enter an era of so-called miracles that will reveal that the glories of the magical present still await their children. America is the grail, the chalice for this earth, that carries the light of the cosmic Christ, which will illuminate the earth and set it in divine order through the power of the mighty presence I am. I was so delighted that I asked if I could have the opportunity to meet our beloved master in visible and tangible form before the start of the school year, and Saint Germain replied, "That could be sooner than expected because your beloved friends will soon be at the mine, and I will join you all at that time, let's say on August 10th. Now you must return to your physical body instantly." The two resplendent masters then
stood on either side of me. I bid good night to my partner and those present, and they immediately vanished. The rest of us gathered around Nada's mother, who embraced each of her loved ones. "It's time to go," she said, but this time in joyful ecstasy rather than the sorrow of our first parting. "I wish you to return to your rooms," Saint Germain indicated, "and rest until 2 o'clock tomorrow, then return home. A proper meal will be served when you are ready. It's my privilege to escort this beloved daughter of song." He then directed Nada's mother to the sphere where she would receive. We watched attentively and saw the two forms begin to fade from our view, and in about 3 minutes they had completely disappeared. Such is the power of the Ascended Master to come and go in the tangible body and render it visible or invisible at will. The intense interest in observing how Nada's mother vanished and our beloved Saint Germain caused us not to notice that the other Ascended Masters had departed. Thus, only Danielle Rainbow, Nada, Rex, and I remained. When we looked at each other, I think there wasn't a dry eye in the whole group. Tears of gratitude and joy never before experienced filled our eyes and hearts to overflowing. We returned to our rooms and found the most appetizing dinner awaiting us. There was delicious nut bread, wonderfully refreshing amber liquid, and a salad combination of things we had never eaten before. As we lay down, the bright light in the room gradually faded until only a soft white glow remained beside us, like moonlight. Unless you have already experienced something similar, it is impossible to describe the feelings of rest and tranquility that this light provides. The next thing we became aware of was the sound of Erica's bell ringing through the rooms. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 1 o'clock. We put on our tunics and sat around the small crystal table in our room, filled with delicious fruits, including peaches and strawberries like I had never seen in the outside world. There was a thick substance like whipped cream to accompany the fruits, and each spoonful sent an electric charge through the body that gave a feeling of strength, courage, power, and confidence impossible to explain. When we finished our snack, a sheet of paper floated onto the table, asking us to return to the crystal room. The large doors opened as we approached, and as soon as we entered, Saint Germain and the others who had already arrived greeted us. "Our work here is done for now," he said as soon as we sat down, "because each of you has progressed in your growth very rapidly due to previous achievements of which you are entirely unaware. You will now return to the routine and daily activity in the outside world, but you are no longer of this world. Never descend back into the vibratory action of your minds and bodies to the point where they were before entering the cave of symbols 3 days ago. Your friends will see and feel the change, but they will not know the cause. They will refrain from asking personal questions. You must now wear your outer world clothing, but always keep your tunics, as they are for your meditation and communion with the Ascended Masters. I have my own way of staying in touch with you. If you want to come with me as soon as you are ready, I will lead you to the entrance of the cave, as I must be in the Far East by 5 o'clock in the afternoon from there. We are never separated." We returned to our hiking clothes, and Saint Germain led us to the entrance. We tried to express our gratitude, but he raised his hand for silence and said, "In the future, refrain from trying to express what is already known to others. I believe you have surpassed the need for using human conventions. I know the great love and gratitude in your hearts. My own love and gratitude are as great as yours, for you have found the path to eternal light, freedom, and perfection. That is reward enough for me in having aided you. All is at the disposal of the magical presence within you, the mighty I Am presence of the universe." As he spoke, his body became less dense and his profile blurred, finally disappearing completely before our eyes. Our love and gratitude for the beloved Saint Germain are limitless and eternal. Obeying his slightest command is an order for us and a joy forever. He has helped humanity so much through the centuries that everyone in this world should offer him all possible cooperation. Chapter 5. The Grand Mandate. When we again observed the outside world, it was almost as if we had returned from another planet. We descended the trail to where the car awaited us, with indescribable joy singing in our hearts. We returned and reached Raymond's ranch around 3:30 in the afternoon. I couldn't help but wonder several times while at the ranch how it was possible for Rainbow to be involved in such a business, yet have the privilege of experiencing the wonderful experiences we had in the Cave of Symbols. In response to this question in my mind, Saint Germain had explained that although it was very rare to find someone so close to the elevation of his body engaged in such worldly activities, sometimes an individual who has already progressed is drawn, so to speak, into such external effort through business engagements of external personality. While this is very rare naturally in these unusual cases, the Ascended Masters provide their assistance by teaching the use of the consuming flame, which enables them to consume a great deal of previously generated human creation. This flame must be used of their own free will so that they can successfully contribute to the plan of many lives. However, we do not approve of such work as the appropriate path of commercial activities of the individual. We do not want any misunderstanding of these conditions arising from the human side of humanity, as the rearing of animals for slaughter and subsequent food is a mistake from beginning to end. But occasionally, a soul in full growth gets entangled in activity through suggestion and conditions of the outside world. When this happens, the great divine law, through the wisdom of the Ascended Masters, provides a means to assist the individual who seeks to achieve full realization and desires to be free. At 7 o'clock in the morning on the 9th day, we began the journey back to the mine. The day was exceptionally beautiful, and Nada's father suggested taking a high path through the mountains where we could enjoy the most beautiful views. From the summit, far to the northeast, stood the Grand Teton, amidst a picturesque and wild belt of incomparable beauty. To the south stretched the rugged landscape, and to the southeast rose tall spires and a multitude of other peaks reaching toward the sky. I will never forget the descent from the mountain. We admired a perfect landscape of exquisite beauty. At 7 o'clock in the evening, we arrived at the mine camp, yet no one felt tired in the least. We blew the horn, and moments later, Voy came running towards us at full speed. This time, he seemed to have forgotten Perla and rushed straight to Nada. She remained very calm, as if she didn't recognize him at first. He stopped and became deathly pale. Then Nada, with her sweetest smile, held out her arms to him, though it took a few moments before he could utter a word. "Dear," he said, "you gave me a terrible fright." For a moment, I thought my experience in the Cave of Symbols was just a dream. "Now I know it wasn't," Nada said. "It was very real, thank God, and I am deeply grateful. We will both be grateful forever." Then Bob looked around and seemed to realize there were other people present. "Dear, forgive me," Bob said, taking Perla in his arms. "You know I would never forget you, dear brother," she replied. "I understand perfectly. Everything is fine, Voz. I give each of us a sincere embrace, even to Danielle Rainbow." "Danielle Rainbow," Voz said, "I am delighted to see your spontaneity and appreciation for joining us tonight. From now on, you are part of the family. Always dine with us instead of doing so at the camp. Tonight, during dinner, share your experience in the Cave of Symbols, for you have retained every detail, and it fascinates Mother Nada completely. It was very evident that an alignment had taken place within him through this. Then we talked about the work on the Master's discovery. It's astonishingly rich, noted Bob. We have already extracted about $300,000 in value. We were about to leave the table when Danielle Rainbow saw a piece of paper floating in front of her. It read, "May I have the privilege of dining with you tomorrow night and providing the food from the universal substance? I suggest giving your housekeeper the afternoon off." It was a rather new idea for Voz, and he was very perplexed for a moment. "You mean," he said, "that the Master will provide the food from the invisible?" "Exactly," Voz replied, "Mr. Rainbow. However, you will have plenty of opportunity to observe everything that happens as a new world opens up to you." Then the table was cleared, and we had a normal business conversation. "In all my life," Mr. Rainbow began, "I have never seen such beautiful harmony among miners, nor such love and respect toward the owner from everyone. I think it's thanks to this Master. Sutherland's new assistant has already arrived. He was my classmate at the Colorado School of Mines and graduated with the highest honors a year after me. He would be better off coming now," Rainbow answered on the phone, and 30 minutes later a handsome young man at least 6 feet tall, well built, with a frank and open face that would win anyone's heart, walked in. He was a man of honor and excellent ideals, and one felt that one could absolutely trust him at all times. The next morning, Rex and I went with Bob to the office and found Dave already there. He seemed very grateful and appreciative of the opportunity to work with you and Rainbow. "I never dreamed of being this close to heaven," he said with sincere enthusiasm. "You don't know how close to heaven you really are," I replied. At 4:45 we found ourselves in the living room and stayed there for almost 15 minutes when someone gently knocked on the door. When Rex opened it, he found himself face to face with Saint Germain. "I thought I would give you a little surprise," he began, greeting us all with his kind and affectionate smile. "Well, Voz," he said, looking at Bob strangely, "why don't you do it, Bo?" Bob seemed confused for a moment, and getting up, wrapped his arms around the Master and gave him a strong hug. "My beloved brother," he continued, "the first step towards perfection is to be natural, for everything is right when the motive is." If Bob saw the moment when Saint Germain knew his most intimate thoughts, "Now, if we can take our places at the table, we will dine. The tablecloth and service required tonight will be permanent and will be given to Perla and Rex as a gift from someone who loves them very much." Danielle Rainbow seated our beloved Saint Germain at the head of the table, to his right, and then you, Perla, Rex and I, to the left, taking the other end of the table. Everyone bowed their heads in silence, while the Master washed and gave thanks for the abundance of everything they needed. When we raised our heads, the most exquisite white tablecloth covered the table with napkins for everyone. In the center was a beautiful carved jade vase filled with roses, some barely in bloom, and their wonderful fragrance filled the entire room. A crystal glass containing the golden liquid appeared before each of us. Saint Germain raised his glass and made a toast to which we all joined, for the enlightenment, glory, and perfection of each of you and all humanity. Voz quickly emptied his glass, and when the essence shot through his body like a lightning bolt, his expression revealed his surprise. Then came the plates, cups, bowls, and other exquisite china pieces, similar to the substance of pearls with golden leaves embossed in a marvelous design. The knives, forks, and spoons were made of a rare white metal with handles of cut crystal. At each person's place appeared what seemed to be a slice of meat, but when we tasted it, there was no meat in it. "This slice," Saint Germain explained, "contains a combination of substances still unknown on Earth. Understand that we never eat meat, and humans should never eat it either. This is based on the fact that the atoms it is composed of are the condensation into the substance of this world of the vicious thoughts and feelings of the past. Animals did not exist on this planet during the first 2 golden ages. They only began to appear after humanity generated the discord that followed these first 2 periods. The first creation described in Genesis refers to these 2 golden ages, and is described as very good. Then the mist appeared, and the so-called fall of man took place when the intellect's attention focused on the body's appetites through feeling. Thus the mind sank deeper and deeper into the material world, forgetting the source and center of power of its being, which is the mighty I Am presence. The complete plan of a divine way of life was lost sight of, and more discord was introduced into humanity's feelings. As long as humanity insists on killing animals, it can never break the vicious habits within its own feelings, to which it has bound itself. Because human beings constantly destroy their own bodies and repel the most delicate mental impulses, humanity's love for pets elevates and purifies something of this past creation, releasing this life stream to a more harmonious phase of existence. When humanity becomes more harmonious and pure, all animals will disappear from the earth, even weeds and plant life blight will be eliminated, and the earth will return to its original purity, described as the Garden of Eden, meaning obedience to divine wisdom. The great evil of eating meat is that the flesh of the animal is impregnated with the feeling of fear it experiences when it is about to be killed. The animal has an emotional body, and the vibration of fear is recorded before and at the moment of death. This quality is absorbed by the human body that consumes it, in addition to causing certain substances to condense in the brain, thus blocking the intellect and preventing the most delicate impulses from coming from the mighty I Am presence. With this substance, even the ascended masters are not affected, because the individual chooses to do these things by their free will. Fear, in many subtle forms, is the dominant feeling in humanity today, and it is the great open door through which it maintains control of the personality, with the sinister force thus accomplishing its destructive work. The theory that it is necessary to eat meat to acquire strength is vicious and totally false, for the elephant, one of the strongest creatures on earth, is a herbivore. The idea that vaccines made from animals can produce health, perfection, or protection against disease in the body of a clean child or adult is another activity consciously directed by the sinister force of this world. This practice compromises the health and resistance of the human race, thereby allowing destructive feeling to take control and destroy humanity's ideals. The medical profession has inadvertently been a support for this destruction under the guise of science. It is only due to the stubborn persistence of sensory appetites, feelings of the human body, that the race continues to use its wonderful mental capacity and the pure energy of its mighty I Am presence to create more discord and more destruction. When human beings dedicate as much time and energy to studying perfection and the marvelous miracles of creation that we see everywhere as they do to satisfying physical appetites and personal whims, they will also produce the same results that the ascended masters are capable of achieving. However, within 50 years, humanity will view the current consumption of meat in the same way we currently view cannibalism. There are different things that leave a substance in the brain that must be eradicated if one wishes to release the full perfection of the mighty I Am presence through individual consciousness. In order of importance, these are narcotics, alcohol, meat, tobacco, excess sugar, salt, and strong coffee. Now, here is the remedy for these things, for I have never brought your attention to any imperfection without showing you how to overcome it and replace it with perfection obtained harmoniously. I want you to always understand that any necessity that needs to be changed in physical experience will occur without suffering or discord of any kind. By invoking your mighty I Am presence into the action of the mind and body, the path of perfection, which is the activity of the I Am presence, never demands anything of the personal self except that it release itself from its chains, its discords, its limitations, and its sufferings. And this change occurs harmoniously and through divine love. The way to purify the brain and the structure of the body, if the personality has introduced them into the physical body in the past, is to invoke your mighty I Am presence to spread its mind and body with its violet consuming flame using the following affirmation. Mighty I Am presence, blaze through me your consuming flame of divine love. remove this desire from me, annihilate its cause and effect past, present and future, and replace it with your fullness, your perfect satisfaction, and maintain your complete dominion here forever. This same affirmation can be used for another with the same miraculous and permanent accomplishment. Then, for at least 3 moments each day, visualize yourself standing inside a column of violet flame, rising forcefully from the feet to a certain distance above the head and extending at least 3 feet on each side around the body. Maintain this image as long as it feels comfortable and feel the flame, which is the purifying power of divine love, penetrating every cell of your bodies, thus dissolving all impurity and superfluous substance from the cells of the body, cleansing and illuminating the consciousness. This is part of the knowledge of the sacred fire that has been taught only in the retreats of the Great White Brotherhood throughout the centuries. This is how the Ascended Masters purify, heal and harmonize humanity and the earth itself. It is the power by which so-called miracles are accomplished. It can never have any effect, both on the brain and the body or affairs, other than great tranquility, great comfort, peace and eternal good. In my reference to the creation of animals in this world, I want to inform you that birds were originally created by the Ascended Masters as messengers for the use of humanity. The destructive qualities they sometimes express are due to the radiation of discord coming from human beings. When the new era arrives, these negative qualities will disappear. Nature, and I refer here to plant and mineral life on this earth, is created and manifested by the great cosmic masters who design and direct the creation of a planet at cosmic levels. Nature itself is eternally pure, and if humanity did not impose its own discord and impurities on itself, there would be no toxic herbs or plants in existence. There was a time on this earth when everything in nature harmoniously affected the minds and bodies of humans. In nature, there is an immortal, self-purifying, and self-protecting activity that tolerates the vicious, destructive genius of man only for a time. Cataclysms are their method of self-defense, returning to man what he has imposed upon it in past ages. Thus, through one life after another, man discovers that his own creation turns against him until he constructs his universe according to the pattern of divine perfection, which is the true expression of his own divinity. In return, nature continually gives back to man, through the action of cataclysms, his own iniquity, and it is stronger than any adversary because it is the direct creation, the manifestation of the Ascended Masters. Thus mankind's own discord destroys and buries itself, and nature continues peacefully in its immaculate purity, expressing its immortality. Notice the many civilizations that have been built on this earth, and the fact that nature has so completely erased all traces of man's work, that only faint memories of these activities remain in certain traditions and myths. Man gains wisdom, which is the constructive use of knowledge. He can achieve the perfect cooperation of the gigantic forces of nature, and through them he can also become immortal. His accomplishments must put an end to the cruel slaughter of animals for food and the raising of animals for that purpose. A few moments after our scene began, a tiny slice of bread appeared before each of us. Those for Nada and Voir arrived together, followed by those for Perla and Rex. This was followed by a delicious vegetarian salad, completely different from anything we had ever tasted. For dessert, there was a delightful fruit smoothie made from a blend of fruits unknown to us, mixed with something that resembled whipped cream, but was sparkling like frost, deliciously fresh. "Now," he said, "take something that I am sure you will prefer to coffee." As he spoke, an exquisite container appeared before him, filled with a steaming amber liquid. Cup after cup rose from the table, passing to be filled, then returning as if supported by invisible hands. "This," he said, "requires no cream, and please do not worry about the sensation of the first sip. It is not intoxicating, but one of the most nutritious drinks." We drank it very slowly and felt a thrill run through our bodies like an electric current, like living light. It was delicious. The service for each course disappeared as soon as we finished, before the next course arrived. At the end of the dinner, Voir could no longer contain himself. "I have never been so surprised and happy in all my life. To think that we live amidst these wonders at all times, and yet we are so unaware of them is almost unbelievable. The possibility that one could acquire this knowledge and have such a limited use of God's energy and substance to produce everything one needs, how it has been done here tonight, it makes me tremble more and more. I want to understand the use of this great law more than anything in the world. I am willing to do whatever is necessary to obtain what you, beloved Master, will help me, he said, turning to Saint Germain. My beloved brother, he replied, he has spoken rightly from the great inner being. It is the I am self within you, and you will learn to use its wisdom and power when you accept this magic presence in all its fullness. Then you will do these same things as easily as you have seen me do them here tonight. Remember that the Ascended Master never uses dark rooms to produce what they create directly from universal substance. Anything that cannot withstand the light is not of Christ and should be instantly rejected. No one who serves the light should ever find themselves in dark rooms trying to produce phenomena. What is of the light always works in the light. Anything that cannot bear the light certainly does not serve the constructive path or the way of perfection. Anything that requires dark places to produce phenomena is of the psychic realm and will sooner or later trap those who test it in the net of misery and destruction that exists there. If you follow the instructions given to you from time to time, you will have reason to rejoice for eternity. Now, I will keep my promise to you, he continued, turning to receive. And just after, all the service used during dinner reappeared on the table as if placed there by invisible hands. We clean everything by using currents of energy, a means that many will use in the new era towards which we have directed this delicate service. Like the Chinese porcelain and crystal that I offer you is unbreakable, he concluded with this assurance. A glass and a plate fell to the ground without being damaged in the least. The tablecloth and napkins will never stain or age, he continued, but never let anyone take care of them except yourselves. Now, I ask you to pay close attention a bit longer, for this is a double union of God's twin rays. I can produce for your instruction what is to follow. Extending his hands, a gold disc the size of a $20 gold piece appeared in each of them within seconds. Gold will always respond to your call, he said. If you understand the great law governing its production, I ask you to examine this carefully, he said, passing the coins around the table for us to examine closely. Look again. Immediately a perfect bluish-white diamond formed in each palm, which he offered us to examine. We did so, then taking one gold coin and one diamond in each hand, he closed his fingers and waited a moment. When he opened his hands, a magnificent diamond ring lay in each. He handed one to Bob and one to Rex, saying, "My love goes with you. Please always wear these rings." Look again. He extended his hands, and within moments, as if suspended in the air, a pearl necklace on his left hand and a diamond necklace on his right hand appeared. They gently settled into his palms, and he continued, "Both are of equal value, and in the commercial world they would be worth a fortune. I offer them to my beloved students Pearl and Nada with a higher purpose than their monetary value." He handed the pearl necklace to Pearl and the diamond necklace to Nada with his blessings. "With my love for you, always wear them. Now your consciences are anchored in such a way that I can give you the great command. With it, you can order your body to manifest perfection by having control and use of certain elements of electronic force and rays of light. Thus, you can govern your life and affairs in perfect order. This instruction is strictly private for you as long as you remain in this retreat and should never be transmitted to anyone else except by me." He then explained the enormous use of the Great Command, with its wonderful simplicity and astonishing power. Then he took each of us aside and asked us to give the command and see how it was impossible for anything other than the greatest harmony and blessing for all to result. Each of us achieved instant results, and we were almost speechless at the enormity of its power. We made vows before the mighty divine being never to use it except in the service of divine love. You have often heard the expression, "With God all things are possible." I tell you that you can so perfect yourself and elevate your consciousness to the pure essence of God that all things are possible for you, as soon as you learn to direct this gigantic power with the love and wisdom of your own mighty presence, I Am. The mighty I Am presence within you is supreme and victorious, over all things in heaven and on earth. Always place it first and meditate on this mighty truth whenever you have a moment of quiet. It was now 9 o'clock and dark outside, but no one realized that the light inside was continually increasing as it diminished outside. No one thought to turn on the lights because Saint Germain was illuminating the room with his control of the electronic force. I want each of you to continue, he continued, to train yourselves so that you are never surprised by my appearance. I can come at any time in any place when help is needed. He looked directly at Bob. No, Bob, said a student. We never give anything to someone who is not ready to receive it. An ascended master never makes mistakes, I can assure you of that. Regarding those who are sometimes called masters, I want to give an explanation of great importance to truth students.
First of all, there are certain so-called masters who have acquired a very high degree of wisdom and have maintained the life of their physical bodies for nearly 2 centuries, although they have not raised their bodies as Jesus did. Today there are many others who proclaim themselves masters, but have not the slightest idea of what a true master is. One thing you can be absolutely and eternally sure of: no one who is a true master will ever accept payment for any kind of help he provides. For the first qualification of true mastery is to do everything joyfully and liberally in the service of love to the world.
The ascended master is absolutely infallible at all times, for he has transcended the octave of vibrational action where errors occur, having become totally divine by raising his body. He has transmuted the entire atomic structure into electronic, unlimited conviction, and he knows all because he uses only the omniscient mind of God. These masters who have acquired a very high degree of wisdom but have not yet raised the atomic body can, and sometimes do, tint what they teach or emit with their own personal concepts. For no one becomes infallible until he operates in his electronic body or body of pure light, where there can be no contamination or personal concepts. You are worthy of everything you have experienced. Always strive to become more worthy of the mighty I Am presence that makes your heart beat and gives you the use of every good thing. I suggest that Nada, Pearl, Rex and Pop return to the university, and that this good brother, pointing to me, stay at the ranch with his father until the boys graduate and Raymond has ascended. After that, you 5 may consider your home to be the Amante K Ranch. Your activity for 3 more years will be such that the world will be your home, for you will be needed to serve wherever your help is required. A year from next September 10th, I wish Nada, Pearl, Rex and Pop to accompany me to the Far East, India and Arabia, and to stay there for 2 years. It would be good for Preparo de Saberland to be prepared during this time to take full charge of the mind during your absence. Regarding our plans, please maintain absolute silence. I will meet you all once more before the young ones leave for the university, and I wish for you, Bob, to arrange things to be there as well. I will let you know the exact date later. Your great love and natural sincerity have opened wide the door to illumination. Always be true to the great inner light, the glorious I Am presence. Always listen to your inner guide. It will come clearly, definitively, and correctly. I am delighted to have been the guest of such noble and faithful friends. My love and blessings will always be with you. Good night. After saying these words, the dazzling illumination of the bungalow faded. Rex crossed the room and turned on the lights. Saint Germain was gone. We returned to the dining room, and before us on the table was all the magnificent dinnerware and tablecloth. These people who are always my beloved friends keep these beautiful gifts in their possession to this day. The glory of that night will stay with me forever, he exclaimed with his natural enthusiasm. It transcends everything I have ever heard or dreamed, and it is real, true, and achievable. I am so grateful because these 2 great sources of happiness have come to me together, and this great revelation of perfection and power. Receiving the gift of the highest possible love and the glory of my twin ray from someone who possesses this wonderful and true knowledge is a miracle for me, and something I have desired all my life. The happiness of having found the mighty I Am, presence within me, is beyond words. And when I think of the help from our beloved Saint Germain and my financial freedom thanks to you, my dear friends, my gratitude is infinite. My cup of happiness is surely overflowing. I feel like I could flood the world with this powerful inner love that I see so clearly. It is the great dissolver of all things. The next morning, the first thing we heard was someone's voice saying, "Oh, what joy, I always have it with me." I asked, "What do you have now?" "My ring," he replied. And so our day began joyfully for all of us. Rex packed the wonderful gift and placed it in the car. When we were ready to return to the ranch on the morning of the 15th, great tears filled Pop's eyes as he held us close to his heart, with wonderful gratitude for all his happiness. When he came to Nada, his strength almost faltered, but as soon as she looked up, she saw the face of our beloved master and instantly recovered with a wonderful smile. He helped each of us into the car and waved us off with a hand. We arrived at the ranch the next day. When Raymond woke up on Saturday morning, he found a message from Saint Germain asking that we meet with him at 8 p.m. that evening in the tower room, also informing us that Bob had been invited to come as well. At 20 minutes to 8, we headed to the tower room, and as we approached, the door suddenly opened. Our beloved master was there, in his seamless white tunic, expressing through every line of his being the majesty and power of love. The rest of us wore the tunics that had been provided to us in the Cave of Symbols, except for Bob, who had not yet received his. Saint Germain's radiance enveloped each of us as he greeted us. "I see that you are punctual and faithful in all things," he said, handing him his tunic, and then he continued, "Accept this with my blessings. I will be back in a moment." He seemed like a being from another world, radiating such grace and power. Then we took our usual places, each concentrating our consciousness on the inner light from the mighty presence. In a short time, we opened our eyes and were able to see and hear within the world or the level of the ascended master. Through the elevation of our consciousness during meditation, each of us could clearly see our own mighty presence, smiling serenely from above. This deeply made us understand what we could become by adhering to the recognition and acceptance of the magical presence and the use of its unlimited power and wisdom. It is the only presence in the universe that can elevate our human side and draw us to itself. By its love, light, and power, we become totally perfect. Surely, there is no greater incentive for humanity than to turn with all its strength, determination, and devotion towards this mighty presence to be raised above all limitation. Then, we will be able to live as originally intended and render truly divine service.
The opportunity to even see our own electronic body for a few seconds is a blessing and a privilege that cannot be underestimated, for it gives us strength and courage, drawing us like a magnet until we finally enter the sanctuary and become one with the source from which we came. After contemplating this mighty presence, Saint Germain reduced the vibratory action until much of this higher consciousness disappeared from our view.
"You see, my dear ones," he explained, "how easy it is to consciously raise your consciousness until it expands and includes everything you desire to know. This is the method I want you to use, and in doing so you will elevate your perception to fully understand the great law. Don't you see how you can use and direct this limitless, powerful energy? Soon you will be doing it yourselves, and very easily. I have shown you the individualized presence of each one's I am, so that you can understand what a small fragment of its God-given domain you are using in your physical experience. This glorious presence always rewards you so that you may receive your crown of glory and hold your scepter of complete dominion over your vast domains and be forever free from all limitation. This transcendent I am presence that you have just seen is your own true master, the pure Christ being, all majesty and mastery with total and eternal dominion over all worlds, over all created things. I have a few directives to give you before I leave tonight. It is my wish that Nada and Rex join the rest of us in Washington between the Christmas and New Year holidays. Their father and I will be there a few weeks before you for some work we have to do. Alexander Gaylor, your father's friend, will visit you here tomorrow. Remember, when you return to the outside world, that the only true service is to understand and use in perfect divine order the mighty energy of God within and around you. Consciously directing this perfection is the only important activity of your life. Everything else is secondary. I envelop you once again in the eternal light of love, peace, and complete illumination with my sincere blessings. With these parting words, the body of our beloved Saint Germain gradually entered that higher vibratory octave and disappeared. Chapter 6. The Messenger of the Great White Brotherhood. The prospect of seeing our old friend Gala again delighted us, as our friendship with him went back a long time and formed a sort of inner rainbow. Rainbow and I felt that his visit would be of great importance. Mr. Gala arrived at 11 o'clock the next morning. We greeted him warmly, and just as I was about to thank him for putting me in touch with the rainbows, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "You should thank our beloved master, Saint Germain." "So you know Saint Germain?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "I have been under his guidance for specific subjects for about 10 years. He is currently gathering certain students for important work that must begin this year. It is a very serious crisis affecting the whole world, and particularly North America. However, it is possible that some things can be avoided, and if they are, the world will never know the vicious danger that threatens it and the dreadful catastrophe it has escaped. There is a certain sinister force working within the Earth's atmosphere, growing like a flower in the hearts of more than 70% of humanity. The largest portion is in America, though there are many in other nations." We went into the house where Gala greeted Rex and Nada as if they were his own children. Then he introduced me to Pearl. "Excuse me for a moment," he asked immediately. "I have some private matters to discuss with your father, and you might want to stay nearby." An hour later I found myself with them, and then understood how important his visit was. As we sat, Mr. Gala revealed some of his work as a secret messenger of the Great White Brotherhood and showed his credentials. His work in this field had spanned over a period of 7 years. He had his own personal channels of contact with certain government officials and diplomatic circles in Washington, as well as many other significant places. Due to his personal influence in these channels, he could provide great assistance to the Brotherhood when needed. "Sagnia," Mr. Gala began, "is interested in certain activities in Washington right now. He requests that the 3 of us meet there on October 2nd, and he will join us upon our arrival. It's possible that you," he said, turning to me, "may be useful in certain missions where he cannot employ other students, as was the case with you two during the attempt on Mr. Ray Mort's life. Always remember," he continued, directing the conversation entirely towards me, "that our eternal motto and rule of conduct is to know, to use, and to keep silent. Your trust lies in your own powerful presence and myself, which may be severely tested in the months ahead. But you must understand that the messengers of the great ascended masters can only reveal themselves at the appropriate time, a moment decreed by those in charge of the activity." With a few more instructions for me, he concluded the meeting. After dinner, Rainbow and Gaylord went to the tower room. We reconvened for breakfast the next morning, and I learned that both had attended an important council of the Ascended Masters in Arabia. Rainbow, with Mr. Gala's assistance, was able to leave his subtle body while their physical bodies remained calm and protected in the sacred tower room. As Mr. Gala departed, he stated, "I am glad that you are all committed to the path of light, for it is there alone that you will find enduring happiness. From now on, we will meet often in more unexpected places, and henceforth distance will be no obstacle for any of us." He then bid farewell, got into his car, waved goodbye, and drove away. "How long have you known that Mr. Gala knew and was under the guidance of beloved Saint Germain?" I asked Rainbow. "About 4 years," he replied. "Though I have known Gala for a long time, it is only now that I have begun to realize the true greatness and inner character of this man." Commenting on this later with Saint Germain, he said that people seldom realize how often they are in close contact with great illuminated souls, who are often messengers of the ascended masters, though these souls are not always aware of it until an unusual event or crisis forces them to reveal their great inner light. One can live for months or years under the same roof as a messenger and not know it until a crisis compels them to reveal their power. The young ones left for university the next day, and Bob returned to the ranch with us to receive instructions from Mr. Rainbow on the mine work and to be ready to return early. The next morning, that night, the 3 of us had a quiet, confidential conversation that further revealed the nobility of the character. If human beings could understand that human reincarnation on this earth is an opportunity for the individual being, through the great law of balance, to correct mistakes made in past lives, they would rightly use every experience and derive the corresponding choice from it, instead of rebelling against circumstances and being used by them. This constant return to physical incarnation or bodily form would be an endless cycle of cause and effect, if it were not for the fact that man has the presence of God within him. This part of you that says, I am, is the life, intelligence, and power moving through your physical body. When the discordant habits of the atomic consciousness of your physical body reach a point where the mighty I am presence can no longer expand itself, and thereby can no longer maintain or achieve the fulfillment of life's constructive plan, this master presence begins to diminish its supply of energy, and eventually withdraws from the body. There is only one thing that leads to what the world calls death. It is the lack of sufficient liquid light within the nerve channels. It radiates the cohesive power that holds the atoms in the flesh body. This liquid light belongs to, and comes only from, the mighty I am presence of the universe. The outer form is the vessel into which this presence pours its light for constructive uses and purposes. Only when this purpose is continually disrupted does the light withdraw, and the flesh body, which should be the temple of the Most High Living God, disintegrates. The experience called death is a constant reproach to humanity, and a reminder to the personal self of its disobedience to God's original plan, the divine path of life. If the student truly wishes to know the truth of reincarnation and life, they must go to the source of life, the mighty I am presence, and study there, for only the wisdom of its omniscient spirit will be received. We may have mental concepts and ideas by the thousands, but unless we become one with a thing, feeling it ever, we will not truly recognize it. Gathering facts from the world of sense and form or external activity of the mind is but belief or accumulation. Eternal truth, law, and intelligence come solely from the mighty I am presence, the light of the universe. If one wishes to prove to oneself the truth of reincarnation, that proof can only come from their own current experiences, revealed by their own divine being. No amount of argument or phenomena will constitute proof to one who wishes to have such proof. Therefore I give what follows, which is infallible, for the ascended masters have perfected it in their ascended state, through their use, and others may do likewise if they choose. If the student wishes to recognize and accept their mighty I am presence with firm determination, if they wish to invoke the constant spirit and sincerely rise to it, loving it and being grateful for its wonderful life that they use every waking and sleeping moment, they will ensure that their outer consciousness is elevated so they can directly know, see, and experience the answer to every question and problem they face. The greatest and most important activity of life is love, devotion, and gratitude toward life itself for all that it gives us. When our outer consciousness is raised by remaining constantly in adoration of the mighty I am presence and continuously recognizing the perfection of life, all human garments and discordant creations disappear, and we express only light. This is the consciousness of the ascended masters. The external activity of the mind and physical body becomes the visible and tangible form of all that we think and feel. Man becomes what he focuses his attention upon. If he meditates upon the mighty I am presence, he will become the complete emanation of that perfection. If he spends his time and energy through his attention on the appetites of the physical body, trying to satisfy its insatiable demands, then he will destroy his temple. No one can tell him anything about it. Whatever his choice, the responsibility for his choice is inevitable because it is inherent in free will. The supreme mandate of the Eternal is to be perfect as your Father in heaven, for life will return individual consciousness again and again to human incarnation until it fulfills the supreme decree of life. If this decree is obeyed, you will find that manifestations of the constructive path of life have become immortal. Cosmic activity and the light of our earth are expanding in these times. Many feel this great increase in energy, but if it is not used constructively, the individual qualifies it with their own feelings of irritation and resentment towards people, places, and conditions, which only creates more turmoil in their own mind and body, disturbing themselves and others. During this current expansion of light throughout the earth, it is absolutely imperative for the individual to maintain strict control over their own thoughts, feelings, and words, compelling them to be constructive and not acknowledging others, if they wish to avoid continuous disasters and countless losses for themselves and their world. At no time in the history of the planet has this been as important as it is now. The Earth is going through the pains of a significant and new birth, and within a few years will enter a period of transition. It is now moving from a path of war to a path of peace, from hatred to love, from selfishness to generosity, and entering into full recognition that in the future it must exert sufficient force to live according to the law of love. The hour strikes in the evolution of every planet and its humanity, where they must express complete peace, harmony, perfection, and the divine plan of the system to which they belong. When this hour strikes, humanity advances and fulfills God's plan, or the part that is not aligned with the new activity withdraws itself into another learning hall of the universe, until these personalities obey life, the law of life, which is heaven, peace, harmony for every created being. Even beings from infinite space express this harmony everywhere. Human beings are the only creators of hell. They can accept and obey the law of life and enjoy all the good things of the kingdom, or they can disobey this law and find themselves broken like a reed before the storm of their own self-generated discord. Each individual carries within themselves their own heaven or hell with them at every moment, for these are only the results of the mental and emotional states they have created with their attitude. There is no other cause to this than the chaos of the past generated by man. The ascended masters and the great cosmic beings have poured forth great currents of love and harmony upon which humanity's peace rests. After rebelling so long against the great cosmic current of love, which always seeks to bless, humanity is compelled to change course and seek the light in order to survive amidst its own destructive emanation from the past. The constant mandate of the ascended masters is for the great light of the mighty I Am presence to swiftly envelop humanity of earth, so that it may cease its suffering, misery, darkness, and ignorance, which exist solely due to lack of love. Lord Rainbow and I remained alone at the ranch for a few weeks. We received splendid letters from Nada and Rex, and occasionally one from Perla. They were deeply grateful to the beloved Saint Germain for the beautiful apartment he had lovingly provided them, and among many blessings, 2 other students acted as cook and maid. They had come from Arabia, and even in their roles as servants, they represented the same essence of loving assistance. On September 24th, Raymond and I visited the mine for the last time before heading to Washington. The journey was pleasant, and we tangibly felt the enveloping and comforting power of the magical presence that filled us with unspeakable joy and happiness. We found Bob waiting for us, as Saint Germain had left him a message saying we would arrive that night. Lord Rainbow's purpose in coming at this time was to contact the miners more closely and send them a blessed radiation. He spoke to the 3 teams when they were free, informing them of the new supervisor, Dave Sutherland. They deeply appreciated Raymond's kindness and generosity towards them, and when he thanked and encouraged them in their work, he seemed more like a brother than a boss. I am constantly amazed by the power of love to bless men and their affairs when they truly accept it and live it. Rainbow was a living proof of its effectiveness and wisdom in the practical daily experience of the business world. That morning, the 3 of us said goodbye with hearts filled with love, and Rainbow and I returned to the ranch after an incident-free journey, retiring early the next morning. He suggested we take the magnificent Arabian horse for a ride so I could see the part of the ranch that extended to the foothills. He asked me to ride pedazos, and when the stableman brought the horse out, he broke free and rushed towards me, rubbing his nose against me as if expressing his joy at not being forgotten. Rainbow rode Rex's black horse and we galloped off. As we were returning along the foothills, suddenly Pegaso reared up on his hind legs and refused to move. "Let him want what he wants," Renborg replied. "He knows that when a viper drops the reins and watches them move at a distance very slowly, then for us, we have heard the viper, and on seeing a little further away, we have distinguished a huge rattlesnake." "Do not touch the reins," Rainbow warned. It was something quite unusual. Raising his right paw, Pegaso began to slowly strike the snake, while at the same time carefully observing it. Suddenly the snake attacked, and as quickly as lightning, Pegaso's paw came down on its head, striking it dead. I hugged him and could not help but was quite calm. I got off to see the snake and found that there were 12. "I'd rather take them," said Renborg. "The expense would never allow me to carry them on him in violent antipathy to them." The next morning we left for Denver. We went straight to the Brown Palace Hotel, where Gala had left us a message to go directly to his suite. We followed his instructions and were warmly welcomed by our host. He called a porter to check our luggage, and when the man returned, Gala noticed one was missing. "My good sir, you have left one of your bags unchecked," he explained. The porter acknowledged his mistake and later returned with the missing suitcase. We boarded the train at 9 o'clock and found 3 adjacent compartments. Gala almost immediately apologized. "I wish to withdraw immediately," he explained, "and leave my body as I must go to Arabia to gather certain instructions, although I will be with you for breakfast tomorrow morning, at the first ringing." Gala, Rainbow and I went to the dining car. While having our breakfast, a rather stiff, dark and handsome man walked past our table accompanied by a very striking woman. We finished our breakfast, and Gala asked us to return to his cabin. "That man and woman," he explained as soon as we sat down, "are 2 of the communist representatives we have to contend with. We are perfectly safe, as they do not know how to protect themselves or their secrets through the power of inner light. They do not serve the light, and thus are unable to use it as we do, nor to release its power. However, we must be on guard from the outset so they cannot detect any of our activities. The man's companion is one of the smartest, most dangerous and notorious individuals known in Europe. Prepare yourself," he said, looking at me, "because dealing with this woman when the time comes will require you to use all your powers of diplomacy. You have a more significant role to play than you realize, but I know your courage, your calmness, and the confidence in your powerful inner presence will lead you victoriously through. By my visit to the Far East last night, it is evident we will be springing into action very soon. Those who are the minions of the sinister force evolve and corrupt every possible place with their deceit and treachery. Now, you can understand how great the wisdom of the beloved Saint Germain was during his 3 days of preparation and harmonization with you while you were in the Cave of Symbols." "Do you know the place?" I asked. "I have visited it several times," he kindly replied. "Would you like me to share some of my experiences that I am permitted to reveal for your instruction and enlightenment, though it is not for entertainment? We will change trains in Chicago, and after our departure around 9 p.m., I would be pleased to meet with you again when we arrive in Chicago. Take all your luggage with you and place it in your compartment, then wait for me. I hope to have important communications for both of you." When the train pulled into the station, Mr. Gala stepped off the carriage and immediately disappeared into the crowd. "He must be cloaked in an invisibility mantle," remarked Rainbow. "He vanished so quickly." We changed trains and promptly went to our compartment. As the train began to pull away from the station, we heard Gala enter his compartment about 10 minutes later and ask for us to join him. "Just as I suspected," he exclaimed. "Our adversary has a powerful weapon in this city, a high government official who receives large sums of money for aiding his destructive activities. However, he is under surveillance and will be detained tomorrow for public announcement due to others associated with him, whose notoriety makes it too dangerous to reveal their names. It's the same old story when the battle intensifies in the realm of vice, every man for himself and each one's actions trapping him in his own net. The man and his companion we saw at breakfast the other morning took the neighboring compartment to yours. However, you will know exactly what to do at the right moment, and I know you will do it. Now I will explain for your instruction one of my experiences that began in India, ended in Arabia, and concluded in America a few years ago, when the ravages of war were at their peak. I was selected by the Council of the Great White Brotherhood of India to act as a messenger. This work required me to take my physical body with me because at that time I was not capable of levitating and transporting it through the atmosphere, as the ascended masters do. However, now I can consciously leave my body at any time. As you two are fully aware, and I am physically observed, Indicating to Rainbow by obeying the call of the Council of India, I sailed to France. The first part of my journey at that time, I was not clearly sensitive to the most subtle vibratory action as I am now, and I had to be led more or less intuitively. I dreamed little at that time that I was simply obeying. The first morning at sea, I found a very distinguished gentleman sitting at my table when I came down for breakfast. He stood up when I approached and introduced himself. "I took the liberty of introducing myself," he said. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." I was very happy to meet him, and we discussed generalities for a few moments. When he mentioned, "I assume you are traveling for pleasure, perhaps on a mission," and pronounced the word mission, he looked at me very attentively. Instantly, I felt something happen within me and immediately became alert. He greatly enjoyed sea travel, especially in May. A slight smile crossed his face. A particular look appeared in his eyes. The feeling of appreciation for him grew stronger, as did a sensation that I could neither avoid nor explain the cause. Suddenly, he changed the subject and began speaking of a certain young prince and asked if I knew him. "Only as a child," I replied, "but I have always felt he is a great soul." "What do you mean by that?" he asked. "I mean someone who has lived many lives and gained certain inner knowledge through experience," I replied. "So you believe in reincarnation?" he asked again. "I not only believe in it, but it is true, and a certain phase of the unique activity of the great cosmic law," he replied. "You speak with much assurance in this field." "You speak with updated knowledge," I retorted. "Well, now, for example, do you think you and I have known each other before?" he continued, and there was a kind of tinkling in his voice that sounded a little amusing, although he maintained a politeness in his quality that negated any real opposition to my thinking. "Yes," I continued, "we knew each other before the cataclysm of Atlantis, and also in Egypt. Now we have found each other again and will work together many times for our mutual good." I spoke with an internal driving power and a sense of authority that surprised me. I was amazed by my own words. He reached out, looked at me with a smile that could melt anyone, and gave me a sign that I knew could only come from a very high authority of the Great White Brotherhood. I was deeply grateful and very happy. "You have passed the test brilliantly, my brother," he explained to me, "and it is good that you naturally remain on guard. This allows the inner presence to act at all times. Remember, the mighty I Am presence is the only power that can protect you in external activity, as it cannot be accomplished with personal will. Never cease to maintain this continuous guard, as it is imperative in the work you must accomplish. The thread of life and the plan of your work have brought us together for the coming months. Your I Am presence spoke the truth about us having been together in past lives. I rejoice as I see you arriving, that our external activity unites us again in this present moment. Let's go to my cabin, and I will give you an idea of our work. You will then receive detailed instructions from the Council of India." When we entered his cabin, I felt a sensation of exquisite beauty enveloping everything around him. I did not know then, as I learned later, that it was not so much the effect of the environment, but of the wonderful radiation he emanated. His dazzling aura permeated, charged, and illuminated everything in the cabin. "The first important thing I must tell you," he explained to me, "is that I am charged, with your help, to prevent the assassination of your young prince, whom we just mentioned and whom we both love because of his inner light. The second obligation is to prevent a major blow to Arabia by certain European powers. The third thing is the activity of the sinister force we are currently containing. We will halt for 2 days in Paris as we traverse France and make important contacts to aid us in our work." The days passed very quickly while I was in association with this remarkable man, and the only promise he required of me at any time since our meeting was that I never reveal his name to anyone. I have never done so to this day, with your permission. When I saw him perform what the world calls miracles, I thought he was the most wonderful person in the world, but he revealed only a fragmentary part of his knowledge and power at that time. When I shared these thoughts with him, he responded, "Such activity is the least important work that members of the White Brotherhood are capable of doing. In fact, there is nothing they cannot do when necessity and divine law permit. The ship docked at Cherbourg, and as we disembarked, I saw an Arab-looking man waving to my white brotherhood friend, to which he responded. The Arab drove a magnificent car into which we immediately entered, taking seats inside. Seated in the car was a veiled lady to whom I was introduced not by name, but as the Western brother from America, and she simply as a sister of the White Brotherhood. From what I could see and feel, she was very young, no more than 17 years old. Barely had we sat down when she said, "We can reach Paris much faster this way," indicating a route towards which we immediately turned. "We are being followed," she warned us a moment later, and looking in all directions, we saw another car speeding after us. Suddenly, a curtain of mist rose from the ground between the two cars. "They will not cross this barrier until we are perfectly out of their reach," she assured us. We arrived in Paris a few hours later and stopped at a residence resembling an old castle, from which we could faintly see the Eiffel Tower. It was situated on a hill, and from its many windows one could have a complete panoramic view of the city. It seemed to have been built for this purpose in the first place. The veiled lady crossed the entrance, and we ascended a grand staircase. We entered what appeared to be a courtroom, and passing through a side door, we arrived at a large library. A tall, well-built man, returning from one of the shelves, stepped forward and greeted us with a courteous grace that is no longer commonplace in our time. Later, I understood why. He was one of the great ascended masters who had ascended over 500 years ago. His eyes sparkled with kindness and a wisdom that seemed as old as eternity. The veiled lady who had accompanied us explained, "She was your daughter in a previous life. She has been in the ascended state for over 300 years, although she appears no older than 17. I cannot express the effect these experiences had on me. Each new revelation stirred an inner feeling that I didn't know existed. "My dear friends," said our host, "as soon as we were introduced and greetings exchanged, please take a seat. Lunch will be served immediately, and then I will give you the instruction I am tasked to impart." Moments later, youths dressed in cream-colored tunics appeared and served us. Our meal was delicious, reminiscent of the hurried type of food we all had the privilege to eat in the realm of Saint Germain, in the Cave of Symbols. "Tonight," said our hostess, "you will be my guests, along with 8 of the brothers who will be here to meet our American brother. They know him, but he still does not remember them precisely." At precisely 8 o'clock, our host opened the way to the upper floor and entered a circular room adorned entirely in a soft, milky white. At the center was a table made of white onyx, and around it were arranged 12 chairs. We stood for a moment at each end of the table, heads bowed. When we lifted them, we saw the 8 brothers there in their living and tangible bodies. I was introduced to each in turn, and then the group sat down. They all knew my friend from the ship very well. We discussed many national and international issues, seeking solutions, and at each stage, a true solution worthy of their time and attention was found to address the situation. It was during this occasion that I learned our host was the leader of the Council of France, though he was not French. Each brother received specific instruction to follow. When the council concluded, everyone bid farewell with the blessing. "I enfold you in the great power of the magical presence to which all members of the Great White Brotherhood look and from whom they receive without limit." We bowed our heads, and the brothers vanished as quietly as they had arrived. We bid good night and were escorted to our chambers. The next morning we had an early breakfast and were ready to depart at 9 o'clock, accompanied by the veiled lady as before. We arrived at the docks of Marseille just in time to bid farewell and receive the blessings of our kind sister, then boarded the ship. I asked my friend why I felt such an attraction to the veiled lady and what it signified, as she seemed ever present before my eyes and around me since we entered the car in Paris. "Patience," he replied, "you will know soon." Our cabins were adjacent, and we settled in to fully enjoy our journey across the Mediterranean. We embarked for Bombay via the Suez Canal and the Red Sea, with views of Alexandria and Cairo. It was a journey never to be forgotten. Not a single thing marred its beauty and our joy, and being a great lover of sea voyages, I clearly expressed this in my newfound bliss. As our ship approached the Bombay dock, I felt great interest, as it was my first voyage to this part of the world in years. The Orient was quite familiar to me. I thought we would continue the final leg of our journey by train, but to my surprise, as soon as we disembarked, a well-dressed young Hindu in white approached us. He made the sign we knew well and led us to a large, beautiful car. He opened the door with quiet dignity and waited for us to enter. To my astonishment, another veiled lady was seated in the car, resembling the one I had left in France. Intellectually, this seemed impossible, so I dismissed it. She was introduced to me in a similar manner as the other lady. It wasn't long before our kind companion responded to my thoughts with the question, "Why, my good brother, should we think anything is impossible when one's knowledge is complete?" "My dear sister," I replied, "you resemble so much a charming lady I met in Paris that I can barely believe you are not the same person. Yet we left her there, so it cannot be her, I suppose. Why not simply admire the magnificent scenery, as we won't be passing through this place again," suggested my friend. The view was powerful and majestic, a delightful source of inspiration and pleasure. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when we departed from Bombay. We travelled until 6 in the evening, when we arrived at a small, quiet town. We proceeded to the local residence, where a Hindu man dressed in white, our driver, awaited us to disembark, then immediately departed. Once again, our veiled lady led the way to the network. An English lady, distinguished with white hair and a youthful face and figure, opened the door and warmly welcomed us. "I have been expecting your arrival," she said. "Your rooms are ready, and the servants will show them to you if you wish to freshen up after such a long journey. Dinner will be served in 20 minutes, and instantly the soft chimes of a bell announced the meal, and we entered the dining room. Imagine my feelings when, gathering for dinner, I discovered that the veiled lady we had left in Bombay was the same one I had met in Paris. As soon as I recognized her, I greeted her warmly. I hadn't intended to say such a thing, and felt extremely confused and disappointed. I apologized profusely and tried to restrain the almost irresistible urge to speak. She seemed not to pay attention to the familiarity, but responded, "I deeply appreciate your sincere greetings." I tried to gather my thoughts enough to ask, "Could you please tell me how you managed to arrive in India before us?" "I have my own means of transportation," she explained, "which you are not familiar with. However, you will learn to travel like me. We are capable of transporting our bodies to any distance we wish without using a physical vehicle." The next morning we were on the road at dawn. It was very hot outside, but inside the car it was comfortable, cool and pleasant, with delicious cold drinks always available for us. We had been driving in the mountains for some time and were continuously climbing when we entered a deep canyon with walls rising at least 600 meters on each side. It seemed as though a gigantic fissure of at least 1.5 kilometers had been cut through the mountains. We drove through it, then descended steeply and arrived at a base about 6.5 kilometers in circumference. Surrounded by huge peaks, never before or since have I seen such a beautiful place on earth. It was a perfect paradise. With the western side of this base facing east, a magnificent palace of white marble stood, unlike any building I had ever seen in the outer world. Saint Germain did not describe it like this, but I always thought it was made of precipitated substance. A large golden dome covered the central part of the roof, and there were 4 smaller domes, one at each corner. When the morning sun illuminated these domes, the entire scene became an indescribable blaze of glory, a silent and daily symbol of nature's acknowledgement for the great light and wisdom constantly radiating from this temple of beauty. We drove the car up to the entrance of this magnificent palace, and 2 youths dressed in white came to greet us. They were the image of perfect health, youth and beauty. Their hair was particularly attractive, one flowing with light blonde waves and the other with a magnificent golden hue. The latter greeted us warmly. "Beloved sisters and brothers, we have been waiting for you and you are welcome. Please follow me." We entered and were once again greeted by one of the ascended masters, very well known in the outer world and having worked tirelessly for many centuries to enlighten the human race. He had a very friendly face, a smile that could melt stone, and made you feel that he possessed a power that dissolves all things. Other attendants came with graceful, rhythmic movements and led us to our rooms. The interior design and furnishings of this palace were exquisitely beautiful. From my first sight, this wonderful place became both my responsibility and my pleasure to visit many important locations around the world due to the work of the Great White Brotherhood with which I have been associated. But even the most elaborate ones never approached the exquisite perfection of this white marble palace of the Ascended Masters. The entire interior of this magnificent building was made of an imperishable material of milky white color, with touches here and there of very delicate golden purple and intense electric blue. It produced the most artistic effect imaginable. Everything remained immaculately clean because inside and around the building everything was powerfully charged with electronic energy, and the vibrational frequency was so high that the power of light repelled any imperfection and maintained everything in a self-sustained state of beauty and perfection. "Dinner will be served in your rooms," explained the young man with golden hair, "and you must wear the silk tunics and sandals that will be provided to you." When dinner was served, it consisted of several kinds of fresh fruit, including berries, served with a substance similar to whipped cream, similar to what we had had in the Cave of Symbols, and a delicious drink of golden liquid, a little lighter than honey. As soon as we finished our snack, we were called to the council chamber under the central dome. Upon entering, the large table in the middle of the room immediately captivated the eye due to its enormous size. It was entirely made of jade, exquisitely beautiful down to the smallest detail, and around it were 70 chairs of solid gold, upholstered with a material of soft purple color that seemed to be silk velvet. We stayed for a moment, admiring the beauty and perfection of it all, and when we looked around, we noticed the beloved Saint Germain. The entire council entered in small groups of 3 to 12. When everyone except one had arrived and taken their place around the table, our beloved master spoke. "Let us bow our heads in silent prayer and gratitude to the powerful I Am Presence that lifts the hearts and minds of humanity." When we raised our heads, a wonderful being occupied the place that had remained empty at the head of the table. He was one of the great Ascended Masters, to whom full justice can be done, for the great mastery and authority he holds surpass human description. His clothing seemed to be a mass of sparkling jewels, although when I got used to the brilliance of his light, I saw that what seemed to be jewels at first glance were points of dazzling light emanating from his body and clothing. The love he poured out enveloped everything in such a way that it seemed to flood the universe through the long reach of his radiance. "Beloved brothers and sisters of the Great White Brotherhood," he said, giving the signal of the order recognized only in the omniscience of the powerful I Am Presence, the omnipresence of eternal life, and the omnipotence of the shadowless light. "My brother from America, I welcome you. Please accept my love and gratitude for the service you have rendered. I will speak with you at length at the conclusion of this meeting." This powerful brother of light then gave precise instructions regarding the most significant activities on Earth, primarily the internal and external changes that needed to be accomplished to advance humanity. Many councils from around the world were represented by those present. The head of each council received direct instructions from the presiding master and issued directives to those under their command. Once their activities were finalized, he instructed each to turn their chair to the west. In the atmosphere before us, vivid images of the issues that the Great White Brotherhood was examining or working on began to scroll by. These images showed individual brothers involved in these issues or conditions, and they would continue to work on special missions by providing key details and means of solution. The work of protecting the young prince mentioned earlier, and the brothers involved with him, was one of the many scenes that passed before our vision. The method to readjust the conditions related to Arabia was also shown and met with a success that greatly admired when the serious problem of fighting the sinister force that tries to prevent humanity from recognizing and manifesting the perfection and blessings of the powerful I Am Presence was revealed. It was the most amazing thing that no one can imagine. She truly showed the unlimited power of cosmic Christ light fighting the darkness. No words can transcribe the majesty, power, and victory of the I Am Presence of infinity. At present, I cannot give more details, but the glory and supremacy and action of the mighty presence of the infinite I Am transcend all imagination, just as light transcends darkness. The images finally came to an end, and the President Master, that of the dazzling light, turned to the sister from France and myself. "Come, my beloved children," he said, and we stepped forward, and he extended both hands, his left hand to her and his right hand to me. "My brother from America," he continued, "I bless you greatly. You have not yet understood in the external activity the eternal perfection that is now yours. Our beloved sister is your twin ray. It is one of the greatest mysteries of God and explains the mutual attraction between you since your first meeting in Paris. If Earth's humanity could have divine understanding of this part of the divine plan, it would do more for the purification of the chaos of the outer world than anything else we know. The time is coming when the truth about twin rays must be fully understood and their great wisdom and power used. No individualization of God does constructive work at the cosmic levels of the mighty I Am Presence until the twin ray has ascended. Earthly choices have nothing to do with this. Each ray must, through conscious understanding and the use of the grand mandate, purify, perfect, and illuminate all human creation with which it has surrounded itself. Then it becomes an ascended master because it always has conscious control over Earth and everything therein. When both rays have ascended, they are of the same state of purity, freedom, and perfect dominion. Both are then capable of working at cosmic levels. They can project great cosmic rays of love, light, and wisdom, concentrating them with such power that they create and control cosmic activities and reveal the glory of the mighty I Am Presence. Our beloved sister has seen and known this for a long time, patiently awaiting this divine moment. After the elevation of her body, their work together will be very transcendent. He raised his hands above us to bless us, and his voice, beautiful as a bell, with the tone of eternal authority, issued the supreme decree of eternal love on our union by the mandate of the mighty I Am Presence, uniting these twin rays of the same eternal flame of life in supreme love, light, and perfection. As the Master uttered these words, a dazzling blast of light enveloped us, and with that, the powerful flame of our rays stamped its eternal seal on the cosmic path of life. At that moment, we were fully aware of ourselves solely as the magical presence of the I Am. That concluded the council session, and within the hour, we met with members of this retreat and received their congratulations. They assured us that our limitless cosmic service would now begin. The following day, our hosting master explained part of his work and revealed the perfection that had been maintained there for centuries. Describing the origin of his work, he said, "This Council of the Great White Brotherhood was established centuries ago by the Great Brothers of Light so that there would be a powerful center of their aid and illumination for humanity, and it has endured for some time. The wonderful semi-tropical climate that reigns here will last as long as we choose. To maintain this place as a retreat." That evening, an advanced television instrument was shown to us in operation. I cannot cease to emphasize the glories and wonders that humanity could and should experience if it would simply rise in consciousness and sincerity toward the inner light, allowing individuals to flourish in their hearts and feelings in the magical, powerful presence of the I Am. Early the next morning, we returned to Bombay, from where we were to embark for Arabia. The journey to the coast was delightful, with the atmosphere inside the car remaining cool and comfortable, no matter the degree of heat outside. I knew this was entirely due to the deep understanding of my beloved and my friend. We returned to Bombay by a completely different route than the one we had taken. The next morning, we boarded a small boat for Egypt, with stops at ports we desired along the west coast of Arabia. When the boat reached the Red Sea and we began sailing north on its calm waters, my friend was suddenly and powerfully charged with electronic force, which we all noticed. "For some reason," he said, "I have contacted the period when Moses led the children of Israel through this sea, as vivid images come to me here in the etheric records. What a moment of wonders it was amidst this great calamity. Moses truly established a wonderful contact with the ascended masters, who brought him their aid and channeled tremendous power through him to accomplish this mission. It is the first time I see the great ascended master, who led Moses, and the majesty and power of this magnificent being can only be partially understood by the human mind. This wonderfully transcends the ordinary experience of humanity, and the modern world neither recognizes nor understands nor believes in these wonders that are happening now. What a wonderful portal God's servants are for the enlightenment and upliftment of humanity. These so-called miracles are nothing more than the activity of a law that humanity has not yet tried to study or understand. When speaking in terms of universal truth, there are no such things in infinite creation as a miracle, because what the world calls miracles is simply the operation of divine law, which, by its very nature of perfection, overrides all established human laws of limitation. Ascended Masters have worked in the past to bring a complete understanding of how divine law operates into the minds of Earth's children, and that is why they continue to work tirelessly for the inhabitants of this planet today. Even more wonderful things are happening today, completely unknown to the outer world. Regarding this vast and deep knowledge and power, most of humanity is still in its infancy. However, the hour is fast approaching when humanity must awaken to the omnipresent inner presence of God, acting through the individual. The boat stopped at our port on the coast of the Jaz province, a kind of peninsula jutting from the northeast edge of the Red Sea. We disembarked in this strange place, and once again, a tall Arab dressed in immaculate white stood next to a powerful car, giving us the secret sign, opening the door to let us in without saying a word. We were swiftly driven on a sandy highway. Refreshments were already provided in the car. By late afternoon, we arrived at a small mountain village and approached a single-story house of snowy white. Our silent Arab guide opened the door and gestured for us to enter. He knocked on an inner door that immediately swung open, revealing an older man with white hair, brown skin, and very kind eyes. "Brothers and sisters," was his refreshing welcome. "Food will be served as soon as you are ready. At nightfall, a brother will come to fetch you and lead you to your destination. I am confident that the Brotherhood will not fail in its duty to our country." I was about to speak when my beloved friend tightly grasped my arm. I understood his signal and remained silent. "The light of God never fails," replied my friend to our host in a voice that made the air itself tremble. Such was the power and truth laden in his words, and how firmly he uttered the almighty decree. The effect was magical. The old man fell to his knees, bowing his head to the ground before my friend. At exactly 9 o'clock, a well-built young man dressed in traditional Arab white attire, over which he draped a long indigo cape, appeared at the door. "Friends from the west," he said. "Come, the path is open." We followed him immediately without uttering a word. We walked a short distance and found camels waiting for us. We mounted in silence and quickly set off towards a high mountain. Later I learned they were renowned racing camels. The one my beloved rode was as white as snow. We rode silently for about 2 hours, then arrived at a massive stone hut nestled against the mountain. As we dismounted, a man emerged from the darkness to tend to the camels. Our guide entered the hut and gestured for us to follow. We reached the opposite side of the room, where he raised his hands, placing them against the wall. His hands immediately became a dazzling light. So powerful was the force he wielded. They were as bright as a light bulb filament, but much brighter. He pressed on a certain section of the wall, which pivoted on an axis, revealing an entrance to a tunnel bathed in intense white light. We walked through the tunnel for several hundred feet until we reached a metal door. Our guide placed his hands on a certain symbol, and the door, weighing several tons and about 20 centimeters thick, slowly opened, allowing us to enter a long, narrow room with walls, ceiling, and floor made of stainless steel. In moments, a door opened in a wall where nothing was visible a moment before, and a man entered, gesturing for us to follow. With our guide still leading, we walked a certain distance and finally arrived at another solid wall that opened as we approached, granting us access to a marvelous chamber about 30 by 12 meters, furnished in an extraordinary yet artistically exquisite and beautiful manner, like a dream. At the center of the floor was a large circle featuring a magnificent zodiac, and around it were arranged large plush cushions for 28 people. Our guide directed us to a room on one side of the grand chamber, asking us to follow him inside. There was a sparkling bath next to which tunics and sandals were laid out for our use when we were ready. "Send your thoughts," said our guide, then left us. After completing our preparations, we sent a mental message as requested, and immediately a servant appeared with delightful refreshments. After finishing our snack, we entered the Grand Council Hall where 24 of our brothers and sisters were already gathered. Our guide introduced us to the new members, and everyone took their seats around the circle. To my surprise, I discovered that the brother who had acted as our guide was none other than the head of the Arabian Council, a great ascended master whom I had often heard about. He stood up, invoked, and addressed the assembly. Due to unusual unrest in Arabian political circles at this time, he explained, it was imperative to maintain great secrecy in bringing external members to these councils. That's why we were constantly vigilant while our visiting members were en route. Matters of grave importance, including those closest to the hearts of these people, were raised for their consideration. The leader drew attention to my friend. "This brother," he said, "has a solution to the problem concerning our beloved land of Arabia," and asked him to present it. My friend briefly outlined his plan, and when everyone in the room, except for our leader, was surprised by its audacity and ingenuity, the leader smiled confidently and continued, "The plan is feasible, remarkably so, and it will be implemented swiftly and successfully. The entire Great White Brotherhood of the Earth will oversee the meeting that is to take place. Rest assured, this plan will be put into action immediately. The sister and brother who have come under special escort will need to rest here tonight and tomorrow. On the third day, I will accompany them to the British consulate, where our negotiations will be held." A wave of joy swept through the entire assembly as this description of the work concluded. Other questions regarding various activities were addressed, and the meeting concluded as members dispersed one by one. Then the leader rose and came over to where we were seated. "Beloved brothers," he said, "I did not introduce myself to you initially for reasons you will soon know. I welcome you with great joy to this refuge of the Great White Brotherhood. Everything is at your service. Brother from the West, retire to rest and sleep until you are called." I woke up 12 hours later, signal received, feeling like a new person so infused with light. "I think you will be interested in this refuge," our host declared, "and in learning a bit of its history and the role it plays as a center of power on this earth. It is one of the oldest spiritual centers of power on this planet. You have seen only a fragment so far. Within a year, a Grand Council of the Great White Brotherhood will be convened here. At that time, every member will see this vast and unknown citadel. The long time spent showing us his formidable array of records preserved for the enlightenment of humanity was truly a privilege. It is time to depart," he explained. "Go and put on your outer world clothes, for it will be time to proceed to the entrance where the camels await you." We obeyed, and when we returned, the leader was dressed in a magnificent blue suit and a long indigo blue coat over it. "Why not be like you?" he gestured. "I am an individual like you, just with a little more experience and wisdom that I have applied for long. That's all. Wisdom benefits no one unless it is used, and through such use the individual manifests perfection, living above all limitation." Then we arrived at the entrance where the camels awaited. Once we had all mounted, we swiftly raced through the night, with the white camel still leading. This time, we even ran faster than before as we arrived at the hut, the starting point of this particular part of our journey. At 3:30, the car was waiting for us, and as we boarded, the driver said something to the master that I did not hear. "Do not worry," the leader replied. "We will extend the cloak of invisibility around us and the car, and we will pass unnoticed. Let us proceed." Spies had been posted along this road to intercept the car and prevent anyone from discovering us. Then the correct use of knowledge, which is true wisdom, always makes us free, as you will soon see. Not much time passed before we approached the place where the spies had been stationed, and in an instant a dense white fog rose around us, completely enveloping the car. A particular sound, similar to that of an airplane, was heard above our heads, and while the guards tried to discover the source of the noise, we silently sped through like an arrow. It was a wonderful experience for me, because while we could see them through the cloak of invisibility, they could not see or hear us. "How is it that they neither saw nor heard us?" I asked. "Sound," he explained, "does not penetrate the cloak of invisibility, otherwise it would not be useful to us. The tales of the Arabian Nights, my brother, are not only true, but when understood, they are revelations of divine law, rather than the foolish, literal interpretations that the outside world, in its arrogant ignorance, has chosen to attribute to them. These are not fairy tales for children, but internal suggestions of achievements that are perfectly possible when the student is sincere, worthy, and humble enough for the power and truth that reveal themselves to be entrusted to him. The great beast, doubt and its harmful associates, ignorance, pride, ridicule, skepticism, fear, and many other useless parasites, have clung so tightly to the mentality and feelings of humanity that they have become like mushrooms clinging to a tree, rotting its trunk. If it were not for these vampires, humanity would see and know that within the same light that animates the physical body, there is an intelligence and power that can accomplish and bring about anything the mind commands, as long as they remain in harmony and all commands and directives are constructive. Love, wisdom, and power are the primary attributes that life uses to build a lasting creation, and when humanity ceases its created discord, all life around it and in nature will express enduring perfection. We drove along the coast on a magnificent highway and finally entered the city that was our destination. We checked into the finest hotel, and the next morning we called the British consulate. My friend stated that he had been sent as a representative of the Arabian government to present a solution to the imminent crisis. The British consul asked for his credentials, and instead of presenting them himself, the head of the Arabian Council intervened and presented them on his behalf. An appointment was set for a meeting with the British representatives at 11 o'clock, and punctually we returned for the conference. My friend rose at what he deemed the most opportune moment to present the Arabian government's proposal. He was calm, masterful, and friendly. Everyone understood that he was leading the meeting. They were uncomfortable. He was too incisive and honest for their usual diplomatic approach, which made them unable to present their ideas favorably in face of his frank examination and open kindness. They tried various strategies for a while, when suddenly I realized that the entire conference was taking place inside a large circle of white light, so bright that everyone seemed to see it. That's when I understood the enormous center of power that the Great White Brotherhood had directed upon this room. After just under an hour, my friend's solution was accepted. The documents were updated and signed by both parties. The news spread quickly throughout Arabia, and there was great joy when we returned to the hotel, and my beloved came to greet us. "Noble brother, I congratulate you," she said, "for your dignity and magnificent achievement." The next day, the head of the Arabian Council bid us farewell, and we boarded a ship back to France. That night, we sailed the Mediterranean under the full moon. For me, it was the most peaceful night I had ever experienced. We disembarked in Marseille and immediately took a train to Paris. We spent the night with the wonderful master, head of the Council of the Great White Brotherhood in France. The next morning, he escorted us to Cherbourg. There I bid farewell to my beloved, whom I would not see again for several years. We boarded a steamship for New York, and this journey remains one of the most remarkable of my life, as my wonderful friend taught me how to use ancient wisdom. With his teaching, the results I obtained in using the great mandate were simply astounding. We arrived in New York and hurried to Washington, where my friend presented the results of the Arabian affair to the president and his cabinet. The news had already preceded their arrival. This marked the end of my first personal encounter and observation of the formidable and wonderful activity of the Great White Brotherhood. When Bay finished recounting his experiences, we saw the daylight beginning to break on the eastern horizon. "Let's go to your compartment," he said, pointing to me, "for one of the ascended masters has much to do in the work that must follow." The lady and gentleman who are agents of the sinister force have in their possession certain documents and recordings they have stolen. These papers contain information that we must retrieve in order to protect those who wish to harm and those who seek to control through the power of fear. So we returned to my compartment. I wondered what Lord Gayler would try to do next. We waited for a few moments, and soon we heard the man and woman enter the dining car. "Now observe carefully," said Gala, "and do not move, do not speak, while I act." We sat still, and he focused his attention on the door leading to the next compartment. In an instant, he directed an electronic force beam towards it, gradually increasing its power, and we were able to look inside the compartment. A travel bag rested on one of the seats, which Lord held firmly under the grip of the force until he saw what it contained. The expression on his face indicated that he had found the information he was seeking, and in a moment he released the power and said, "In 3 days, you will be ready for the competent authorities to welcome you for a well-deserved rest from future activities of this nature. With these documents in your possession, you have no possible escape." Saint Germain had indicated the hotel in Washington where we should be, and upon our arrival he greeted us in person. His appearance was altered to avoid undue attention. "My beloved brother," he said as he approached Gala, "I sincerely congratulate you for your brilliant success, as you have shattered the backbone of a very destructive activity, at least for this group, for some time." Turning to Rainbow and me, he greeted us with that charming and graceful manner which is the distinctive hallmark of all ascended masters, and particularly of the beloved Saint Germain. On the 3rd day after our arrival, Rainbow, Gala and I, accompanied by Saint Germain and certain members of the secret services, set out to apprehend a significant group of those who were willing channels for the sinister force. The 7 top leaders of America were present. We arrived on site and waited for a moment outside their rooms. We could hear heated discussion in low voices. As we approached the door, it burst open suddenly and we rushed towards them, Saint Germain charging the night with an electric force that immobilized them. Their guns fell to the floor and their arms hung lifelessly. Saint Germain raised his right hand, made the sign of protection and cosmic power, and in a voice that penetrated every atom of the building itself, he uttered the eternal fiat of truth, before which all destructive forces bow their heads and fall silent forever. "Tell those who have been associated with you that the light of God never fails." As his voice issued this decree into their consciousness, they paled with fear at their own creation, and their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. The members of the secret services stepped forward and took them into custody, where they would remain until they served the light. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Message. "I will stay with you two for another 2 weeks, Saint Germain said as soon as we returned to the hotel. "With your permission, I will dedicate part of each day to individual instruction, which, from what I can see with unlimited inner sight, will be necessary for our intervention. With the plans of the sinister force and the recent arrest of its henchmen in Washington, certain forces have turned their attention to you, especially Gala and this brother," he said, indicating me. "Both of you have certain faculties developed in past lives that can be used in a very remarkable way. Because of this, the sinister force will attempt to strike at you. However, you will be protected from all sides and kept perfectly safe, as long as you remain calm and free from anger, hatred or fear. That is why I want to give you definitive training along the lines of self-protection. The most important and imperative thing you must always remember is to fully accept and understand that the powerful presence I am is the magical presence, and that it is focused in you, through you, and around you at all times. You have seen your glorious being of dazzling light, the same life of your own being when you were at the ranch, so there is no excuse not to fully accept it. The external activity of the mind is a spirited horse that must be mastered by rendering it perfectly obedient to the powerful I Am presence in every respect. For those who have not had the privilege of seeing the divine being, there may be some excuse, although it speaks constantly through the heart of every human being born into this world. After an individual has once seen their perfect being, the dazzling divine flame, there is no reason to ignore this presence thereafter. Once its form and light have been engraved into the external activity of the mind through sight, the individual can consciously and voluntarily recall this image at any time and release this power anew in all earthly situations. The sincere student can draw upon the full power of the mighty I Am presence under any condition, thereby charging all things with perfection. In this way, they can once again dwell in the Father's house in the glorious freedom originally intended for them. This is the only predestination that exists. The vision of one who has once seen their mighty I Am presence is the most powerful faculty they possess to attract invisible activity into visible physical form. The architects of the world constantly do this. They receive an idea which is an invisible activity, and then they conceive or draw an image of it, and it is only a short time before substance gathers to give visible and tangible form to the invisible idea. The world's activity in using this law is absolutely limitless, but it only begins to have freedom and order its world when one consciously starts to work on controlling their faculty of vision and shutting out images of negative conditions. The thoughts and feelings of the average person are nothing more than a jumble of chaotic images and negative suggestions that the person accepts from the surrounding world and maintains by repeating and feeling through their own energy via attention. Order is the first law of heaven, harmony and peace, the cohesive power of the universe, unlimited substance, and everlasting invisible power around you. You must know how to increase or decrease atomic vibratory action by the power of the I Am to produce whatever you may need. No one can say what must happen in your worlds except yourselves. The unlimited and ever-present substance surrounds you, waiting for you to put it into action. You, as individuals, are the channel through which the mighty I Am presence manifests to extend its perfection. It continually radiates limitless light or life energy. Though you are the governors of its use and the directors of your destiny and the outcome it can produce and will do anything you desire instantly if you simply maintain your harmonious personality so that thoughts, feelings, and discordant words do not interrupt its continuous flow of perfection. Life is perfection, and it contains all perfect manifestation within itself. The only duty of personality is to be a chalice that brings forth and reveals the perfection of life. Until you gain obedience of the external senses and maintain a feeling of peace within yourself, you stain the purity and perfection of the life flowing through you. It is your duty to know that the wisdom of the mighty I Am presence always guides the use of your life power. Only it, or an ascended master, knows what is perfect for you. Being one with God's wise and single thought, it is one with its I Am presence, regardless of whether it flows through you or itself. For this reason, only your own I Am presence or an ascended master knows what is right for you at any given moment. Only these two sources, which are truly one, can see the trajectory of your life stream. What forces are at work on your issues and the cause of your past, present, and future experiences. The lack of discernment to distinguish the true from the false is what causes humanity to fail in the outer world. One who commits to achieving perfection must train the external activity of their mind to listen only to the voice of their powerful I Am presence, accept only its wisdom, and obey only its direction. They must hear the light, see the light, feel the light, and be the light of the infinite I Am presence. Although there are different individualizations or flames of God governing each human body, these individualizations use the single and universal thought, substance, wisdom, and power. Thus, there exists a single thought, a single God, a single substance, and a single power always waiting to be put into action, directed by the mighty presence through the conscious mind, or the external activity of the individual. If the personality's feelings and thoughts remain harmonious, then the powerful I Am presence extends its perfection through the individual's external activity. If these are discordant, the personality becomes like a steam engine without a mechanic and crashes itself. This latter condition is what currently expresses the majority of humanity. Everyone constantly uses this wonderful and limitless energy, the supreme force of the universe. The responsibility for its use rests entirely upon the individual, for they are a creator. If this enormous energy is used with a conscious understanding of the love, wisdom, and power of the mighty I Am presence, the individual can only express freedom, perfection, and mastery. We all know there are thousands of beings desiring this instruction, which is true. No individual on earth or in heaven can fail to obtain it if the desire for light is sincere, determined, and strong enough to keep the intellect's attention on that light. This must be the supreme idea of life upon which to concentrate all one's energy. For those with this great determination, unsuspected pathways will open up until the realization of this desire is achieved. If humans seek the light with one eye and sensory pleasure with the other, they will not receive much light. The ascended masters have become perfect and all-powerful by residing or thinking in perfection and obeying the only law of life. They are what they meditated upon. Today, humanity is what it meditated upon or focused its attention on in the past. Humans would not even reach the age of 12 without the continuous help of these great and luminous beings with transcendent achievements and love. They give the same wonderful care to the inhabitants of the earth as loving and generous parents give to their children, and they assist all individuals with a sincere desire to live constructively. To such individuals, an opportunity is always offered so that they can synchronize and come into contact with the powerful I Am presence within themselves and anchor perfection in order to attain the ascended state as well, if they are determined enough. The ascended masters always work in perfect cooperation with the cosmic law of love. Students often ask why, if these masters are omniscient and omnipotent, they do not correct the discord on earth and end humanity's suffering. They assist the individual who desires to serve the light in harmonizing their thoughts and feelings, and in bringing the body into obedience to the powerful I Am presence. However, the life plan of the individual is something they cannot interfere with. Each individual deeply learns a lesson when they expend their own energies on it and experience it or suffer through it themselves. An authentic master never interferes with the sacred and eternal prerogative of individual free will. Wherever a destructive force of any nature is potentially or accumulates pressure such that it generates an individual, a group of individuals, a nation, or nature itself, the great cosmic law allows its release or expenditure to annihilate the focal point, balance the pressure, and free the improperly qualified energy by returning it to the universal reservoir, where it is purified by the great flame of life and may be reused if obedient. The personality can release the consuming flame of divine love by the conscious mandate of the I Am presence and willingly purify its own miscreations. Thus, the individual avoids the need for forced balancing and purification through the action of cosmic law. The will to correct an error, rectify a wrong, balance and purify a defective creation will always open the door to the assistance of an ascended master and bring about permanent realization. This will can arise in a group, a nation, or all humanity, just as in an individual, for the infinite acts and controls the universe through its own individualization, through the being who says, I am. Creation could never have occurred if the infinite had not recognized its own being through the individual I am. When the individual determines to express life's perfection, they must be faithful enough to their own I Am presence to support their own decree in the face of any external experience. They can then issue the grand mandate and life grants them the fullness of all good things as long as the powerful I Am presence is acknowledged as the owner and giver of all that is good. Refusal to accept one's I Am presence rejects all good and the source that gives it. Since life is the great divine flame from which everything emanates, through one's attitude of thought and feeling, life is refused. Hence, disintegration is the self-chosen experience in which the external activity of the mind dominates one's own life. If every human being's consciousness is allowed to maintain thoughts of anger, hatred, selfishness, criticism, condemnation, and doubt of the I Am presence, the I Am closes the door to perfection, and their existence becomes merely a process of sleeping and eating until the energy drawn by the external self is exhausted and the body dies. Then, the individual makes another effort to express the fullness of perfection through another new body, and continues this effort for centuries if necessary, until perfection is fully expressed. To avoid this continuous reincarnation into limitation, it is imperative for the individual to have conscious knowledge of life's purpose, for the knowledge of how to release love, wisdom, and power enables them to fulfill that purpose. I can assist you in achieving this, for by using the consuming flame of divine love to purify and bless humanity, you can always liberate yourselves. I am delighted by Bob's progress. It has been a long time since I encountered someone with such determination and intense desire for success. His advancement is truly wonderful. He has tickets for the opera Parsifal tonight. On a sudden change of topic, you may wish to be my guests tonight at its wonderful performance. Parsifal was more than an opera. It was the battle of the individual through human incarnation, an instruction or teaching provided to us through the drama of the soul, and the victory of the I Am presence unfolding in music and allegory. It was one of the most wonderful experiences I have ever had. As the performance began, he said, "Observe what those who are sincere and loyal to the highest ideals can accomplish through their art." The two who played the roles of Parsifal and Kundry were the fortunate ones for this remarkable blessing. They had barely started singing when I activated a great wave of spiritual power, and instantly a change in their voices was detected. They became more remarkable in quality. Their voices amplified so powerfully that the singers themselves were visibly enchanted and surprised. One could feel the charge of electronic light penetrating everything. The audience also sensed the change, shivering with pleasure and enthusiasm, applauding them repeatedly to show their appreciation. "What will be the outcome?" I asked the first opportunity we met, knowing their voices wouldn't be the same next time they wanted to sing. "This added power and perfection will be permanent," replied Saint Germain. "Previous development allows this to be done for them in the present moment. If they hadn't made prior efforts, the change would only occur for this occasion. They will think that divine providence has come to their aid, which is literally true, except that in this case, I seem to be the director of providence." As scene after scene was represented that night, without Germain we were shown the true meaning of what was represented in a way we will never forget. By the time the performance ended, it had reached a formidable spiritual height. The exaltation was so great that it lasted for hours. We returned to our hotel, filled with ineffable joy and gratitude. The next 2 weeks passed quickly as our instruction continued. Then, one morning, our beloved master announced he would be leaving us for a while and keeping his suite for the exclusive use of Nada, Rex, and Pop during festivities. After bidding us farewell kindly, he disappeared. The next morning, Gayler came to me with a letter he had found on his room table, inviting him to go immediately to a certain address in New York. He seemed concerned about the matter and still felt uncertain, something that didn't seem right. "I don't know how this letter got onto my table without being delivered by regular mail," he explained. "I asked around, and no one knows how it got placed there." As he continued to ponder, a feeling of unease grew within me. I told him frankly, but his resolution was firm. "I must go and find out what this means. I'll take the next train." I wanted to accompany him, but he explained it wasn't necessary, so I decided to follow him according to my own intuition. As soon as he left, Rainbow and I discussed the matter and decided to follow Gayler. "I'll leave immediately by plane. He'll be in great danger, I'm sure. I don't know why he didn't feel it himself, but I'll monitor the events and may call you by phone." Fortunately, I had noted the address on Gayler's letter and hurried to the airport. Arriving in New York well ahead of him, I went to the indicated address and observed the place carefully. Though I saw no sign of anything unusual, I eventually saw Gayler exiting a taxi and entering the building. It was a high-end apartment hotel, and when he asked the receptionist, "They're on the 10th floor," I followed him, staying out of his sight. The apartment door opened, and a beautiful woman greeted him. I waited a long time, but he didn't come out. Finally, just as I was about to approach the door, it opened, and 2 tall, handsome men, along with the beautiful woman and Gayler in the middle, emerged from the apartment and headed downstairs to the lobby. They swiftly crossed it and got into a waiting car. I saw Gayler was very pale but calm and composed. They quickly departed. I jumped into a taxi and followed them, instructing the driver not to lose sight of them. Their car arrived at the dock where an ocean liner was preparing to depart. I did some research and learned that the ship was scheduled to leave for Cherbourg at 10 o'clock. At that moment, I was certain Taylor was compelled to accompany them, so I went straight to the boarding office, and after much discussion and a few tips, I finally secured a ticket. I telegraphed Rainbow to explain my embarkation and sent a letter of explanation. I bought a travel bag and departed at 9:30, asking the magical presence, I Am, for my cabin to be near Gala's, ignoring the name under which he was traveling with these people. I obtained a passenger list and asked the I Am presence to show me in which cabins they were. My vigilance focused on 4 names, and the inner light corroborated my feeling. I checked the location and found one cabin adjacent to mine. I continued to monitor and listen, and I was rewarded the second morning around 4 o'clock by hearing voices, among them at intervals, Gala's, in a low voice, barely audible. I pressed my ear against the wall to hear everything, and to offer assistance if needed. There was clearly some dispute, and he was under determined pressure in various ways, as his voice rose to a tone indicating an ultimatum that did not play in their favor. Finally, he spoke in a way that anyone passing by the cabin could hear. He said, I won't intervene on behalf of my accomplices, even if they kill me. We'll see. A deep male voice responded, when we hand you over to our assistant in Paris. Those few words were enough to show they were trying to free others who had recently been arrested in Washington. I sent a telegram to Rainbow telling him to stay silent and wait until I had the necessary details. Then, in the calm of my cabin, I sent a message to Saint Germain and the Brotherhood for one of them to meet me when we disembark in Cherbourg. I didn't receive a response, but I felt calm and peace after the effort, and I rested with the sense of having successfully established contact. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and I lay down to get a few hours of rest. Because I knew I would need all my devotion and strength possible, while I slept I dreamed, or at least I thought at the time, of the master of whom I had heard wonderful things, Gala, the very one who had been sent by the Brotherhood to take care of him on his first trip to the Himalayas. He clearly told me, Stay in peace, my brother. We will meet again when the boat docks in Cherbourg. Everything is ready. The control of this situation is in the hands of those who never fail. He gave it to me so clearly in the experience that I felt certain I would recognize him wherever he was. The whole experience was too real and tangible for me to be a dream, and I knew I had to be with him in my higher mental body while I slept in the external body. I woke up later, wonderfully rested. All that day I kept close watch over his cabins, but I obtained nothing. I got up at 4 o'clock the following morning, and at 5 o'clock I was rewarded by seeing the 2 men come out. I clearly saw them so that I was sure to recognize them again wherever they were. They walked on the deck for a while and returned. The woman left the cabin and took her turn exercising outdoors. I hoped they would all come out at the same time, but they were cunning and kept Gala closely guarded. The 4th day was very stormy, and there was none. I spent that night listening intensely every moment, waiting for some sort of revelation. Finally, at midnight, they argued with Gala again, but he remained firm. They told him where they would take him, and I noted the address carefully. It was strange that they did not seem to suspect that someone might follow them, except that they imposed strict discipline throughout the journey. On the 5th morning, the woman went out for a walk on the deck for a short while, and during that interval, I heard the men talking to her. She was visibly American and socially prominent in Paris. The closest I could judge from their conversation was that she was under their influence, and through her they avoided arousing suspicion against themselves. I understood there would be no chance of approaching Gala without compromising the entire affair, so I trusted my inner feeling and placed my trust in the Brotherhood and in Saint Germain to guide me forward. I thought that at the masquerade ball on the last night aboard, I might encourage them to mingle with the other companions, but nothing enticed them out of their seclusion. The last night was a brilliant social event. The next morning I got up at 4 o'clock, but no one left the cabin until we docked along the quay. When our boat docked, they all came out together. I didn't allow Gala to spot me, much less for us to betray each other, but I felt that help was about to arrive. I followed them as closely as possible as they hurried away from the quay, and my heart began to falter when a hand touched my shoulder. When I looked up, the master from my dream was before me. "Come quickly," he said. "I'll explain as we walk." We followed the others quickly and kept them in sight until they got into a car. At that moment, a car pulled up beside us, and the master signaled for me to get in. We quickly exited, keeping the other car clearly in view. "I am a friend of Gaylord's," as he spoke, he continued as we moved forward. I got his message, and also a little while later he introduced himself and asked me never to reveal his name. "My son, you are a true brother of the Great White Brotherhood, and much good will come from this experience that you cannot even imagine now." There weren't many other cars on the road, so it was easy to keep them in view without attracting attention. They were driving at a normal speed, and soon we reached the outskirts of Paris. A short time later, a large car came up alongside us. The master opened our door when both cars stopped, and a man moved from the other car to ours as his car turned the next corner and disappeared. "This is another brother of the light who will remain vigilant when Gaylor reaches his final destination," the master explained once he was seated. "Do you know where and when to find me, this brother? Where I can have peace and rest," he said to our driver in a language I did not understand. "Go quickly," he ordered the driver, and we sped at a speed that I did not think was allowed in any city. These two men guarding Gaylor must wait for 5 of their accomplices, 2 of whom come from Russia. And this group telegraphed from New York that they would arrive today, and those from Russia tomorrow, the master added later. Our car arrived quickly at a beautiful villa, and as we stepped out, the air was filled with the most delightful scent of roses. We entered the house and were greeted by a young woman, the master's sister, who had brought me there. She looked much younger than I thought. "My sister is much older than she looks," he smiled. "We both live much longer than the 35 years normally allowed. Our understanding allows us to use certain laws to direct and maintain certain energy currents in the body, erasing the signs of age and remaining eternally young and beautiful. I held this body for 310 years, and my sister for 300 years, as you can see. We should have gone through the change called death a long time ago, but this Reaper terrifies us. He will never be able to touch us. We benefited from the atomic accelerator in the Cave of Symbols in your beloved America. You were surprised that we were there. We gave you and your friends in this wonderful retreat the joy and wonderful love that your hearts poured out. It was one of the most beautiful and encouraging experiences we have had in many years. In the near future, we will be there again to complete the elevation of these bodies to that perfect state of the ascended masters. Then we can come and go freely like them, and work beyond any limitation. Naturally, it must be understood that after benefiting from the wonderful accelerator, it is imperative that the student always maintain a state of harmonious consciousness, no matter what circumstances surround them. Once this assistance was given to the outer being, they must maintain this fluid power through the body from the potent presence of I Am. For some students, it's like a battle, albeit a brief one, if there is genuine determination to rise towards the great light. Come, let us forget the joy of hospitality. I will show you to your room, and once you're settled, we shall dine, he told me. He showed me a room with exquisite bathrooms, and I couldn't help but notice how these great beings, who are bearers of light, are always surrounded by beauty, harmony, and perfection in every aspect of their activity. I commented on this once to Germain, and he responded, "When life is lived rightly, all is peace and beauty, opulence and happiness. Conquering the desire to feel, to express disharmony closes the door to that disharmony, so it cannot act in the personal being and its environment. It is a joy to know that humanity has the strength to do this and thus receive the countless blessings of life." We dined, and the master urged me to retire to my room to sleep until I was called. I obeyed, and was awakened at 7 o'clock in the morning by bells ringing throughout my room. They electrified my body as if a charge of electronic energy had been transmitted through sound. I quickly dressed and joined the master and his sister in the hall. I felt so well that it seemed as if there was no such thing as fatigue. Much had happened during my rest. A message had been received indicating that the minions of the sinister force were about to arrive to join their comrades. "The day and everything must be ready to act swiftly," explained the master. "The Brothers of Light, who are members of the French Secret Service, have been instructed to be fully prepared, and there must be no publicity regarding the capture of this group." You can imagine my joy when 2 days later, as I entered the hall, Saint Germain greeted me calmly and graciously as usual. A moment later, when the master and his sister entered, a dazzling light shone through the room. "Come," said Saint Germain, "everything is ready. Let us go out." As we approached the location, there was not a single movement nor sound. Saint Germain approached the door, reached out his hand. The lock clicked, and the door opened silently. He took the lead and moved forward as if familiar with every detail. He approached a heavy double door and reached out his hand again. The doors opened gently. Great was the force he had concentrated upon them. Before us stood 7 minions, Gala and the woman. As we entered, the 7 drew their weapons, and for a split second there was a battle of mental forces. Suddenly, a circle of blue flame surrounded them. Their hands fell limply at their sides, and the Secret Service brothers entered. A minute later, the minions were handcuffed into armored cars and on their way to a secure location where no other prisoners could contact them. Taylor was surprised and delighted at the speed and calmness with which his release had been executed. Their capture, they had tried to force her to use some legal power. She had to release their well-armed accomplices in America. I can never thank them enough for saving this body for future service. They were serious, that's for sure, ready to destroy me. Yet, in their careless conversation, I learned a lot that will be useful for us in the future. They embraced each of us with great tenderness, love and gratitude. We retrieved the woman, but Saint Germain stopped us. There is no need to punish this creature. She has been but an innocent victim of their diabolical treachery, my dear sister, he said. We do not wish her harm. She has been but a pawn of this sinister force. She can be released immediately. He passed around her, a spiral blue flame. Her body slumped as if about to fall to the ground, yet did not fall, because it was held up by the wonderful power of the flame's arm. She remained so for about 10 minutes. Then the flame slowly disappeared. Her body trembled violently for a moment, and her eyes opened with a pleading expression, asking for help. "Where am I?" she asked. "You are among friends," replied Saint Germain, taking her hand in his. "You are free from a condition worse than death. Come, we will take you home." "No, no," she responded frantically. "I cannot go home after all I have done and all that has happened. I cannot. "Yes, you can," Saint Germain replied with conviction and a power of truth that turned all resistance into instant obedience. "You will find everything changed, for your good husband will understand and welcome you home. Your daughter, once an invalid who suffered so much, will be healed, and your home will be a happy, wonderful place again." We stepped outside, got into Taylor's friend's car, and headed towards a beautiful residence in the finest residential section of Paris. We entered and were greeted by a tall, slender man. I immediately knew he was American. He had been handsome before, but now his face showed deep lines of concern and grief, with tears streaming down his face. He embraced his wife tightly. She clung to him, sobbing as if her heart would break. Saint Germain waited a moment, and when she calmed down, he introduced us. "Dear beloved friends," said Saint Germain, "let us go see your charming daughter, for we have some additional work to do." We entered a beautiful room where once a lovely girl lay on the bed, so hunched and distorted that she barely seemed human. Saint Germain approached the bed, took her left hand in his, and placed his thumb of his right hand on her forehead between her eyes. He remained in this position for about 5 minutes, while the rest of us watched eagerly. Suddenly, the girl let out an inhuman cry, stretching her body on the bed and appearing lifeless. "Do not fear," he said. "She will be unconscious for a few moments, then I will give her the strength to rise and walk." At that moment she opened her eyes with a gentle look of love and gratitude. The light of her I Am presence burst forth in blessings towards Saint Germain. He reached out to help her up as she received the loving embrace of her father and mother. Saint Germain lifted the girl into his arms and carried her to a soft couch in the foyer. He gave instructions for her care and said he would be with them the next day. We returned to our wonderful friend's house and gave him a full account of everything that had happened since his departure from Washington. His gratitude was immense, and he spoke of his own feelings and reactions during the boat trip. "The only feeling I had during this interesting experience," he explained, "was to fully trust my powerful I Am presence and the Great White Brotherhood." "My beloved students and brothers," said Saint Germain, "do you not see how the great law of God acts infallibly in this case? The sinister force attempted to coerce a member of the Great White Brotherhood into serving it. See how our good brother was the bait. and his light the channel through which 7 others of its destructive claws were cut off from any future activity, thus bringing great joy and happiness to a blessed family. I have news that will surprise you even more. The man to whom these beloved wives and daughters were returned today is Arthur Livingston, the uncle of our dear brother Washington. This man is the most inspired mining engineer I know. I mean by this that he is well directed in his mining work by the powerful I Am presence. I wish for this family to return to America with you, for you will find they will become very zealous students. Tomorrow I will reserve a return passage for you, but for the next week you must stay in Paris until your ship, the Sharp, is ready to depart. During this time we were guests of Taylor's wonderful friend and his sister. The next day we accompanied Saint Germain to visit the Livingstons. When we entered, the transformation was greater than the human mind could imagine. Mr. Lee Min-son appeared 10 years younger. The daughter was radiantly beautiful and happy, and the mother's wonderful love was now fully restored. It was desires for social supremacy that nearly ruined everything for me and my family, she told us. Wherever we lived, they were the result of my desire for social influences. Now that I value the entire experience, I can see that my desire for social influences was just an insatiable tendency that completely absorbed all my time and attention, almost causing irreparable damage. I promise never to forget this choice. I will strive to make amends with greater dedication to my family and eternal service to the light. I wish for you 3, said Saint Germain, addressing the Livingstons, to embark with these friends for America, where I wish for you to make your home forever. This will help you forget the experiences that caused so much suffering here. Their joy was inexpressible, and their gratitude towards him was immense. Wait for me 1 week later, said Saint Germain to Gala's friend and his sister. When we bid farewell to Saint Germain, we could not find the words to express what we had in our hearts, for love is the only thing that expresses the gratitude felt in such circumstances. We boarded the ship at 4 o'clock and enjoyed every moment as we crossed the Atlantic. Gala asked me several times to recount in detail all the experiences we had lived through, and each time his only comment was, "Wonderful, how wonderful." When we arrived in New York, we found Rainbow on the dock, and never was a man happier than when Arturo Livingstone was introduced to him as his uncle. He was truly delighted. We then walked directly to Washington, D.C., where the Livingstons were going to establish their new home. This is how the Great White Brotherhood continues to bless humanity wonderfully and silently, and through its power and invisible intelligence, it fulfills God's eternal light law that never fails. Our return to Washington, D.C. with the Livingstons was followed by many weeks of enjoyable study as we received the great wisdom from our beloved Saint Germain. We were very busy during this time, and the days flew by because in our contemplation of the light and the ascended masters, we transcended any notion of time. It was human events that caught our attention and made us aware of time. We had arrived in Washington on October 2nd, and Christmas time was approaching. One morning, for some reason, Rainbow told me that Saint Germain wanted the boys to come here earlier than originally planned. We telegraphed for them to be here by December 21st. He said he had arranged for them to leave a few days earlier, but he did not specify why he wanted them here. So, we did not try to ask him the question. We sent a telegram, and by late afternoon on the 21st, they all arrived. The train of voices arrived half an hour ahead of the others. We went to the hotel where Saint Germain had reserved the suite for the night, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Saint Germain asked the 4 young people to sing a specific list of songs. "I've chosen these songs. I've been practicing them for 3 weeks," Voir said. We did the same, the other 3 chimed in together. "Well, that's perfect," said Saint Germain, smiling. "I know everything," he added, then revealed his surprise. "We have planned to attend a concert on Christmas Eve. 2 of the soloists will be unavailable. I know the man in charge of the event, and at the right time I will offer and provide replacements for the artists." Bob looked at him with genuine apprehension. "He has never appeared in public," he said. "He is scared to death." "Do you not trust me?" Saint Germain said, advancing towards Voir and placing his hands on his shoulders. "I trust you completely," he replied, eyes filled with tears. "Then leave it to me," Saint Germain replied. "Any fear will be gone when they wake up tomorrow morning." Stay in peace. The next morning at precisely 10 o'clock, a phone call from Saint Germain's friend in charge of the concert indicated that he was in great haste, as Sanier had predicted. The quartet was the solution to the problem. On Christmas Eve, the grand auditorium was completely filled. When the curtain rose, there were exclamations of approval here and there in the audience. Saint Germain remained in contact with the manager at regular intervals, and everyone felt a strange sense of anticipation. They could sense that something unusual was about to happen. The feeling intensified as time passed. The other artists sang, and a murmur rose in the hall. A second curtain rose, revealing a magnificent set with a nativity scene in the background and a bright star spreading its wonderful light over the entire stage. It was at this moment that a giant bird-shaped airplane descended gracefully to land in the middle of the stage. From it emerged a quartet dressed in Arabian costumes. They began with Silent Night, and the audience insisted on an encore. They then performed Nada, followed by a solo titled Light of Life, We Adore Thee. The audience's enthusiasm continued to grow, and the applause became louder and louder. The quartet continued with the next number, Master Jesus, We Follow Thee, and then Rex sang a solo, In the Light, I Find Rest. Handkerchiefs were raised, and some audience members stood up from their seats, requesting an encore. The quartet sang again, and then the manager stepped forward to the edge of the stage and announced the surprise for the closing number. Allow me to introduce our afternoon's guest artist, he said, singing I Come on the Wings of Light, Prima Donna Nada. We were all stunned by the surprise when Nada and Rex's mother entered, dressed in an elegant gown resplendent with jewels. Her own beauty far surpassed that of her attire. The applause and greetings from the audience were tremendous. She raised her hand for silence, and the audience responded instantly. She began to sing with a power and glory that released her radiation and flooded the audience. From there, an emanation of peace and comfort enveloped America and the earth. At the end of her song, the audience held their breath for a moment, then burst into a deep sense of appreciation and joy in affectionate gratitude towards her. They cheered her on again and again. After repeating her song for the third time, she raised her hand to speak, her voice and gratitude so gentle, so sincere, that she sang something to them that expressed her feelings towards them. It was called I Love You, and her voice showed a beauty and power that worked magically, as only an ascended master can do. And it is not surprising that the audience, in their enthusiasm and appreciation, tried to bring her back on stage again and again. However, at a sign from Saint Germain, the final curtain fell. Come quickly, said Saint Germain as he draped an indigo-colored cape over Nada's mother, and we got into a car. We managed to escape just in time as the audience rushed towards the artist's entrance. We arrived at the hotel and went straight to the main suite. Reporters took their places, waiting to find out who the artist was. Saint Germain stepped up to the door and greeted them. Prima Donna Nada, he said, is the wife of a miner from the West, Danielle Rainbow. The two soloists from the quartet are her children, that's all. He then dismissed them after such loyal and splendid service from each of them, he explained, closing the door behind him. I think you deserve this happy surprise. I congratulate the quartet. And with a sly smile at Voix, he added, As you can see, your trust has not been without reward. I know, replied Voix. I have never been afraid to take the stage. We all gathered around Nada and Rex's mother and asked her to tell us about her work and where she had been. I will briefly tell you what I can, as I must leave you both, she said, but I will come tomorrow evening for an 8 to 12-hour visit in the sphere where I reside. It can be called a stratum, for there are several layers surrounding the earth, holding it in their embrace. The place where I am receiving some training is as real and tangible as the earth, but I serve in the stratum below where I study. When I thought to go through the process called death, I lost all sense of life for a moment. Then I woke up to find myself surrounded by 12 ascended masters, whose light was almost dazzling. In their midst was our beloved Saint Germain, who had instructed me for several years before. As soon as I became aware of the ascended masters, I was shown how I could help myself elevate the structure of my physical body to the pure electronic body. the seamless garment that remains forever pure and perfect. As the process of progressive elevation took place, I became more and more conscious of a radiant light filling my mind and body, and I felt the most wonderful and radiant energy emerging around me, losing all traces of resistance and imperfection, and accelerating my consciousness. I became increasingly aware of my mighty presence until I saw it before me, visible, tangible, and very real. Gradually and powerfully, I felt my physical body absorbed and enveloped by my glorious divine being, and when I came out of the cemetery, I could barely understand how transcendent I had become. The old and limited human activities of my consciousness rose to an awakened sense of freedom and the unlimited use of wisdom and power. This was clearly shown to me. Now that I was aware of this higher activity, I had to put it to use. Then came an even greater sense of freedom, beauty, joy, and service that I had to render to those who were still unascended. My first desire was to learn more about these ascended masters who had so kindly assisted me. Instantly, one after the other, they presented themselves to me and, without speaking a word, conveyed their names and thoughts to me with that wonderful language of thought. Some images accompanied by colors came added, as well as the true interpretation of them. This communion through thought was as clear as the communication that humans use today through speech. In fact, it is much clearer because there can be no error when thought meets thought. Misinterpretations occur through the use of words, as after all, they are only vessels to convey thoughts and feelings. Many imperfections and resistances disappear completely when thoughts and feelings are not limited by words. At one time during a previous golden age, humanity still had full use of this internal communion through thought. But as personalities drifted away from the light, the substance of bodies became denser until it reached the condition of the physical atom, of which the human body is composed today. This substance vibrates at a frequency too slow for thought to traverse. Hence, only words or sounds that could be recorded at this low frequency had to be used as a means of communication. Even today, individuals could regain the ability to communicate through thought by releasing a ray of golden white light from their own magical presence. I am, through conscious command, visualizing how this ray passes through the brain structure from the electronic body. This wave of higher light increases the vibrational frequency of the atoms of the physical body to the point where thought is recorded and understood without spoken word. Thought waves are always emitted, so to speak, on the flesh of the physical body from within the individual consciousness and the thoughts of others. But how many people understand sufficiently the reading of thought whose impact is felt? Mental telepathy is only a small part of this activity, but how many can interpret received thoughts and know from where they come? Weeks passed before I ceased to marvel at these wonderful triple means of internal communication through vision, thought, and feeling. The glorious freedom of the Ascended Master is so wonderful that we desire every human being to understand and enjoy this same great bliss. It is the final crown of glory of all human activity, the ideal and reward for which human experience is sought and endured. If humanity could understand and contemplate even this true ideal of the chains and self-imposed limitations that have hampered the race for hundreds of thousands of years, they would break them in less than a century. My initial experiences, which seemed so wonderful to me, have proven to be only fragmentary compared to those revealed since my ascension to this greater and wonderful activity of life. Please keep clearly in mind this fact. In the ascended state, every revelation of a broader activity always contains the corresponding wisdom and power for its correct use. It is an endless joy and wonder for the sons and daughters of light. After adjusting in one way or another to this new condition, Saint Germain led me to the most suitable place for me, where I assimilated new experiences for a short period. After that, I benefited from illustrated instruction. Then I began to engage in my true activity, my true service. One of the ever-growing pleasures of the ascended state is that when we study a particular condition, it is always accompanied by illustrations of the exact activity that must be used, and there can never be any error, because the end is seen from the beginning. However, this remarkable means of illustrated instruction does not occur below a certain state of consciousness that can only be known when attained. It is a definite and positive knowledge and feeling. You, beloved ones, do not understand how lucky you are to have the blessing of the wonderful atomic accelerator, a marvelous result of the love and work of our beloved Saint Germain. His love, his service, and his self-giving to humanity have been great. The beauty and rapid progress of each of you are due to his sincere and intense gratitude. This is the sure path to the great heights of success and the easiest method to accomplish all good things. Gratitude towards life for all that life pours upon you is a wide open door to all blessings in the universe. The door of peace closed because humanity forgot to be grateful towards life for all the blessings bestowed upon the earth, and this is also the reason why all chains of personal selfishness exist. The mass of humanity seeks to possess and hold on to things which is contrary to the law of life. Life says that the individual must always expand, allowing more and more perfection to flow through them for the intense love of their own powerful I Am presence to all humanity, to all life. This is the supreme activity that we can use to merge the human with the divine. In this divine love is contained all good things. Thousands of works have been written about divine love, but only the individual who can generate it at will and direct it consciously to accomplish what they desire or decree truly understands it. When the individual knows divine love as more than an abstract principle, the ascended master knows divine love as a presence, an intelligence, a principle, a light, a power, an activity, and a substance. Herein lies the secret of their supreme authority and power, for nothing impedes the approach of divine love in any place in the universe. When the student knows how to externalize the flame of divine love from within their own powerful I Am presence through their own decree, they know what will happen in a very short time until its constant use elevates them to their ascension. Only love can accomplish this for each one, but it must first be projected towards others before the blessings from the heart of their presence can be released within their own. Divine love, being eternal, is the indelible, invisible, and unconquerable presence of the I Am, and therefore the mistress of all now and forever. All joys and pleasures of the outer world are but dust compared to the limitless and ever-expanding wonders of creation in cosmic space that the ascended masters can consciously observe and appreciate at will. One of the tremendous blessings of the ascended state is the complete absence of any criticism or condemnation of human weaknesses or errors. If the student of light wishes to progress rapidly, they must train themselves to forget anything that is useless or undesirable in any way, which is imperative if they wish to free themselves from human limitations. The student who drags behind them unpleasant memories uses one of the means by which they recreate again and again the same experience of misery they seek to be free from. They admit no disharmony within themselves. When the student enters into the light, they become all light, which makes them all perfected. For disharmony to leave the body or affairs, the personality must rid itself of every thought, feeling, and word concerning imperfection. An activity that always brings total freedom to the student is to extend unconditional and eternal forgiveness to all and everything. This accomplishes what nothing else can do to liberate everyone, just as the person who gives it. Forgiveness fills everything with the perfection of light. When forgiveness is sincere, the emotional nature of the body is calm, gentle, happy, comfortable, and like unto a mountain of light. Pardon is so powerful that whoever resides in it is as fortified as within a fortress. Remember that what you firmly hold in your consciousness materializes within you. It is impossible for your life to contain anything other than the accumulation of past or present consciousness. Everything of which you are aware, or any thought and feeling, is imprinted on the universal substance in and around you, and then manifests as something of its kind. This powerful cosmic law, in which there is no variation or escape, is truly a great joy to be with those you love. So tonight, my joy is truly great. The time is approaching when you will understand that every human relationship is but a creation of the physical world. In the state of spirit, we are all truly brothers and sisters, sons and daughters of the highest living God. In this phase of life, the true meaning of friendship is understood and lived, and when properly understood, it is the most beautiful relationship in the universe. Now, I must leave you until tomorrow evening at 8 p.m., as I have work to do. Remain firm in the powerful radiance of cosmic light, the mighty presence Yo-Soy of the universe, so that your path may be illuminated by its wonderful brilliance. As he uttered his final words, his body gradually became invisible until he disappeared completely. "Beloved students," said Saint Germain, smiling gently, "tonight I have shown you the higher ideal of entertainment. It is not only highly entertaining, but also extremely edifying due to the unlimited power released by the magical presence. Note that when the proper channel is open, there is no limit to the blessings an audience can receive wherever conditions permit. You have assimilated that with sufficient understanding. It is possible to ensure that the body responds instantly to the highest and unlimited use of the presence Yo-Soy within you. Your body is the instrument on which you can allow the powerful presence Yo-Soy to sing its great song of life without knowing any limitation or failure of any kind. You can let thoughts and feelings of limitation and discord sent by other personalities act on the body or in the corresponding harvest. Your body is your radio, your thought, your feeling, and your spoken word are the ways by which you can tune in to conditions or activities, internal or external, that you do not wish. The only real difference is that your body is capable of tuning in to a height incredibly higher than any existing radio. Now you are the directors of your own radio through your consciousness. You have the programs of the universe from which you can choose your world. Today reveals what you have chosen in the past. If you do not like this program, choose a new and better one from your presence, Yo-Soy. Our gratitude and love were greater than ever for Saint Germain, and we understood as never before that in the presence and wisdom of the Ascended Masters truly lies heaven on earth. We wished each other good night and went to our rooms. We had breakfast at 11 o'clock the next morning and spent the afternoon showing Nada, Perla, Rex and Voz many points of interest in Washington. In the heightened state of consciousness in which we were during this time, the appreciation and intensity of our joy were sharper than usual, and it seemed that we found beauty everywhere. We returned to the hotel at 4 o'clock, because the beloved Saint Germain had invited us to dinner later with him in the suite occupied by Nada and Perla, saying it was time to begin Livingston's instruction, and we were all awaiting Saint Germain's arrival when a very delicate bell rang through the rooms. "Saint Germain is arriving," said Perla immediately. "Who is it?" asked Sarah Livingston. "The wonderful man who healed you," replied Perla, "and saved your mother from a dreadful fate. If my feeling is correct, you will soon see manifestations of his transcendent wisdom and power in addition to what you have already experienced." At that moment, it was announced in the same way as any other guest arriving at the hotel. He graciously greeted everyone and then explained, "It is my desire that these good friends, the Limingtons, become accustomed to the higher use of the law of light. We will begin by first understanding that everything around us is a universal substance we call cosmic light, and what the Bible calls spirit is the pure life substance of the first cause, God. It is infinite. We can draw upon it at any time for whatever we may need. This pure electronic light is the vast, limitless storehouse of the universe. Within it, all is perfection, and everything that exists comes from it. Now, if you would gather around the table, we will dine so that you may see, feel, taste and know this wonderful omnipresent substance that is talked about so much, but also not fully understood." Saint Germain sat at the head of the table, seating Sahara, Voz, Nada and myself to his left, and Madame Livingstone, Arturo, Perla and Rex to his right. Then he asked us to bow our heads silently before the powerful presence of God in action. Each felt a powerful current of divine energy, liquid light, flowing through our minds and bodies. When we lifted our heads, a beautiful tablecloth as white as snow, adorned with roses, covered the table, made of a material we had never seen before. It resembled silk covered with frost in quality and appearance. Arturo Livingstone paled in surprise, because a moment earlier he had seen only the polished surface of a walnut table, and now this exquisite and beautiful tablecloth covered it, with matching napkins at each place setting. Then an entire set of dishes quickly appeared, The milk-colored plates were made of a substance resembling satin in appearance, but very hard and unbreakable. On each individual piece were embossed relief patterns of strange mystical designs in gold. None of us understood them, but they were extremely beautiful. The knives, forks, and spoons were of silver metal, with wonderful handles carved from jade. Jade cups with beautifully sculpted feet appeared to the right of each guest, containing a sparkling, crystalline liquid, which was the same essence of life, condensed light. "Do not be alarmed," said Saint Germain. "When you drink this liquid, it will greatly accelerate the vibratory action of your atomic structure, and if you feel dizzy, it will only last a few moments." Then, raising his own cup, he proposed a toast to the peace and enlightenment of all present and all humanity. We raised our cups and drank their contents, barely suppressing a muffled cry of astonishment at the effect of this liquid. When its electronic essence charged our bodies, we felt as though we were being lifted from our chairs. This was followed by a 7-course dinner. The empty plates disappeared as soon as the meal was finished. The food was very delicious and extremely invigorating for the body. Our dessert was similar to what we had eaten in the Cave of Symbols. "As you can see," said Saint Germain when we had finished dinner, "it is not difficult to produce what one desires directly from the universal substance, provided there is no element of selfishness in it. Emotionally, here tonight is a delicious food that came from a supply that is always available. Nevertheless, this is only a fraction of what can be produced." He reached out, and a golden disc formed in his hand, passing it around for everyone to examine. Then he extended his other hand, and a beautiful blue-white diamond formed in it, truly a perfect jewel, so dazzling was its refractive power. He held both pieces in his closed right hand for a moment, and when he opened it, a magnificent necklace with an exquisite design and a sumptuous pendant stone was inside. He offered it to Sarah, saying, "Accept this as a talisman of light. The stone is not an ordinary gem, it is truly condensed light. Thus it is a real talisman of light. It will bless you greatly. Now let us continue," he continued. "The service that was used tonight is offered to you, nada and vos." As he spoke these words, the service began to reappear on the table until everything was complete. Suddenly a glass fell to the floor, and when it was picked up, it turned out to be neither broken nor damaged in the slightest. "This service," he explained, "is unbreakable. As you can see, take care of it yourselves, and may it bring you great joy. Now, regarding this dear brother," he continued, indicating Mr. Livingstone, "he is a very efficient mining engineer. In about 6 months he will be needed at the mine in place of Bob. May I suggest that we discuss this matter tomorrow and make the necessary arrangements in detail? It will be greatly beneficial for these dear beings to spend 2 years in the West. I suggest they travel to the ranch around mid-April to find their twin flame waiting for them there. When she sees him, she will instantly recognize him. The reuniting of these twin flame couples is one of the most remarkable things I have had the privilege to accomplish. My dear Sarah, when you begin to study these powerful laws, you will understand everything more clearly. What seems strange and perhaps unreal will become more real than anything else in your life, because there is no doubt within you. This condition makes it possible to give you definite instruction with your permission." "Dear Master," said Sarah, "I am unable to express all the gratitude I feel toward you for my healing and for the opportunity to receive this instruction. The wonderful demonstration you showed us tonight awakened a vague memory in me, as if I had known these laws somewhere and in some way." "My dear child," he replied, "you have learned much about them, and the full memory of what you have known will come back to you suddenly." We then became aware that there were other people in the room when we heard a soft and tender laughter. Nada and Ray's mother emerged from the adjoining room dressed in wonderful and magnificent clothes. Her mere presence brought peace and blessings to everyone, and she reached out to Rainbow, who bowed her head and kissed her hand. She greeted everyone, and the Livingstones were introduced to her, their admiration being genuine and sincere. Saint Germain explained her ascension in detail, the training she had received since her ascension, and the service she constantly rendered to humanity. It was the most divinely happy Christmas night I have ever experienced, filled with wonderful radiation and deep instruction. At midnight, Nada's mother bid us farewell until we could meet again in the Cave of Symbols in July. She and Saint Germain had work to do together and disappeared, their final words being a request for the illuminates to join us at 2 o'clock the next day. As soon as they were gone, the Livingstones began asking us about beloved Saint Germain and his wonderful work. They were so interested that 4 o'clock in the morning arrived before they realized it. It truly was the happiest Christmas of our lives. The next day at 1:45, Saint Germain appeared and greeted us as usual. "I see that you have all adhered beautifully to the plan," he remarked. "You realize how all experiences are truly in divine order. Each person is a link in the great cosmic chain of perfection. I marvel sometimes at the perfection with which the mighty presence Yo Soy operates in recent activity. Our good brother Gala's experience led us to the limits in order to offer them protection, and through that we encountered another twin flame couple. This will bring the Livingstones and another friend into eternal light. That is my plan for this good brother Livingston. Is it agreeable to all of you?" "I am more than delighted with these arrangements, as they are a blessing for all involved," Rainbow replied. "Well, with your cooperation, we will enter into very intensive training. For the next 3 months, I am asked to do so for those who are superior to me from Washington on April 7th to the ranch. Bob, Nada, Perla, and Rex must stay here until January 10th. They will return to the university on the 12th. These glorious days have passed too quickly. Bob accompanied the others to the university, and from there he went alone to the mine. The rest of us underwent intensive training, and one of our greatest pleasures was to see how enthusiastically the Livingstones engaged in Saint Germain's instruction. For all of us, he truly is the unwavering light of God, never missing. Chapter 9. Daniel Rainbow's Ascension and our intensive training under Saint Germain continued for 3 months. During this time, our happiness was immense as the joy and blessing of seeing, knowing, and conversing with the mighty presence Yo Soy were indescribable and can only be known through first-hand experience. We received weekly reports from the boys, whose progress at the university was splendid. Letters from Beauvais told us that everything was going well at the mine and the men were now singing at work. Upon this, Saint Germain said that justice and kind service could and would bring about the same activity throughout the commercial world when the same principles were applied. He promised to meet with us at the ranch later, then departed for the Far East. We left Washington on April 7th, arrived in Denver on the 11th, and departed for the ranch early the next morning, where everything seemed to breathe the joy, peace, and freedom of the magnificent mountains. At graduation, we received a wonderful letter from Nada and Rex describing an experience they presumed to have received from Saint Germain, which brought them great joy. One night, they stayed up late, discussing Rex's graduation attire and dresses for Nada and Perla. The next morning, Rex found a beautiful set of clothes laid out on his room table, with a note reading, "Please accept this from those who love you." It was made of a wonderful blue material and fit him perfectly. In Nada and Perla's rooms there were complete sets for each with a similar note attached. Their clothes were made of a soft white material, embroidered with exquisite designs. Rex insisted his father, Bob Gale, and I attend his graduation ceremonies. It seemed there was no way to refuse, so we returned for the event. This university had a benefactor unknown to the public, but we began to suspect it was Saint Germain. Later, he told us its president was a member of the Great White Brotherhood. Rambo had invited the president and his sister to dinner with him before his return to the West. When they arrived, Saint Germain accompanied them, to everyone's surprise and joy. He spoke at length about the new university training of the new era in all fields of education. He said, "A certain demand is affirmed through the race, forcing recognition of the mighty presence, Yo Soy. This is the only basis upon which happiness, freedom, and perfection can be durably built. Only humanity can be freed from its selfishness and greed through Yo Soy. Then will come all the complete use of the eternal abundance that awaits to serve humanity. Each individual is an open door to all perfection, But this perfection can only express itself on earth when the outer being maintains its own clean and harmonious channel by worshipping and accepting the mighty presence Yosoi. By accepting and maintaining attention on the mighty presence Yosoi, the individual can attract at any moment all the good for the external use of personality. In this way, he can invoke all the good he desires for himself and his world. But the great power that this truth really puts at the disposal of the personal being is the use of divine love as a presence that precedes and adjusts all external activity, solves every human problem, and reveals the perfection that must manifest in the world. Divine love, being the heart of the infinite and the individual, is an ever-fluid and intelligent flame that releases unlimited energy, wisdom, power, and substances. This flame will release unlimited blessings to all who wish to harmonize their own personalities sufficiently to allow it to manifest. Divine love is the reservoir of life and the treasure house of the universe. It automatically attracts to the personal being every good thing when the external activity of the mind recognizes the presence Yosoi and remains in harmony with divine love. Then, all achievement is reached without strain or struggle, and all creative activity becomes the expansion and continuous joy of perfection. The more one studies life and meditates on perfection, the more one understands the power and scope of divine love. Less struggle with people and things, and adore more the divine presence, for he who adores perfection must become that upon which his attention rests. When humanity has the outer activity of the mind with thoughts and feelings of perfection, the bodies and affairs of humanity will also bring forth this order and perfection externally. The more we understand life and perfection, the simpler everything becomes, until we have only one thing to do, and we do it all the time. Fill our thought and feeling with divine love always. Life never struggles, because what struggles is the consciousness that tries to limit life, and it's simply interference with perfection trying to manifest forever. If the outer personal being would simply let life flow and remain at peace, the result would be perfection. The divine path of life has been achieved by many who begin earnestly to obtain this knowledge, but they become discouraged and interrupt their search because they seek things instead of enjoying God by worshipping the beauty and power of the great light for itself. Only if we seek the light, because we love to adore the light, will the results come with absolute certainty, and then we will place God first, which must be if the personal being wants to maintain a correct relationship with life. Toward the late afternoon of the following day, we bid farewell to our friends, exchanged warm wishes and boarded the train westward. The servants Saint Germain had provided for Nada, Perla and Rex in their apartment during their stay at the university disappeared as quietly as they had arrived. Their entire association was an example of what it means to know, use, serve, and keep silent. Our train arrived in Denver at 4 o'clock on the third day after graduation, and early the next morning, Nada, Perla, Sarah, Pop, Rex and I departed on horseback for the Cave of Symbols. We reached the mountaintop around 11 o'clock, and Sarah was extremely happy. She apologized, saying she wanted to be alone for a moment. During this time, the rest of us prepared the meal. Later she returned, and the light in her eyes was radiant. "I had an amazing experience," she declared. "I saw the God of this mountain. He's a wonderful being of such majesty, wisdom, and power as I never imagined before. He stands at least 7 feet tall and is the guardian of this sacred mountain like the flame. He's known as God Tabor. He told me I would have much to do in helping everyone in the near future. He said I was already here in very ancient times. I don't fully understand what he means, but I feel like I'm about to remember something important from the past. He explained that one day I would be at the heart of this mountain and would be the recipient of his life and eternal wisdom, but not before 2 years. He asked me to remain in peace so that everything could proceed in divine order, and said that I had entered the great current of life that would lead me to eternal perfection. "My dear sister, you are truly blessed," said Nada, approaching and embracing her. "Trust in the mighty presence I am within you, and all will be revealed at the right time. Now, let's go eat." "I would love to eat with you all, but I feel an inner strength I've never felt before," she replied. "I'm so grateful you brought me here today. You are so wonderful to me. I deeply admire the beauty of the landscape, but this inner glory surpasses everything in my life. God bless you, my dear friends." So we all understood why we had been prompted to come to Mount Table. After the meal, he suggested we descend on the opposite side of the mountain so Sarah could see the amazing color effects of the wildest landscape and reach the entrance of the Cave of Symbols. As we approached the entrance of the cave, Rex stopped his horse. "Come," he said. "Enter, fear nothing." Sarah grew pale. "We cannot enter now. Let's return home," she said. We understood she was guided from within, so we directed the horses back home. When we arrived at the ranch, Rainbow told us he had received a message from Saint Germain asking all of us to meet in the tower room at 8 o'clock that evening. We arrived at the agreed-upon time, and as we approached the door, it swung open wide to reveal Saint Germain. He welcomed us with his usual grace, and we took our seats in chairs forming a circle. The Limits-Son was surprised and admiring of the beauty of the tower. When everyone was settled, Saint Germain said, "I have convened this meeting specifically for Sarah and secondarily for Daniel." Rainbow paid a brief but magnificent tribute to the I Am presence, and as he spoke, the light became visible with great intensity, brightly illuminating the room. He stepped forward to stand in front of Sarah and touched her forehead. Immediately, a circle of golden, pink and blue light surrounded us, and we were empowered to see into the level or octave of light above that in which humanity generally operates. The light began to focus around Sarah, and her inner vision opened, showing her experiences from many past lives. In one of these lives, she had been under Saint Germain's instruction, and at that time had attained great enlightenment. In another life, she had been a priestess in a cave of a great mountain. It was then that she had first encountered the god Tabor. As this revelation of past lives unfolded, she was establishing memory of these previous activities and informing herself. He explained that this would be of great benefit in a few years' time. When he had finished his work with her, the magnificent circle of light slowly disappeared. "My brother," said Saint Germain, addressing Rainbow, "it is my desire for you to go to the Cave of Symbols on July 12th, to prepare for the final work we wish to accomplish. This brother," he continued, indicating Miami, "will join you along with Nada, Perla, Rex, and Bob at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 26th. Gala will depart tomorrow on a mission of the Great White Brotherhood in South America. This preparatory work is invaluable for all, as they still have no inkling of what it will be for you. The radiation that will be given in the Cave of Symbols will mark the end of Daniel Rimbaud's earthly pilgrimage, but the exact day and hour cannot be revealed to anyone who is not ascended, for only their own mighty I Am presence knows the chosen moment when the great work of the ages will be consummated. I am confident that all external affairs will be settled so that, when this supreme event comes, if they are not fully completed, they can be finalized within the next 10 days. Today is very significant, very important. Patience, so that the natural development of light within you may manifest as quickly as possible. What you saw from the past tonight is only a small part of your previous experiences, but it is all that is essential for you at this moment. As for Bob and this brother, I wish to conclude by saying there is another deposit about half a mile from the Master's discovery, as they call it, which I will reveal to you on our next trip to the mine in 3 days. As the rights are registered and the titles in your possession, they will be secured until your return from the East in 2 years, when the rest will return from the Himalayas. Our beloved Livingstones will be ready to meet with you again and undertake certain steps that will lead you to your total freedom. I wish each of you to follow the directions given to you, and always remember that nothing in life is as important as loving, worshipping, and rising to the mighty I Am presence within you and in the universe. Never lose the joy and enthusiasm of the quest. At no time will I be intermittently present in the mine, although unseen. When you return, Bob will accompany you, ready to depart for the Far East. I cannot reappear visibly before your journey, but Sarah, I want to remind you that Dave Sutherland, whom you will meet at the mine, is your twin ray. You will remember and recognize his face and radiation because his features are similar to those he had in the incarnation where you were together last. Beloved students, My blessings envelop you all in the divine embrace of the mighty I Am Presence." As he spoke these words, his body almost instantly disappeared. We made the trip to the mine with the Livingstones on the morning of July 7th, and upon our arrival, Bob informed us that Saint Germain had left a note saying he would arrive at 8 o'clock that evening. When the Livingstones were shown to the bungalow, their joy was great and justified. No expense had been spared to provide them with every comfort. After dinner that evening, Bob apologized, and an hour and a half later, he returned with Dave Sutherland. He was introduced to everyone except Sarah, who had momentarily left the room. She returned and suddenly found herself face to face with Dave as Bob was about to introduce him. We were all watching deliberately without showing it. When their eyes met, no one moved for a moment. "I have often seen you in my dreams," commented Dave. "Yet it has always seemed much more real than a dream." "That's true," said Sarah. "Exactly as our beloved Saint Germain told me. I also remember you. I often saw you when my body was deeply asleep and hope seemed lost. You came to me every time and I felt stronger and more alive afterward." Saint Germain then arrived, and within a few hours I was completely restored. I will tell you all about it later. Every eye in the room was moist with tears when these twin rays met. We were grateful to beloved Saint Germain for the perfection with which he constantly surrounded us, each of us and the entire world. Truly, there is no deeper bond of love in the universe than that which exists between an ascended master and his students. At that moment, a voice from the three began to sing in clear and wonderful tones, "Love is the fulfilling of the law," with a beautiful accompaniment of stringed instruments. Dave remained almost motionless with surprise, as it was the first time he witnessed a manifestation of the Legion. The music was their acknowledgement and blessing of the eternal union of the three pairs of twin rays, and Dave was like a flower about to open its petals to the full sunlight. We explained as much as was permitted to Dave regarding Saint Germain and his wonderful work. "Everything is so amazing," said Dave, "but I feel something inside me that lets me know it's real and true. I want to learn more about it and meet him face to face." The next day, Livingston was appointed superintendent of the mine and shown the master's discovery. He never tired of talking about it, and was very happy with all the arrangements. When we finished inspecting the works, Bob placed him under his responsibility, with each shift now under his control. Raymond gathered the miners and introduced Livingston to them, explaining that he and Dave Sutherland would take charge of all operations over the next 2 years. He made it clear that he deeply appreciated their loyalty and service, and those he left in charge would ensure their well-being at all times. The quartet richly entertained the men again, much to everyone's delight. That night, just before bed, a sheet of paper floated to the floor at my feet. I picked it up, and there was a message from Saint Germain for you, Rex, and me. He asked that we go to a certain place on Rainbow's mining property at 7 o'clock the next morning. We obeyed, and upon our arrival, electronic current passed through me from head to toe. We all heard clearly the words spoken audibly, "Sit quietly in triangular formation, focus your attention on the mighty I Am Presence within, and hold it firmly there." In a matter of moments, I left my body, and through the cosmic veil I found Saint Germain in a glorious and dazzling radiance. He greeted me with his usual kindness and grace. "Come," he said, "we will now enter into the earth, where I will reveal not only the grand design of the gold I spoke of, but also how the God of nature and the God of gold work together in perfect harmony to produce the precious metal that humanity instinctively loves to use for service and ornamentation. When I speak of the God of gold and the God of nature, I mean intelligent, pure, and perfect beings who manipulate forces in these realms and consciously direct them. The God of nature draws and directs the magnetic currents of the earth, and through intelligent manipulation, produces certain definite results on our planet. This activity is real, precise, and unfolds according to law, as precisely as a chemist works in their laboratory. The God of gold attracts, manipulates, and directs the electronic currents from our physical sun. These currents are drawn into the Earth's crust to a certain depth, like ribbons tied together. This highly concentrated electronic energy, when combined with the magnetic force within the Earth's crust, reacts in a way that slows down the vibration level. The radiation of gold is absorbed by plants and human beings and is used for many purposes, as I mentioned earlier. During their experiences in the unveiled mysteries of the emanation of gold, it has a powerful purifying and energizing action in the human body and in nature. In all golden ages, the metallic form of gold was commonly used for the mass of humanity, and during these periods its spiritual development reached a very high level of achievement. One reason for the chaos of the present time is that gold in the commercial world is hoarded or retained, instead of allowing it to freely circulate among humanity and extend its balancing and energizing activity in the commerce of the race. The accumulation of gold in large quantities signifies the accumulation of internal force, which, if not released or distributed over a certain period of time, will release itself due to the overload of its own enormous internal power. Saint Germain drew me closer to his radiation, and the internal activity of the earth was revealed to me. Before us stood two transcendent radiant beings, one drawing and directing the magnetic currents of the earth, and the other the gold formed within the earth's crust. The one whom Saint Germain called the God of nature was a being of glorious beauty and power. His body measured 6 feet in height, and his clothing was of green gold and rose color, seeming to be made of a self-luminous substance. An aura of intense blue surrounded his head, and rays of light emanated from his heart, head, and hands. The ray from his right hand was green, and from his left hand rose-colored, while from his head it was white, and from his heart golden. The being whom Saint Germain called the God of Gold was enveloped in dazzling golden light, and it took several seconds before we could look at him steadily enough to see more details. His garments were also made of a luminous substance, but the rays emanating from his head and hands were of igneous gold. The rays from his heart were of a brilliant white, and the aura extending around his head for about 12 inches appeared to be made of single rays of white light. The existence of gold, continued Saint Germain. Inside white quartz is the purest formation inside the earth at this time. White quartz is the residue of magnetic currents, so to speak, and metallic gold is the electronic substance of the sun with a reduced vibration level. That's why gold is sometimes referred to as a precipitated ray of sunlight. Now, observe here. The two beings directed rays of light through their hands toward a cavity in the rocks, where a small quantity of gold had slipped, when in molten state through a connection fissure, apparently caused by volcanic action. Intense heat had sealed the fissure with melted granite, thus hiding the entire vein that ran through the cavity. This particular deposit, he continued, at its highest point, lies about 200 feet below the surface from a geological perspective. It may be discovered or not after your return from the Far East. It will be opened, and one day the ore will be used for special purposes, so that humanity may be blessed and enlightened. We continued to observe these two beings, as their projection of rays of light caused the gold inside the cavity to expand and gleam like plants in the sunlight. We had been here about 30 minutes, noted Saint Germain, when we emerged, and I returned to my physical body. Rex and you seemed to be in a deep sleep. Moments later, when you opened your eyes, I explained to them what had happened. Although their mission was different from mine, and the revelation and instruction they had received were of a more individual nature, they had maintained full awareness during the experience, and part of the same activity had been shown to me. We returned to the bungalow at 8 o'clock for breakfast and described our experience to Nada, Perla, and King Moore. That's when they told us we would return to the ranch on day 10. The afternoon of the 9th was filled with music and joy, joined by the Livingstones, as we would not be with them again for 2 years. Our return to the ranch was uneventful, and the following days were devoted to Rambo's business activities, linking everything to Nada and Rex. Their holdings were vast, and their great fortune placed their children among the wealthiest in the western region of the country. Surely no other person was more worthy to be the custodian of God's wealth. On the morning of day 9, we all gathered in the tower room, where a surprise awaited us, as upon opening the door, the room was illuminated with a gentle white light. When we were all still, Raymond stood up and offered a prayer of advancement and gratitude, expressing deep gratitude for the blessings he had received, concluding with a blessing that encompassed all his earthly possessions for the great service they had rendered him. Then we entered into deep meditation, and received great assistance and illumination. After our meditation, we returned to the music room, where the quartet sang for nearly an hour. Afterwards, Rainbow embraced each of his loved ones and retired to his room as he and I were to leave early the next morning for the Cave of Symbols. We departed at 6 o'clock, driving Rex to the nearest point. The path to the entrance was very joyful with the invigorating morning air, and as we approached we heard the sound of machines in motion. When we arrived at the second entrance, Saint Germain was waiting for us, and he was even more divine and wonderful than before. We advanced to the white arch that opened before us without anyone touching it. Where we had previously seen blue and red arches during our earlier visits, we now saw dazzling white arches in their place. These symbolized a cosmic recognition of the elevation that was to occur for one of Earth's children. We entered the radio room, and I still remember the sense of peace I felt being there. Unless one has experienced the great joy of being in the radiation of these wonderful rooms again, such a feeling of exaltation is difficult to convey to others. These rooms have been charged for hundreds of centuries with the glorious presence of the great ascended masters of love, light wisdom, the Legion of Light, and the Great White Brotherhood. Our meditation here was an activity vastly different from those performed in any other environment, and the value of such emanation transcends human concepts. Saint Germain asked us to sit while he gave us the necessary instructions. Even today I marvel at the clarity with which a student retains these instructions in memory, as they are never repeated except by the Master himself, yet they are as clear as if engraved in letters of light in my memory. When the instruction ended, we went to the dormitories we had previously occupied, where our seamless garments remained available to us. We entered into deep meditation, keeping our attention on the powerful I Am Presence, the Christ Master within our hearts. After 3 hours, our consciousness ascended to heights, and revelations that amazed us were shown. Entered realms of which we had never had conscious memory before. At that moment, we heard the sweet sounds of a bell announcing the Master's proximity. His face was so radiantly happy. "I am very pleased with your first real meditation," he said. "Keep this as a sacred hour each day." He extended both hands towards us, and in each was a crystal cup filled with a thick golden liquid resembling honey, yet shimmering as if made of diamonds. "This," he said, "will be your mainstay in the days ahead, as it is the very essence of life. The culmination of Rainbow's brother experience is the most vital of the entire soul's pilgrimage on earth and the highest good of human existence. Snap! Now come with me to the Chamber of Light and do not be alarmed by what you will see or experience." We crossed the audience chamber, and at its end, before us, there was a space the size of a doorway where, a moment ago, we had seen only a solid wall. The opening quickly closed behind us, and we found ourselves in the center of a perfect sphere. There were 3 chairs of solid gold arranged to form a triangle in the middle of the floor. "Please be seated," said Saint Germain as he took his place on the 3rd chair. The room was filled with a gentle, radiant light that began to steadily increase in intensity and motion until we were aware of its surprising speed. Tongues of fire started to dance out from the surrounding light, penetrating our bodies with an astonishing effect, where we felt electrons entering and charging our spirits and bodies with their immense energy, though the sensation was of a delightful coolness. As this continued, we felt and saw the light within us rise and expand until it filled the entire sphere in moments with a delightful fragrance of roses. This fragrance grew stronger, and we realized it emanated from the light within us. Suddenly, the essence of rose condensed, and we found ourselves on beds of roses in the most exquisite colors. Our experience brought an exaltation to our consciousness that words cannot describe and produced a profound sense of peace. There was nothing imaginary about this inner experience, for the perfection that exists within pure electronic light knows no bounds, and through the proper understanding of its manifestation, it can take any form and quality that an ascended master chooses to impose upon it. The glorious feeling of peace, happiness, and bliss that we experienced erased all sense of time, as internal and external activities became a complete unity of harmony focused on the present moment by Saint Germain, in the absolute purity and perfection of the great single light, the powerful I Am Presence. Gradually, the speed of light decreased more and more until it shone with the gentle radiation of moonlight on a tranquil sea. To our great surprise, we discovered that the roses were real, even though they were born from light. They did not disappear with it. After this experience, it is easy to understand why the rose has been used through the centuries as a symbol of the soul, and why the radiation of an ascended master so often had the fragrance of a rose. "Come here, my brother," said Saint Germain, addressing Rainbow, "every day at this hour, but for the rest of the time you must remain alone." When we returned to the audience chamber, I understood that we had been in the chamber of light for over 3 hours, though it had seemed only a few moments. Saint Germain offered us another cup of golden liquid as nourishment for the body. "Now, go to your rooms and sleep," he instructed us, "until I call you." Wherever we went, we were enveloped by the wonderful fragrance of roses, and scarcely had we laid down when we were already asleep. This marvelous work continued every day until the arrival of Nada, Pearl, Rex, and Pop on July 26th. After exchanging greetings, they noticed the soft glow and the fragrance of roses that continually surrounded my body and rejoiced in this part of my advancement. On the 27th, many ascended masters arrived, individually and in groups, until all who were to participate in the work were present. At 7 o'clock that evening, we were escorted to the electric chamber where the marvelous atomic accelerator awaited, ready to receive another of God's children and send them to eternal freedom. A child of light, a true image and likeness of the mighty I Am presence. When we entered the chamber, the light inside was intense, though it contained tiny points of more dazzling light continually leaping in the atmosphere from side to side. Rainbow sat on the chair, and the 24 present formed a circle around the accelerator. Saint Germain stood directly behind him, and I right in front. Nada, twin flame, remained within the circle. Once all were ready, Saint Germain ordered each individual's focus to firmly concentrate on the I Am presence and the supremacy of the Master Jesus. Suddenly, like lightning, a circle of the most intense and dazzling white light surrounded us. Closing in on the chair, it narrowed to a width of 3 meters. The light inside Rainbow extended and joined the outer circle of light. As they touched, he began to rise slowly to a distance of about his own height above the accelerator. As the light within him continued to increase, Nada approached him, entering the lower circle of light. There they met in a divine embrace for a moment. The next moment, the face of Master Jesus shone in an aura of gold, pink and blue above them, inclining their heads towards us and smiling radiantly. They looked upwards as a great ray of intense white light descended, enveloping them both in its protective radiation, blessing their glorious union and hiding them from our sight as they passed beyond all concern and limitation towards their complete perfection of being, clothed in everlasting light bodies, the attire of immortality shining brighter than the noonday sun. Thus, another mighty master presence of the great I Am entered into cosmic service, while the heavenly choir sang its hymn of eternal praise and victory of God's light that never fails. Chapter 10. Final Experiences and Our Journey to Arabia. "Our work here is done for now," said Saint Germain as the singing ended. "Let us now go to the grand chamber." We had barely sat down at the table when Daphne appeared before the grand organ, and Arian, standing at her side with a marvelous violin, began to play, and a gentle globe of iridescent light formed near the ceiling. From it emanated a very glorious voice singing Reina Mors in the name of Christ, whose melody and words were immensely inspiring. Saint Germain sensed the question in our minds about the identity of the singer, and in response to our thoughts, he replied, "One day you will see this cosmic singer face to face." Daphne greeted the boys enthusiastically and asked the quartet to sing with the accompaniment of the organ and violin. After the music, we enjoyed a glorious hour reconnecting with those present, some of whom we were to meet again in the Far East. It was near dawn when the other guests had left, and the 5 of us remained alone with Saint Germain. "Rest now," he said, "and take your well-deserved rest so that you may return home tomorrow afternoon." The next day, a bell woke us at 11 o'clock, as we were to meet our beloved master in the grand chamber. As we approached, We noticed that the large doors were already open, and the interior was as brightly lit as the noonday sun. We had never before experienced this effect of inner sunlight. "Why are you still amazed by these things?" Saint Germain asked, aware of our surprise. "You know that it is possible to achieve all conceivable things in the ascended state of consciousness. These things are always possible and are produced with absolute safety and perfect calm. I know you are not yet accustomed to what is unusual, but for the Christ Master, the I Am presence within you, there can be nothing unusual. Strive to fully understand this so that you too can live in the consciousness of ascended masters. Now let us sit." Immediately the most delicious of lunches appeared before us, and as we ate, Saint Germain gave us instructions for the journey to the Far East. "I would suggest," he indicated, "traveling as lightly as possible. Always follow your inner prompting, as you will be perfectly guided at all times. You will now surely be aware that clothing or any other need will always be provided. There's no need to unnecessarily burden yourselves with luggage for this journey. We will meet again in the Tower Room on August 10th at 8 in the evening, by which time your departure date will already be set." Saint Germain accompanied us to the car, and after bidding us a kind farewell, he returned to his retreat. We got into the car and headed back to the ranch. The next 2 weeks were truly busy finalizing the arrangements for our journey to the Orient. The task of explaining Daniel Raymond's extended absence fell to Rex. My father explained to him one morning, "He has been called to the Far East, where he will remain indefinitely, and I will be in charge here, though Nada and I will be traveling abroad for about 2 years. I trust you to take care of the ranch during our absence." "I will do my best to manage the ranch as you wish," he replied. "My assistant is reliable enough and capable of taking over if anything happens to me." Time passed quickly, and the day of the 10th arrived, filled with joyful anticipation of our evening with Saint Germain. Until one has an experience such as our privilege of association with him, it is impossible to convey the great happiness we felt at the prospect of even greater enlightenment. Our recent instructions during Daniel Rainbow's Ascension and my encounter with the old man with white hair, who had long sought the man with the crystal cup, were great encouragement and enough stimulus for us to reach for the light with all the intensity of our beings, to also achieve ascension. At 8 o'clock, as we approached the Tower Room, the door opened and Saint Germain appeared, radiant and resplendent before us, with arms outstretched. We exchanged warm greetings, took our seats, and he conveyed to us the love and blessings of Rex and Nada's parents. "The time of your departure is set," he began. "It is scheduled for August 20th. I think it would be good for Rex and this brother," he said, indicating me, "to make one last trip to the mine before heading to the Orient, to give encouragement and strength to the Livingstones. They did not plan this upon leaving the mine, but I believe it wise to see them once more. Taylor will meet them in Paris by late October, once he has completed his work in South America. Now I have something else to tell you. The external entrance to the Cave of Symbols has been closed, and unless one has already been there, it will not be possible to locate it again. An individual had discovered it and was planning an expedition there. It was necessary to prevent this. As you see, beloved ones, we have all power and unlimited means at our disposal to keep and protect everything that requires our protection. I will give you some immediate instructions, and then you must depart to join the South American branch of the Great White Brotherhood." After outlining what was necessary, he raised his hand in blessing over us, and with a radiant smile, he departed. Rex's enthusiasm matched his progress. One of the most wonderful things I experienced was observing how his intense desire for complete ascension focused his attention on the light, with uninterrupted joy and determination. Nada and Pearl expressed the great wisdom of the powerful I Am presence, as the light increased within them. We drove to the mine on the 12th, and arrived there at 6 in the evening. Everyone was surprised except Sarah, who stated she knew we would visit them again before leaving for abroad. We departed early the next morning and returned to the ranch, knowing our visit had been a great support for the Livingstones. I will never forget our last night at that wonderful ranch, where so much happiness had come to us all. Feeling a strong urge, where significant events had impacted each of our lives so profoundly, I felt compelled to go to the Tower Room for a farewell meditation. This impulse grew so strong that I asked the others to join me. As we approached the door, it opened to let us in, revealing the same gentle and beautiful glow that sanctified the room with a sacred presence and unspeakable peace. The door closed behind us, and involuntarily I fell to my knees in the greatest praise and gratitude I had ever known. Suddenly, my feeling found expression and words poured forth from my I am presence, giving voice to the deepest emanations of my soul in phrases far beyond my external capabilities. When I finished, each of us uttered a prayer of such beauty that it moved us all deeply. We all felt the same surge and expressed our feelings from the depths of our hearts. Surely this outpouring of our love and gratitude must have reached the very heart of creation, so sincere and intense it was. When we finished, the light in the room became perfectly dazzling. Suddenly, a strong and majestic voice spoke from the heights, saying, "All is well. By following your inspirations to express this inner feeling of praise, you have contacted great heights as well as great ascended masters. This will bring you countless blessings. The peace of the cosmic Christ envelops you and transports you on the wings of light until you attain eternal perfection." Slowly, the light diminished until only a soft glow remained. We quietly left the room, knowing we were under the loving watch and care of the magnificent powers of light, of which we had yet very little understanding. A deep and indescribable radiation of love and heavenly joy emanated from each towards the others, and we retired to our rooms. We departed early by train the next morning and arrived in New York a few days before our embarkation. While enjoying many interesting things, we felt immense inner appreciation for the Statue of Liberty. At 4 in the afternoon on the 28th, we boarded the SS Majestic, truly a floating palace. The tugboat brought the ship out to sea, and as it began to chart its course through the deep waters, we watched our goddess of liberty until she disappeared from view. We descended to the dining room at the first call for dinner, where we had reserved a table for 6, naturally hoping our gathering would be private. We were just finishing ordering our dinner when the headwaiter brought a lovely young woman to our table. Looking at her, imagine my surprise to see before us the master's disciple, who was the head of the council in France at the house where we had spent a week before returning to America with the Livingstones. She was the one with whom I had first made contact as the veiled sister who was Gaylord's twin ray. She greeted me warmly, and as I turned to introduce her to the others, she said, "You may call me Leto." After exchanging greetings, they expressed their joy and pleasure at her presence. "I have come," she explained, "to take you to our home in Paris, which my master wishes you to make your residence during your stay abroad. He will be most pleased to extend his hospitality to all of you." We accepted her invitation joyfully, knowing it was part of the divine plan prepared for us to enhance our happiness. We found that her cabin was close to Nada and Perla's. When the opportunity arose, I explained to the others that this petite lady, who appeared not to be more than 17 years old, had used her current body for about 300 years. I was almost amazed that my friends, despite all they had learned and heard, readily accepted this great truth and the reality of the ascended masters and their work. On the first night we sat on the deck in perfect harmony with the peace of the depths, as the sea was calm as a mirror, silvered by the beauty of the full moon. The next night we spent in our suite, listening to Leto's instructions. She explained how the body needed to be accustomed to consciously and voluntarily relaxing. The simplicity and clarity of her explanation allowed us to understand everything so clearly and become aware of the possibilities for realization that lay before us. When we bid Leto good night, it seemed as though a subtle cloak of light enveloped us, and the fragrance of roses filled the cabin each night. We gathered for breakfast, and the radiance was even more intense than the previous evening. During our conversation, I asked her why we had been so aware of the fragrance of roses during her instructions. In the 11th century, she explained, in Scotland, during an experience of that lifetime, the memory of the rose became very dear to me. Since then, at the most unexpected times, the fragrance of the rose radiates intensely, so much so that often those around me notice it. I noticed she wore a simple white robe, though it seemed to reflect many bright colors through it. She immediately responded to my thoughts, saying, "This robe I wear is seamless, not made by human hands, but precipitated directly from pure substance of light. That is why you see this reflection and radiation. It will never stain or show any sign of wear. It will not be long before each of you wears the same kind of robe in full awakened consciousness, or what is called the consciousness of the ascended masters. We never burden ourselves with luggage of any kind, for in the ethers around us lies the pure substance from which all things are formed according to our desire. All we have to do is bring it into form through conscious attention to our mental image or visualized form. This creates a focus for the concentration and condensation of electronic light in the ether that fills space everywhere. Our feeling, combined with the mental image, activates an attraction, a magnetic draw on the pure electronic substance. With this feeling, there must be some knowledge of how to raise or lower the vibratory level in the aura around the electron, for the vibratory level of the aura determines the quality and substance of the precipitated object. When I use the term electron, I'm referring to an eternally pure core center of immortal fire, a perfect balance of substance, light, and intelligence, around which there is an aura of light that the scientific world calls a force field. The electron itself is perfect, but the force field or aura around it is subject to expansion and contraction, and this is the determining factor that brings substance into form, from the invisible to the visible. Due to the intelligence inherent in the electron, it becomes an obedient servant and is subject to manipulation by the individual who recognizes its life source by being conscious of the mighty I Am presence. I Am in itself. From this height of consciousness, the individual, through direct mandate to the intelligence within the electron, can release a wave of its fire to flow outward and compel the force field to expand or contract at will. For example, steel has a much lower vibratory rate than gold, and if gold is precipitated, the force field around the electron will naturally be larger in extension, thus containing more immortal fire than steel. To achieve this type of manifestation, vision and feeling must remain fixed in order to produce swift results. The student's work is to become master of oneself and to maintain conscious control and direction of energy within their own mind and body. Thus, they are able to govern the flow of their power through the channels of sight and feeling toward a defined objective, and to hold it there until the receptacle, which is their mental image, is fully filled with the living luminous substance emanating from the universal fire of life. This instruction is for your use, and you must apply it if you desire to attain a certain degree of mastery, for it is only through using the knowledge we already possess that we can access what is yet greater. No one can achieve any degree of mastery except through the operation of the great internal law of I Am. The greatest of all foundations is to forever remember that from the lowest to the highest being in the universe, the only presence and power that can move or accomplish anything constructive is that conscious intelligence which recognizes its own being and manifestation by decreeing I Am, followed by any quality that being desires to manifest outwardly. It is the word of God through which creation takes place, and without it creation does not occur. Remember, there is only one power that can move through creation, the electronic light that exists everywhere. The individual who can say I Am through recognizing their own existence must accept responsibility for their own secrets. The great creative principle is present everywhere, just as the use of the multiplication table, but it requires recognition by the individual of their own I Am presence to set it into action and fulfill its life plan, which is perfection or perfect balance. The personality or external activity of the individual is merely a focal point through which the magical presence of I Am acts. If the energy of the mighty I Am presence is qualified by thoughts and feelings that only consider the appetites of the fleshly body, perfect balance of the individual vehicle is not maintained, akin to a wheel out of balance, resulting in imperfection and discord. But if the individual considers perfect balance and ensures their decree includes the whole rather than just a part of their universe, they will follow only their recognition of the I Am presence and release their power through decrees that maintain perfect balance. Any decree of life that accepts less than unlimited perfection is not part of the divine plan and will continue to destroy forms upon which it focuses until the decree of total perfection is expressed. When the student understands this, they will remain joyfully radiant and firmly conscious only of their mighty I Am presence, never allowing their spoken word to decree anything less than the perfection of life. From our height of consciousness, having observed humanity for centuries struggling through self-created misery and discord, it is surprising to see how humanity refuses to understand why the minds and bodies of the race continue to age, decay and disintegrate, even though some of the most materialistic scientists recognize that the cell which makes up the physical body is eternally immortal. The cell contains within it the power to eternally renew itself and maintain itself in perfect balance in all its parts. If left to its own activity and sphere, it will continue to maintain this perfection. It is astonishing that the race is content to go through the experience of death while constantly aspiring to youth, beauty, and life, yet refuses to remain harmonious enough to sustain these. The student who remains attuned to their I Am presence, accepting and decreeing only their perfection and great inner power, will release their flow through the external activity of the mind and body and produce whatever they desire. Being able to enter and leave the body at will is a necessary step toward the student's freedom, leading to greater achievements. Part of my service to humanity is teaching individuals how to do this, a task for which I have deep love and natural ability. I am capable of imparting this idea to others so that they too can learn to exit and understand life to a greater extent. In 2 months, you will be able to enter and leave your bodies consciously as easily as you now enter and leave your home. Initially, I will assist you until you understand and fix the operation in your consciousness. Then you will be able to achieve whatever you desire entirely through your own efforts. It is rare to find multiple individuals ready to receive this instruction at the same time, but because you are 4 pairs of twin rays working together, this unusual condition explains it. Let us enjoy the sea breeze, the beauty of the night, and the pleasant weather we will have during this crossing. Because there are never storms or disturbances where a focal point of the Great White Brotherhood exists. Each member is a defined focal point. I have work to do remotely now, so I must leave you until 4 p.m., when I will return and join you for dinner. As we sat down to dine, Leto returned and joined us, saying, "I have good news. Splendid things have been accomplished for the blessing of humanity, so you can rejoice with me, although you will know all the details of this later, probably when we arrive in Arabia. I am glad that you have been able to keep your consciousness so focused on the magical presence of I Am. Tonight, before we begin our work, I want you to enjoy the sunset with me, as there will be no other similar opportunity for 50 years due to certain cosmic activities that you do not yet understand." Leto had placed chairs on the upper deck where we would be undisturbed. As we all sat comfortably, she continued, "You will remember that the beloved Saint Germain told you, the sun is to the planetary system what the heart is to the human body, its energy currents being akin to the circulation of blood. The sun is not hot as scientists think. It is 1,000 times more refreshing than the gentlest summer night breezes. When the sun's energy currents pass through Earth's etheric belt, they transform into heat. The sun is the electronic pole, and Earth is the magnetic pole. The etheric belt is the element through which the currents diversify. The Christ spirit is embodied in great beings on the sun, just as it is on Earth. Always keep this in mind. God disperses his rays by individualizing himself to govern, regulate, and direct his activity through self-conscious beings. Thus, we as children of God have the choice of free will. By fully recognizing and accepting this great power of God, anchored in love and intelligence within us, we empower ourselves to increasingly express the full power of God in conscious action. Only the most advanced students understand that there are mighty beings far above the Lord of the Earth, just as the Lord of the Earth is above the mortal order. Now, each of you withdraw your consciousness from your body and place it fully on the sun. Partially close your eyes and wait." We sat very quietly for nearly 20 minutes, then group exited our bodies, guided by Leto. She became dazzling and radiant, deeper and deeper into the intense light of the great cosmic focus we entered. Instantly we became aware that we were approaching the same solar globe. Its brilliance imparted a feeling of intense exaltation with a dazzling sense of peace and power. The closer we drew to Leto, the brighter her radiance became. Then we approached a magnificent city called the City of the Sun. Inside, there were wondrous beings, perfect like us, but slightly taller in stature, yet their radiance and beauty transcended words. Shortly after, the glorious city faded, and the light dimmed until we heard Leto instructing us to return with her. With a sudden start, we became aware of our physical bodies once again. "A complete success," she said with a smile, "and each of you could witness what you saw to the others." The concept that humanity has of the sun as a center of great heat is absurd, childish. The truth is that the tremendous energy rays it sends to this planetary system are not heat rays at all, but electronic energy rays that only become warm when they come into contact with the Earth's atmosphere. The atmosphere surrounding our planet is a force field produced by magnetic force rays sent from the center of this planet, and when the sun's electronic energy rays touch this, the phenomenon in the atmosphere that we call heat and sunlight occurs. We enjoyed twilight on the deck until 7:30, then retired to Leto's cabin. We settled into 5 lounges she had already provided for our use, where the body was perfectly calm and still. Then she began her teaching. "Focus your attention on the heart for a moment," she instructed us. "Then gently rise to the top of the head. Hold that unchanged. Then let your thought be solely this: Mighty I Am Presence. Take control of this body now. Ensure that I exit and enter consciously and voluntarily. Let me never again be betrayed or limited in my freedom." It had not been more than 3 minutes when we found ourselves out of our bodies, conscious and free, in bodies of a subtler substance than our physical bodies. In these, we were more alert and free than we had ever been physically. "Come with me," said Leto. And instantly we exited the cabin, gliding over calm waters and heading straight to her home in Paris. We greeted her master, then continued our journey to the fraternity house in Arabia that we would visit later. Near our bodies, she spoke again. "Wait, we will do this consciously." She approached each body as it lay on the chair and touched each forehead, instantly rising though appearing to sleep. Then she gave precise instructions that cannot be revealed here, and we were back in our bodies, fully aware. The entire experience was unlike anything we had experienced before. She left us with an indescribable confidence that we could do it again. We tried to thank her, but she raised her hand for silence. Love is service, for giving is the nature of love, and it seeks neither recognition nor expects acknowledgement for its gifts. Yet your gratitude is beautiful and well known to me. The following days were filled with joy, beauty, rest, and peace, as we observed sunlit waters during the day and the wonderful moonlight at night. Even in the hearts of each breathed praise and gratitude for the happiness of existence. The boat docked at Cherbourg, and following Leto, who was at the head, we went to cars waiting for us and departed for Paris. Perla and Nada took their car, and Boat Rex and I got into the second. When we arrived at her home in Paris, her master welcomed us very kindly. "It is our great pleasure," he said, "that you make this house yours for as long as you wish, and we want you to feel as free to come and go as if you were in your own home in America." The following days were spent with these blessed masters, learning many wonderful things, and we glimpsed the wonderful work of the Great White Brotherhood. Its astounding power, internal work, and achievements simply astound the intellect of anyone not accustomed to this kind of knowledge. After finishing our instruction for the day, Leto showed us the sights in the afternoon. Not a moment was wasted because, as she said, we would soon be leaving for Arabia, and she awaited the call the following week. As we visited the museum, Leto showed us a painting by a young artist called The Union of Two Souls. He tried to represent the union of two twin rays, and it was a wonderful conception, a magnificent artistic work. We attended a meeting of the Great White Brotherhood, attended by members from around the world, including Taylor's friend, whom I met when Gala was taken to Paris. It was an endless source of joy to discover the important work being done by members of the Great White Brotherhood, completely unknown to the outside world. Many sincere people who desired to live constructively are members of this fraternity on inner planes long before they are aware of it, with external senses. The time of our departure arrived, and Leto was going to lead us to the east. We bid farewell to her blessed master and headed to Marseille by car. We went directly to the embarkation office, and when we entered, a tall man dressed in Arabic attire approached and greeted Leto. "Your Highness," he said, "the reservations are for the steamship Mariette. Here are the necessary papers. Your usual accommodations are ready. May I do anything else?" He touched his heart and forehead and returned the salute. Giving a sign that we recognized as belonging to the Great White Brotherhood, we thus knew that he was one of the brothers. We returned to the car and were driven to what turned out to be an old-fashioned but impeccably clean private boarding house, and the lodging was good. Leto asked the driver to call us at 9 o'clock the next morning, and I must confess that I was greatly interested to know why she was treated as a highness. At precisely 9 o'clock we boarded the cars and were driven to the dock, bidding farewell to the drivers who would return to Paris. When we boarded the ship, our group was treated with great distinction, and our accommodations were truly delightful. We had a delightful journey over the deep waters of the Mediterranean and finally docked at Alexandria. Leto once again led us to waiting cars, and after driving for about 20 minutes, we entered an enclosure with high walls and stopped in front of a beautiful house built in Moorish architectural style. A young man dressed in Arabic attire admitted us and led us into a circular room. A tall, beautiful woman, who appeared not more than 20 years old but whose eyes bore deep wisdom, emerged and graciously greeted us. Leto introduced her to us as Electra. During our conversation over dinner, we learned something about Electra's family. Her father was English and her mother was French. Electra is very advanced and accomplishes beautiful work, as you will see later while we are in Alexandria. You will see the sights, and we will spend the next 2 days enjoying ourselves. We were very interested in seeing everything. The next morning, as we stopped at a jewelry store, admiring the beautiful jewelry and the exquisite craftsmanship of their designs, the old jeweler made a deep bow and, in greeting, touched his heart and head, asking to see the reception rings. He remained silent for a moment, then, looking intensely at both, he said, "My brothers, such traces are seen only once. These are condensed light. These are living gems. They are truly blessed." When we thanked him and turned to leave, he gave us blessings from the Most High. The second night after visiting the old jeweler, we were listening to Electra recount her experiences when a sealed envelope fell from the atmosphere directly at Rex's feet. He eagerly opened it. It was a message from our beloved Saint Germain. In the morning it said, "A yacht belonging to one of the brothers will take you to a certain port, from where you will continue by car to your destination in Arabia. Your mother and father send greetings and love to all." The next morning, Electra accompanied us to the yacht. A magnificent and graceful boat, as seaworthy as a swift steamer, awaited us. "Your return before going to India," she said as she bid us farewell. When we boarded the yacht, we had another surprise, as its owner was none other than Gaylord's friend, the brother I had met on the boat when we arrived in Cherbourg while Gaylord was abducted. Our entire journey was well prepared at each point, with much comfort and means. The joy of these activities can only be understood by experiencing them. As soon as we were at sea, our host captured all our attention. "I have just received a letter," he said, "from Gaylord, who is still in South America. He is finishing some work there and asks each of you to remember him. He hopes to see you again after several more weeks, and until then, his love envelops you all." We thanked our host for the message from our friend, whose well-being deeply concerns us. Our journey through the Suez Canal was delightful, and there was so much divine tradition associated with the Red Sea that we hoped to feel a thrill while crossing it. We had suddenly experienced such wonders that we almost anticipated the waters parting and scenes from the past appearing before us as we traversed the miracles of that time. Our host told us that miracles are only the result of a powerful, omnipresent cosmic law consciously put into action by one who accepts its divine authority and understands its use. The laws governing all manifestations that the human mind considers supernatural are as natural and clear as the movement of a planet. Every activity, from the electron to the greatest suns of space, is under the control and precise operation of the law implemented by individualized and self-conscious intelligences. When an individual understands and applies the great law governing manifestation in form, they can produce precise results. So in reality, there are no miracles. Miracles are only the effect of an individual applying the law to achieve a specific result. Everyone must learn to do this if they wish strongly enough and want to discipline the external activity of thought and feeling. We arrived at our port, where 2 cars awaited us to take us the rest of the way. Our host accompanied us to the retreat in Arabia and gave instructions for his yacht to remain anchored until our return. We had dinner before leaving the yacht, as it was late when we arrived at the port. He explained that we would travel overnight to avoid being observed through this part of the country. We crossed many strange places and arrived at our destination just before dawn. We found ourselves in front of a small hut that Gaylord had described to us near the foot of a hill. When we were able to get there by car rather than by camels, we do not know why, nor was it our place to ask at that time. It was just rising when we arrived at the hut, and immediately a man dressed in an indigo coat came out to greet us. He greeted us warmly and asked us to return to our cars. Then, even if there had been a cataclysm, we would not have been much more surprised, because right in front of us, the earth opened to reveal a kind of entrance like a metal jaw wide enough to accommodate our cars. It led to a well-paved road with a gentle descent. The jaw was controlled by powerful machinery, and when it closed behind us a few moments later, it simply seemed to be the Arabian desert floor. At first glance, when our cars took the downhill road, the side walls sank with the soft white light that we also knew, and that the ascended masters always used to illuminate tunnels, caves, and all passages and underground roads. We traveled slowly for about 20 minutes, then entered a circular room about 60 meters in diameter. At this point, there were all kinds of equipment for cars and staff, ready to provide any assistance needed. The brother in the indigo coat got out of the car and led the way to what looked like an elevator. We entered and descended about 112 meters to a stop, entering a huge room with huge columns about 90 meters high. These large columns were covered with abundant hieroglyphs in beautiful and wonderful colors. We later learned that this was the vestibule of a large government building. Our guide led us through this room to a large vaulted entrance that opened under his command, allowing us to enter another beautifully decorated room. Its ceiling was vaulted and highly ornate, supported by a single colossal column in the center. This second room must have measured at least 60 meters on each side. The brother in the indigo coat broke the silence. "We are in one of the main council chambers," he explained. "We often use it as a banquet hall. And you, dear sisters and brothers, who are not yet formally admitted members of our order, are the first students ever admitted to this very ancient retreat without having been fully accepted into the external activities of this branch of the Great White Brotherhood. But I assure you that your references are sufficient." With these words, he removed the hood from his cape, revealing our beloved master, Saint Germain. We were excited and immediately felt almost at home. "Your rooms will now be shown to you," he said, and later, when we returned to the council chamber, several brothers had already arrived and were speaking with him. "Beloved in Yemen," he explained, "in 7 days an international council of the Great White Brotherhood will be held at this retreat. This will be the largest of our members, as such councils are held every 7 years. This time, you will be appointed members of the external body, as well as the internal body. Please take a seat, as I wish to give you information about the city in which you find yourselves now." He then gave us another wonderful speech that left us perplexed. There was a time, he explained, when this city was on the surface of the earth. Some ascended masters knew that a cataclysm was approaching, and sealed part of it for future use. In the catastrophe that followed, it sank deep below the original level and was filled and covered with sand from the surrounding lands, transformed into desert. The tops of the tallest buildings are in some places about 38 meters below the surface. Air passages were kept open, providing perfect ventilation inside this underground city. Some of the most wonderful achievements in chemistry and inventions were perfected here, which the outside world had the privilege to receive. Wherever this occurred, there were worthy men and women through whom the world received the privilege of these blessings. There is much here of vital importance about to be used for humanity according to the criteria of the ascended masters. Once again, there will be another cataclysm that will tear the surface of the earth, removing those who have the ignorance and arrogance to say there is no God, those who are attached to their own self-created darkness, thus destroying the very symbols on earth of what is good, true, lofty, and illuminating. Because of the darkness of their minds, they must be prevented from creating further discord on this planet and influencing others with their own erroneous concepts of life. Anyone who denies God, the source of all life and light, can only exist as long as they can sustain the energy they have already received. Because at the moment, an individual, group, or nation denies the same source of life. At that moment, the flowing current of life energy can only continue to function until the accumulated strength is exhausted. The collapse and self-annihilation of these are inevitable. Denial of life and light cuts off sustaining energy, while recognition of life and light releases this energy and allows it to flow through the body and mind that acknowledge it. The great law that governs form, or the law of cause and effect, tolerates man's iniquity for a time. When iniquity is directed towards divinity or the source of life, retribution is swift and certain. There is an automatic process of purification and balance in all life. When any other activity opposes the cosmic law of ever-expanding progression and perfection that always pushes from within outward, then comes the time when all opposition is swept away and annihilated. The impulse of progression or advancement within life itself. When those who govern a nation turn away from God, destroying all that bears the light of Christ, the end of that government is near. Because it triggers a certain cosmic activity on the planet and sweeps them out of existence. The human intellect acquires many singular manias in its way of thinking, and one of the most disastrous is the activity of human consciousness that refuses and forgets to love and thank life, the mighty presence, I Am, for the blessings that life pours upon humanity and this earth. The average person lives life after life without ever loving or thanking their mighty presence, I Am, even once. Energy flows continuously through their mind and body, into the substance they use in their body and world, into the foundations of the good things that constantly surround them, which they use and appreciate, and for all this, they give nothing in return. Many people harbor resentment against life, blaming the I Am presence for their sufferings and failures, when a small amount of gratitude and love poured towards the I Am presence within every human heart could transmute all discord into peace and love, releasing life's perfection into the external activity of the individual. Humans find an abundance of time to love dogs, cats, food, clothing, money, diamonds, people, and 1,000 other things, but it is very rare for an individual to devote even 5 minutes of their life to loving their own divinity, even though they use every second of their life and energy enjoying all these things. Even those who think they love God, or acknowledge almost the mighty presence I Am within themselves, are not grateful to it for the good things that have happened to them in life. It's not that we shouldn't pour love on the things of external activity, but we should certainly love the internal divinity first, and more than anything else or anyone else. This is the life and consciousness for which we exist. Happiness can only exist when love is spread. The rest is the law of life. When people love something or someone, they are happy. Even a miser is happy when he loves his gold, for he pours a feeling of love into the thing he tries to retain. What he truly seeks to retain is happiness, even if he does not understand that the feeling of happiness is not contained in the gold, but in the manifestation of the love that follows from it. In this manifestation, he allows life to flow uninterrupted and harmoniously. However, having received from the mighty I Am presence, which constructs every physical body, all the good that we have always used, the first and greatest manifestation of our love, still belongs to our own individualized flame of God, the great consciousness of life within us that allows us to recognize our own existence and the source of all life. When we say I Am in these words, all is of God, and nothing of human experience is truly important except God. When the individual accepts, recognizes, and feels all from God, he is happy, he has all good, and he then lives in the house of the Father. Nothing can be more important or greater than God. Only with the understanding and feeling of this can humanity break the chains of self-created limitations. Now you must rest, and then it will be my privilege to accompany you through this underground city where you will see the brothers at work. I make a request of you. Reveal no details of this work without permission from the higher master in charge. He wished us good night, and we departed to our rooms. These had been constructed with architecture similar to that of Greece and Rome, though much older. The room assigned to me contained an integrated Roman bath, the most beautiful of its kind I had ever seen. The atmosphere was imbued with a scent of roses throughout. In the morning, we were awakened by gentle music played with instruments of an unusual type, and the effect on our bodies can scarcely be described, as it gave each of us the feeling of releasing all pressure, a sensation that continued to grow, and we were clearly aware that a change was occurring within us. However, we did not understand how deeply our inner bodies were harmonizing. The peculiarity of this experience is that when we compared notes with each other, we had all been affected similarly. When we entered the council chamber, Saint Germain and Gaylord's friend greeted us. Saint Germain asked us to sit, and breakfast was served immediately. The first thing that appeared was a delicious fruit, followed by what he called solar cereal, onto which was poured a substance akin to honey and whipped cream. Various other dishes were served, and we finished the meal with a warm drink that replaced coffee, but had no physical taste we had ever experienced, even after our multiple trials. It still seemed wonderful to me that things appeared at the conscious command of these blessed ascended masters. Everything proceeded directly from the universal substance. At the moment they desired food, clothing, gold. All of it was there. Everything the word master implies is the only description that does them justice. They are glorious and majestic. As we rose from the table, I heard Gaylord's friend addressing Leto as Your Highness again, and I wondered once more why this title was used in a retreat. She turned to me and explained very kindly, "Brother, here you have learned that I inherited the title of Prince Rexford, and I that of Princess Louisa. Mine has remained attached to me through the years without any particular reason. That's why I am often referred to as Your Highness. Forgive my curiosity," she added, finally realizing what I welcomed into my thoughts and feelings. "Come," said Saint Germain, "we will first go to the television room." We followed him and quickly arrived in a large circular room. In the center of the room was a huge projector, surrounded by a group of electrical devices, next to which was a large dial. "This room," said Saint Germain, "is specially isolated, allowing us to make highly precise observations through this instrument. By adjusting the dial to a specific point on the Earth's surface, we can instantly see any location or activity happening at any distance. Look, let's tune in to New York." I turned the dial, and as clearly as if we were physically present in Manhattan, we saw Grand Central Station, Fifth Avenue, and the Statue of Liberty. Then I turned the dial towards London, and we saw Trafalgar Square, the Parliament, the British Museum, the Bank of England, and the Thames. Turning the dial once more, we were able to see farther to Yokohama, observing just as clearly as if we were physically there. "This marvelous instrument," he continued, "has been used in this retreat for over a century. Now, come into the adjacent room. This is the radio chamber." Note the intense silence. The walls, floor and ceiling are covered with a substance that makes the room completely soundproof and immune to vibrations. He then stepped towards the instrument at the center of the room and adjusted it to New York. As soon as we heard the traffic noise, and as we listened more closely, we could distinctly hear the conversation of passers-by on the street, regardless of distance. "This instrument," he said, "will soon be used everywhere. Now let's go to the chemical laboratory where some of the brothers are working on many wonderful inventions. Here, means have been discovered to counteract destructive gases, chemical agents, and various activities that the sinister force and its unfortunate henchmen might attempt to use against humanity. It is well known in certain quarters or places the feverish efforts being made to produce various highly destructive substances. The brothers in this place are working to neutralize all such activity. When misguided members of humanity discover an agent more destructive than usual, the chemist conducting such an experiment invariably loses his body when his diabolical work reaches a certain point, as the destructive quality he wishes to use on humanity's body reacts on his own. Next, we visited the cosmic ray chamber. This room, he explained unabashedly, is made of pure metallic gold. To certain advancing brothers who work here, they are taught to distinguish between the various rays, to direct them, and to use them for staggering good. The great ascended masters are constantly monitoring the world, spotting students whose accomplishments will enable them to take charge of this work. When Bo grasped this phase of the master's activity, he became very enthusiastic. "I would love to serve in this capacity," he exclaimed. "We shall see," Saint Germain replied with a smile. "Among those working in this chamber are 7 brothers and 3 sisters who are completing their training in the use of these rays. At the next council, they will be assigned their field of service for the use of this activity, for which they have been trained for many lifetimes. Now, we will visit the art chamber, where 20 brothers and 10 sisters are trained in a new form of art that they will bring to the outside world within the next 20 years. This art form will find its way into humanity's life and bring colossal spiritual elevation. Then, we will go to the music chamber. It is a very beautiful place, I assure you. The perfection of the instruments is remarkable. Saint Germain led us there with great anticipation. "Here are new metals for musical instruments," he continued, showing us some alloys that produce incredibly delicate sounds. "There are 3 new materials for violins, as you can see. One resembles mother of pearl, another looks like frosted milk, and the third appears to be Roman gold. Musical instruments of the new era will be made from materials like these." One of the brothers played these instruments for us, and human ears had never been blessed with such beautiful sounds. Each was different, but all were so exquisite that it seemed impossible to choose between them. In rooms adjacent to the music chamber were beautiful musical compositions, written and prepared so that the brothers could project these magnificent harmonies into the consciousness of musicians working in the outside world. "Some of these brothers," said Saint Germain, "will depart for external activities and work as masters, while others will serve from the invisible side of life. Now we enter the state chamber. Here, training is given in the highest forms of governing and governmental policy. Approximately 40 brothers are trained, as you see, in the proper use of this knowledge, and they can also learn to protect others who are already in official positions, where the officer's honesty allows. 10 of these wonderful brothers will go in person and serve by entering governmental positions through regular elections. 5 of them will go to the United States of America. During our visit to the different rooms and the explanation of the work in which the brothers were immersed, we felt it was the most wonderful education of our lives. It was a great relief to know that despite all the apparent external calamities of the conditions in which humanity finds itself today, the power of the mighty I Am is doing everything possible to bring illumination and freedom to humanity. Our hearts and hopes soared to dancing heights of great good for all humanity in the near future. For all who desire the constructive plan of life, secret chambers of immeasurable wealth have been taught to us, as well as others containing records so ancient they seemed almost inconceivable, some dating back to the advent of man on this planet. When we returned to the council chamber, we noticed that 8 hours had passed. Not once throughout this underground city did we find the slightest speck of dust, dirt, or confusion of any kind. Everything was in a wonderful, perfect, and immaculate state. We were amazed by this, and Saint Germain explained again the law regarding this. This perfect cleanliness is maintained through the use of great cosmic rays, and in the next 100 years, hundreds of housewives will use the violet ray to keep their private homes in the same wonderful state. May humanity quickly grasp the glory, freedom, and blessings that remain ready to be used at any time when wonderful ideals are maintained without hesitation, firmly resting on the mighty I Am presence, and knowing it is the only real power of permanent achievement. Suddenly, we felt a very strong vibration, and looking around, we saw that 5 of the ascended masters had arrived from India. Because the men were wearing turbans, there were 2 ladies and 3 gentlemen. When we were introduced to them, we were certainly surprised, as one gentleman and one lady were two of the people we had heard much about. The gentleman approached Rex, Taylor's friend, and me, and the lady approached Nada and Perla. They then kindly offered to host us at their home during our stay in India, and to consider their home ours at all times. "Would you," the gentleman said, addressing Taylor's friend, "come with these friends and bring them to us as guests when you are ready to come to India?" "I will be delighted," he replied, "to accept your invitation and to take them to Bombay on my yacht." Saint Germain then asked all of us to sit down so we could enjoy another hasty dinner. The entire meal seemed more delicious than ever. We listened with great attention to the ongoing plans and reports on what had already been accomplished. For the first time in my life, I understood how little the outside world knows of this true internal activity, and how insignificant human achievements are, compared to those of the ascended masters. It is truly fortunate that there are infinitely more beautiful paths in life than what humanity currently experiences. When one can see beyond their own mental concepts long enough to gain perspective, their own intellect in relation to the rest of the universe truly begins to learn something important. We all must take mental journeys that exercise our mental muscles and understand that every human intellect is just one among about 3 billion souls incarnated on this Earth. Our Earth is one of the smallest planets in our solar system. Our system is but an atom in the galaxy to which it belongs, and there are galaxies of galaxies. When the student thinks about this occasionally, they can no longer accept for long the presumptuous theory and selfish opinion of intellectuals who mock and doubt the existence and wonderful manifestation of perfection that these ascended masters constantly express. Each individual's personality is truly significant only within the magnificent scheme of life, as long as it is obedient to the mighty I Am presence, thereby allowing perfection to extend into the eternal activity of the individual. Otherwise, personality is but a drone in the universe, using substance and energy without building anything permanent. Time passed quickly under the intensive training we received from these great perfect beings, until the day of the Grand International Council arrived. Brothers and sisters began arriving at regular intervals from all parts of the world, and when the meeting was convened at 7 o'clock, over 200 guests were present, many of whom were leaders from various councils. When everyone was ready, we bowed our heads in silence and awaited the arrival of the Grand Master President. Suddenly, a large oval of dazzling light appeared at the head of the main table. As we watched attentively, the form of a man began to gradually take shape within it, becoming more and more tangible. He lowered his vibratory action to manifest within our octave of consciousness, until his body became clearly visible and perfectly tangible. His face was truly magnificent, glorious and radiant, his eyes shining bright, and his entire being luminous from head to toe, with the majesty and power of his mighty I Am presence. The first tones of his voice sent an electric thrill through my body that I will never forget for eternity. When he said, "Beloved ones, please be seated," after hearing a brief report on some brothers, he praised them and briefly gave them directives for the continuation of their work. When he finished, he turned to us saying, "We can use many more who are ready to be trained in the understanding and use of the great cosmic rays of light. It is my privilege to inform you that we have 10 with us who are ready, if they wish, to undertake the work." There was intense anticipation as he asked those whose names he had mentioned to stand if they were present. He then continued, "Nada, Leto, Rex, Bob, Electra, Gaylord, Danielle, Rainbow, and their beloved friend. Beloved sisters and brothers of America, this event brings great joy and is of great importance to the Great White Brotherhood. You must be satisfied, as well as the Brotherhood, that this has been possible in such a short time. You will depart for India for a period of 10 months of training, then return here to conclude it. You will be instructed in the use of these powerful rays, and through their use, you have a chance to provide transcendental service. In 4 days from today, you will return to Alexandria, where Electra will join you. Then you will travel at your convenience to Bombay, where your beloved host will take you to your destination. If there is any objection from any of you chosen for this task, speak now." We all joyfully accepted and expressed our gratitude for the opportunity to serve in this manner to the best of our abilities. There were many subjects under consideration at that time that were of great importance, but I do not have permission to mention them here. The meeting concluded, and we spent an hour meeting with the other present members. Our friend from India introduced us to the Master President, and I will never forget the power that surged through my body when I shook his hand. It felt as if he lifted me completely off the ground. One of the brothers from South America brought greetings from Gaylord, whom he had seen 2 days ago. The entire council was a perfect manifestation of great decisions, supreme wisdom, and limitless activity. Then, in the atmosphere, beautiful chords of music rang out, and we all involuntarily turned towards the Master. He raised his hands to give us his blessing to all present, and as he did so, he rose from the ground enveloped in the oval of dazzling light, then disappeared. I will never forget for eternity this first visit to the Arabian retreat of the Great White Brotherhood. 4 days later, we left that wonderful sky of peace, light, and wisdom with the love and blessings of all its members, whose love or service towards the great I Am presence within themselves and all humanity is the most wonderful activity of life's experience. We made the return journey towards the Arabian coast overnight, where the yacht awaited us, and moments after boarding, we glided gently across the Red Sea on the wings of the night. The next morning, we had breakfast on the deck to witness the sunrise, which in this part of the world is truly a glorious sight. In the afternoon of the second day, we arrived at Electra's in Alexandria, discovering she was fully informed that she would be serving with us in the use of the great cosmic rays of God's light, which never fail. Chapter 11. The True Messenger of Divine Service. Later in the afternoon, we returned with Electra from a drive along the Mediterranean coast, and as we entered her home, a sealed letter fell at Rex's feet. He picked it up and opened it. "My beloved children depart tomorrow morning for India. All is prepared, and we will be delighted to welcome you. Signed." Our yacht host had not been with us during the sightseeing tour of Alexandria, but upon our arrival at the dock, he greeted us cheerfully with news that he ensured us a smooth and delightful journey. We crossed the Red Sea again as we swiftly made our way towards one of the greatest centers of light and spiritual power on this planet. Leto continued her instruction throughout the journey, and at Saint Germain's request, Bob and Rex became very proficient in consciously entering and leaving their physical bodies until the 5th day of our journey. Like many youth, they often wanted to experiment with their newly developed powers, but Leto did not permit it. "There must be a profound sense of honor and spiritual integrity," she explained, regarding the use of these great powers of the I Am presence. "For the great law of being does not permit them to be used externally, except where they will be used to accomplish lasting good. The mighty I Am presence tirelessly works to build, release, express, and constantly expand perfection in all its creative activity, and to maintain love, peace, and service unfailingly for all. If the sensations of the body and the external activity of the mind are allowed to be disorderly and interfere with the divine plan of the individual's life, disaster and failure are the results. The true student of light never uses their powers for entertainment and sensory gratification, nor for the exploitation of their own personality, let alone for monetary gain. Divine love is a feeling, a true ray of light flowing from the flame within the heart. It can be sent outward with such power that this light substance ray becomes both visible and tangible. It is the most invincible power in the universe. Use it well, beloved ones, limitlessly, and nothing shall be impossible for you. By temperament and training, Leto was a calm, gentle, wonderful, and serene teacher, yet we were astonished at the power she could release when she wanted to impress a certain understanding of the law upon our consciousness. She was not accustomed to the youthful antics of Bob and Rex, hence she quickly clarified unequivocally for all of us that no youthful antics were to enter into the workings of these great cosmic laws. Cosmic laws operate continuously wherever thoughts and feelings direct and qualify energy, and they respect neither persons, places, conditions, things, motivations, ignorance, nor knowledge. If you flip the switch, the law acts according to the direction given. It's a point that many students seem not to understand or do not want to assume. But the truth of the law is the only thing that concerns us. Our work is to place the exact truth of the law before individuals. If they refuse to understand and obey, then their suffering will increase until the human side breaks its shell of stubbornness and selfishness, allowing the mighty I Am presence to control everything according to the perfection of life. Therefore, never jest in thought, feeling, or word about the powers of divinity, for doing so without exception leads to painful experiences in your world. Thus, govern your emotions with unwavering will. Wherever you use the powers of the mighty I Am presence, use the knowledge of the mighty I Am presence that you now possess, and persist in loving, blessing life everywhere. And you will open wide the floodgates of freedom, kingdom, and unlimited activities. Use the wisdom you have now and access more, as surely as your heart beats and your minds think. On the 7th day of the journey, our host announced that we would reach Bombay by the end of the following night, but today we would remain on board until the next morning. Bombay is one of the most beautiful ports in the world, and when our yacht arrived at the dock, we were welcomed by the Hindu master, Sananda, whom our host introduced to us. We drove to the station where we were led to a private carriage where everything was arranged for us until we reached our destination. Here the plan for our stay in India was explained to us. We were to first proceed to Calcutta and stay there for 2 days while certain work was accomplished. The journey to Calcutta was delightful, and though the days were very hot outside, we were unaware of it inside the train. We passed through many places of great scenic beauty, and shortly after leaving Bombay, we lost the voice. We began to search for him, and upon entering his compartment we understood that he had left his body. Leto immediately warned us not to touch his body, as he had gone with Master Chananda for a few moments. Nada struggled to contain her emotions and remain calm, as it was her first time leaving her body without prior preparation. However, she quickly mastered her feelings and stayed composed. About 2 hours later, the voice walked into the observatory carriage where we had all gathered. He was as serene as if nothing had happened. The rest of us immediately sought explanations about his experiences, but we could get nothing out of him. Eventually, he said, "Each of us must keep our experiences strictly within our own consciousness until the end of our destination, and then we will compare notes." The brother who had taken Chananda's place was charming in every way, but very quiet. However, when he spoke, it was always with a definite purpose. On the day we arrived in Calcutta, Kananda appeared before us, and as we sat down for dinner, he said with his magical and radiant smile, "I congratulate each of you for the courageous manner in which you were able to leave your bodies and emerge strong and free. You represent a great illumination for all, much like entering into a formidable field of service. Leto, my sister, you are a very effective instructor, and your work with these students is remarkably well done. It is only in this freedom, my friends, where you are permitted to fully know, feel, and experience the use of cosmic rays. You are now positioned to reap the benefit of your training with us." Electra and our yacht host were silent but keen observers of everything that transpired. They were undoubtedly trained in the same manner. We keenly felt the intensity and power of the instruction because everything we did had a clear purpose and goal. We arrived in Calcutta and were swiftly driven for half an hour to finally stop in front of a magnificent building situated on a prominence, clearly in the finest residential area of the city. Chananda guided us to the building, which he said secretly belonged to the Great White Brotherhood. The interior was a perfect dream of beauty, typical of many wonders of India. It exuded the wisdom, light, and purity of eras of perfection. We immediately proceeded to the council chamber on the 2nd floor, where we found the fraternity already assembled. We noticed they had left hundreds of seats vacant at the head of the honor table. Leto led us to these seats and took the head herself. It was only then that we learned the Hindu council leader, once everyone had gathered, had addressed the business portion. Some of the ascended masters were invited to offer their protection to certain English gentlemen in India who were sincere in their desire to achieve greater good. It was also agreed to offer protection to a group of minor brothers whose desire to do good was sincere and who rendered good service, but who did not always exercise great discernment in their external activities, because their zeal exceeded their wisdom. The next day we were taken to one of the ancient temples where unimaginable work for the outside world takes place. That evening at dinner, Ananda informed us that we would leave for Darjeeling early the next morning and have breakfast en route. The landscape was stunning. The sight of the giant snow-covered mountain became closer and closer as we ascended. It was fascinating, although we quickly began to feel the change as we climbed over 2,128 meters. We reached the summit of our ascent just in time to witness the magnificent sunset in a very clear atmosphere. In the distance, we could see Mount Everest and other famous peaks of this glorious mountain range. The majesty and sharp peaks of these mountains, along with the mystery of ages surrounding their past, made us feel a deeper desire to reach the innermost core of great eternal wisdom, to feel a part of it. "I wish for you to stay here tonight," Chananda said, "and to witness the sunrise from this particular place, as it will be many years before we see it again. In cooperation with a certain cosmic activity currently underway, this is the first time in 70 years that these two activities are happening simultaneously." At 3 o'clock in the morning, we rose and mounted our small ponies, which took us even higher into the mountain to a place where we could view the sunrise advantageously. We reached this spot just as its glow began to grow. Within seconds, great rays of light in every conceivable color began to burst forth into the sky and continued fully for about 10 minutes. It was as if the light itself rejoiced in the grand presence of life. Then, as the great golden disk became visible, a quivering glow penetrated our flesh and went through our bodies to the very core. We had never felt such a sensation from the sun. The invigorating effect lasted for hours, and the splendor and beauty of the scene that remained with us still overwhelm me when I recall the experience. It is known after such an occurrence that the great master intelligence of the universe is always in control and guides the destinies of the earth and humanity despite all external experiences of chaos. We returned to our ponies, which took us back to Dialink, and from there we were driven by car to a beautiful house built on one of the lovely hills surrounding the city. The parks were populated with majestic trees, and the view over the countryside stretching below us was one of the most beautiful on earth. We were escorted inside and introduced to the leader of this branch of the Great White Brotherhood. He was a tall, handsome man with piercing dark eyes that seemed to see through you, yet when not expressing intense feeling, they were as gentle as a fawn's. To our surprise, he wore no turban, but had beautiful, slightly wavy brown hair that fell to his shoulders. He was very friendly and warmly welcomed us. A glorious peace enveloped him and his entourage, filling the entire place with its wonderful radiance. He took an interest in our journey, asked if we had enjoyed the sunrise that morning, and invited us to dine with him that evening. He spoke freely and told us many wonderful things about India. To our great pleasure, he repeated numerous legends about the Himalayan mountains and especially about the sacred caves in the heart of this great mountain range. His speech was fascinating and instructive beyond words. "Some of these caves," he said, "you will see during your stay in India, as I know you are interested in the oldest records of humanity, and one of them still securely holds the oldest records of this land. These records are not made public for humanity's use at this time due to the lack of spiritual growth and understanding among people. The race has a relentless and critical feeling that is a very destructive activity, and these feelings find their expression through various fanatics whose understanding of life and this magnificent universe is so narrow and childish that they seek to destroy anything that does not fit their own tiny notions. What has been or should have been the infinite plan of creation is this misdirected and selfish ignorance of humanity that has been responsible for all disharmony throughout the ages and the destruction of records. Light has been reversed on many issues of humanity. It was this vicious and unrestrained feeling that destroyed the wonderful library of Alexandria and the marvelous records of Incan civilization. However, despite these past losses, the ascended masters of the Great White Brotherhood have always anticipated such destructive impulses and have withdrawn and preserved all important records of each civilization. Then they left the less important ones to be destroyed by the vicious impulse of vandals. One day, when humanity is ready and positive and sure to give these records to the outside world, a wonderful library will appear at the central location, not made by human hands, and only those from the outside world who have received the proper credentials will be able to see them. It is painful to see how through the centuries the human race has used its time and energy to build things by thought while destroying them due to feelings. It is harmonious, it is childish, and it is a stubborn rejection of the realization of the eternal plan of perfection. The time has come when the great cosmic law governing this system of worlds releases a tremendous expansion of the light of the mighty I Am presence through our body of planets, and all that cannot accept the power of this light will be consumed. Thus, humanity can no longer toy with the idea that it can continue to generate destructive feelings and survive. The end of the previous dispensation has come, and all things will be made new. The Ascended Masters work tirelessly for humanity to understand this. The work of our messengers is for this truth to find a place in humanity's consciousness as clearly as possible. It's almost dinner time. The servants will show you to your rooms. After refreshing yourselves, come back here, and we will dine later. A scene was announced by beautiful bells. Our host offered his arm to Nada and led the way to the magnificent banquet hall that could accommodate up to 500 people. "This is truly our council chamber," he explained later. "Tonight, all the members of the Darjeeling Council will gather here." We enjoyed a delightful dinner while our host entertained us with a steady flow of information. As we rose, he excused himself as he had work to do before the council meeting. "Our host is Chananda," he confided, "a brother of great wisdom and power, though he is also the embodiment of kindness and gentleness." He returned at 9 o'clock and, offering his arm high, led the way to the council chamber where 200 members of the Great White Brotherhood had gathered. Once the meeting concluded, we were individually introduced to many members. We enjoyed social activities for a while when I noticed Rex was agitated under the intense excitement. He had been closely observing one of the members for some time. Then, swiftly and courageously, she went to our host to inform him that there was a spy in the room and pointed out the individual. For a moment, it seemed like the power within him would crush him, but Rex was clad in a divine dignity that never wavered. "This is a serious accusation," said the leader, "that requires evidence." At that moment, the man in question approached to see them and instantly understood that he was being watched. He searched for something among his clothes, pulled it out and tried to put it in his mouth. Perla quickly caught him like a lightning bolt, and Rex, who was nearby, seized the man's hands behind him. "Search him," said Perla, moving closer to our host, and Rex, without waiting for anyone's permission, quickly searched the spy's clothes like lightning. He found all the necessary evidence of his espionage activities. When the leader approached and read the names on the papers Rex handed him, he was truly surprised, as the spy was an educated Afghan sent to India by a government that only produces destruction. He had found a way to infiltrate the outer ranks of this council to gather information which he used against them. At a signal, one of the brothers stepped forward and escorted the spy out of the room. "Brother Rex," said our host with a kindly smile, "you have served the cause of light well and bestowed a blessing of great importance upon our fraternity. How were you aware of his machinations?" Perla asked. "My sister," replied Rex. "My attention was drawn to him by the inner power of my I Am presence, and upon seeing his eyes, I knew he was practicing some form of deceit. Everything happened so quickly that I was barely conscious in my mind of what was happening externally. Had I not seen him, my double would have been too late." "My brothers and sisters," said our host, extending his left hand to Perla and his right hand to Rex, "you will be able to accomplish splendid work for the mighty I Am presence, the Great White Brotherhood and humanity. I bless you for this service." "And the spy?" asked Perla. "The responsible man knows what to do," replied the leader. "Let us forget what has happened." At that moment, many guests had departed, so we bid farewell to our host as we were departing for Berlin in the morning. We did not stop in Calcutta, but traveled directly to Varanasi, the sacred city of Hindus and one of the oldest cities in India. As our private carriage entered the station, We were acutely aware of the sincere devotion pervading the atmosphere of the place. Imagine our joy when the first person we saw was our beloved friend Alejandro Gaylor, who had arrived in Varanasi only a few hours earlier. Rex, Bob and I rushed to him as soon as the train stopped. When his friend, the yacht owner, came to greet him, they looked into each other's eyes with deep love and understanding, born of centuries of association. When Leto, Gaylord's twin, approached, he extended his arms and embraced him. Young Anda then introduced Electra. "We will be invited tonight to one of India's oldest councils," he said. "It will be a spiritual feast entirely dedicated to the guests. All order members are to wear their seamless robes. I will come to fetch you at 6 o'clock. We returned to our compartment and prepared for the evening banquet. Upon our return, Yang was accompanied by his sister, a beautiful young woman, at least in appearance, to whom we were introduced. We were led to a magnificent building on an elevation overlooking the city. As we approached the entrance, our joy for the beauty and exquisite surroundings manifested involuntarily. Passing through the entrance, we entered a rotunda of pink marble, speckled with soft green, in which stood 7 pillars of white marble. The effect was warm, delicate, and very beautiful. Nak guided us to the changing rooms, where we donned our seamless robes, then led us to a vaulted entrance that opened upon our approach, admitting us into a council chamber entirely made of white marble, richly adorned with gold. There were no lamps of any kind in the room, yet it was bathed in a wonderful soft white light. This grand hall could comfortably accommodate 500 people, about 200 of whom had already arrived. "Tonight we will have the honor of the presence of 3 divine guests," announced Ananda as he introduced us to those gathered, and we took our seats. Suddenly, the gentle sounds of large bells resonated in the air, and as we raised our heads to look towards the head of the table, where 3 chairs had remained vacant, we could not help but exclaim with joy and surprise upon seeing our beloved Saint Germain at the head, with Nada Rainbow on his left and Danielle Rainbow on his right. Everyone in the room stood in honor of these blessed beings. Our impulse was to rush forward to greet them, so great was our happiness, but something within each of us controlled our external activity, and we bowed our heads with silent dignity and loving respect. "I introduce to you all our beloved brother of light, Saint Germain," said young Anda, addressing everyone present, as well as his 2 guests, Nada and Danielle Rainbow, who bowed their bodies like students. Our sister elevated her body after what seemed to be death to the outside world. Our brother Daniel won his victory without getting that far. At the end of this explanation, the light inside and around young Anda shone with dazzling brightness. "Our beloved honored guest Saint Germain will take charge of the evening and lead the rest of the work," he said with his usual gentle dignity, bowing his head in acknowledgement of the greeting. "We will have a banquet tonight, served from the cosmic kitchen. Many of you have heard of these activities, but have neither seen nor experienced the true manifestation in the great cosmic treasure house around you. There is an omnipresent substance from which everything the heart desires is produced. The magnificent banquet tables had jade tops, so no tablecloth was needed to cover their magnificence. Saint Germain asked everyone to bow their heads in gracious acceptance of the abundance and emanation of the mighty I Am presence. When he finished his homage to the source of all life, the meal service began to appear. Plates, cups, and dishes were in rose porcelain adorned with delicate moss roses. Knives, forks, and spoons were silver with carved jade handles, just like the glasses that were filled with sparkling nectar. To the right of each guest, individual dishes arrived as if ordered separately, so that each received what they desired most, until all were abundantly served and satisfied. Then came many varieties of exquisite fruits in large golden vessels, and for dessert, some kind of whipped fruit in crystal plates. The entire banquet was served without the sound of a single plate, and in the end, Saint Germain rose and addressed the guests. "The great ascended masters wished for you to see, know, and partake of the food that is directly produced from the omnipresent cosmic substance. Our dear brother, Daniel Ray Moore, has something to tell you." As he rose, we felt a shock run through the entire hall, and for more than 30 minutes he shared wonderful wisdom with such force that the words seemed to burn into everyone's consciousness. He spoke with a conviction that could only come from someone with greater human power. Ananda spoke a few words of praise and gratitude to our wonderful guests, asking them to return soon among us. My blessed children, I congratulate you for your love and devotion to the light. Your reward will be great, for at the end of a 2-year trial period, a glorious surprise awaits you. We have work to do now, so I must bid you good night and God bless you. After nodding farewell to Anda and Naja, they disappeared with Saint Germain. We returned to our private carriage, and as we set off, he wished us good night and gave instructions for breakfast en route, saying he would return before we arrived. We departed at 7 o'clock the following morning, expecting to stop in Varanasi, Rishikesh or Delhi, but we received instructions not to delay and proceed directly to our destination in the Himalayas, where we would establish our home for many months, and nothing was more important than obeying this order. Gwaila was to meet us in Varanasi on our way north and stay with us for the remainder of our stay in India. The countryside we travelled through was very beautiful, so the day passed quickly, and after dinner we gathered in Gwaila's compartment, where we asked him to tell us about his own experiences. After much insistence and a promise from us not to disclose what he would reveal, he briefly described one of his incarnations in South America during the time of the Inca civilization. We listened with fascination for over 3 hours, captivated by his narrative and so deeply immersed in his experiences that tears filled our eyes without us realizing it. His storytelling was one of the most moving I have ever heard, and at the end, he told us that he held ancient records in Inca script proving the key experiences of that life. The next morning, Anda greeted us and explained that he had made arrangements for us to leave the train. "You must reach your destination," he announced, "before the cosmic cycle reaches a certain point." When we disembarked at Simla, Ananda led us through a path he seemed to know well. Servants carried our luggage, and we mounted small mountain ponies. Anda gave the order to depart immediately, and due to his mysterious influence, no one paid us any attention as we rode through the town. Soon we entered the vastness of the mountain, following a charming stream for some time. We continued to ascend for a distance, then suddenly, passing through a large rock wall extending from the side of a cliff, we arrived at an opening that led directly into the mountain. Soon the entire place was illuminated by a gentle white light. We entered this underground tunnel at noon and continued until 4:30 in the afternoon when we emerged. We found ourselves in a beautiful sunlit valley, about 65 kilometers long and 32 kilometers wide at its widest point, with a charming stream running through the center along its entire length. The climate was semi-tropical, and as the valley faced east to west, it was bathed in sunlight most of the day. The north wall was a steep cliff hundreds of feet high. To the west, a waterfall cascaded like a bridal veil. The rarest and most delicious fruits and vegetables grew abundantly. I wondered if this was the place Gala had described when recounting his past experiences, when he responded to my thoughts. "This is not the place I mentioned," he said, as we approached a grand building. Involuntarily call the others, "This is the Palace of Light." And to my surprise, Gala responded, "If it's true, it's known to everyone who enters this retreat." As we arrived at the entrance to the gardens, the beauty and grandeur of the whole place filled us with love and admiration. We dismounted our ponies, and servants took charge of the convoy, leading the animals to a group of smaller buildings, 800 meters away past the stream. Anda led us to the entrance of the building, and as we approached, the beauty of the structure left us in awe, its construction and design magnificent. Built in pure white marble, with 4 stories in height and a large dome at the center, it opened as the grand door swung wide, and Naya stepped out to greet us. Sanzanda smiled with his magical and radiant smile, savoring our surprise. "This is our home," he joyfully commented. "We welcome each of you, as this is your home for as long as you wish to stay. And when you wish to return, you will find silk tunics and undergarments in your rooms," he continued, "which you must wear during your stay here. They will not soil or wear out, so fear not in donning them." We were led to our rooms on the 2nd floor overlooking the valley. We prepared for dinner and donned our tunics as required. We couldn't help but compare them to the ones we had worn during our journey. Our wonderful new garments were made of a material of such quality, produced in a way we had never seen before. As we put on our clothes, we felt a shiver of lightness, giving us the sensation that we were about to float in the air. Chan Anda appeared and offered his arm to Perla, leading us to what he called his private dining room. It was large enough to comfortably accommodate at least 40 people and was beautifully decorated in white and purple. We took our seats around the table, and Chan Anda expressed adoration from the depths of his heart toward the supreme presence of life. We, in the outer world, have no idea of the adoration that these great ascended masters constantly pour forth to the great giver of all good. In the end, he told us that we were here to enter into a definitive attunement and work that would fill our hearts with great joy, but would sometimes require our utmost strength. Tomorrow, I will show you the palace, and you will be honored by the presence of the Council of Ascended Masters, and as guest of honor, we will have the Grand Divine Director, rarely seen, I assure you, even among the very advanced. A significant special dispensation is at hand, so tonight retire early, and you shall know for the first time the rest within the embrace of light. With cheerful good-night wishes and blessings to one another, we went to our rooms. I wondered if I would be able to sleep with such a high vibratory action in my body, but I fell asleep before I realized it. In the morning, I woke up with a vivid awareness of having left my body and entered the mountain through the back of the Palace of Light, through a heavy secret door. Then I entered a series of caves where there was evidence of a very ancient civilization. During breakfast, I asked Chan Anda the meaning of my experience. His face lit up with a wonderful smile. "My dear friend," he explained, "you have seen a great truth, and I assure you it is very real. At the appointed time, you will see with your own eyes what you experienced with inner sight. Your experience convinces me of the importance of our guest of honor's visit tonight." We first went to the dome at the center of the building, which, instead of being an ordinary observatory, was what Fernando called a cosmic observatory. It was filled with instruments that scientists in the outer world do not know. There was an absorption reflector, which drew the image of the desired object through etheric rays and reflected it. The viewer was of simple construction, although the substance the instrument was composed of was not simple. Fernando explained at this stage that etheric rays and those called cosmic rays by scientists in the outer world are not the same. There was another device called a light projector, which could send a ray giving life or a disintegrating ray to an incredible distance. There was a radio television so perfect that it was the wonder of all time. After observing other various inventions in this room, we descended the stairs to the basement, where we saw a large council hall that could accommodate about 700 people. The walls of this room were made of milky white onyx, adorned with the most wonderful blue decorations. Then, we moved on to the ground floor rooms, dedicated to electrical and chemical laboratories for experimental purposes. We were near the central point of the west wall of this floor, when suddenly I said to Chan Anda, "This is the place from yesterday." As he was in my more subtle body, with a very intense and serious expression on his face, he asked, "Is there a door or entrance?" I replied, "No, but it's here and I know it." Then, with a smile, he looked at me curiously. "You are right," he said, pointing. "It is here, and I am glad you are convinced. Be patient and you will see everything." Then we returned to the lounge. "How do you prevent other students and people from seeing the entrance to this place and finding their way to such a paradise?" I asked. "If they were to return to the entrance," he replied, "they would find nothing at all. Yesterday, after our entry, it was closed again, so it looks like a solid wall. As for its protection, it is as impenetrable as the wall of the mountain itself. This valley has remained as you see it today for over 20 centuries. Now come with me. We probably tested your credibility greatly, but you will learn a lot if you wish. You have all heard the story of the 1,001 Nights of the Magic Carpet. I will now prove to you that the legend is true." He led us outside the palace, into a beautiful meadow, where we saw what appeared to be a copper plate, more than 4 square meters in size. 2 young servants brought a magnificent Persian silk carpet of a wonderful golden yellow color. Under Chan Anda's direction, they covered the plate, and then he asked, "Is anyone afraid to come with me?" No one answered, so we stepped onto the plate and stood around him near the center. We looked down and saw that we were moving away from the earth, rising into the air about 6 meters above the ground, gently floating in the atmosphere. We continued to ascend until we were 15 meters above the ground, floating near the waterfall, which shimmered and was glorious in its beauty. We continued to drift over the valley, enjoying its charming beauty. "Now, if you are ready," he said, "we will see the mountains." We continued to ascend until we reached 3,350 meters in height. The landscape spread beneath us was perfectly charming, and the peaks of the snow-covered mountains sparkled in the sunlight like diamonds. We were so absorbed in the view and Chananda's conversation that we were unaware of the temperature or transport, though we were comfortable. We felt no change in altitude or climate within the aura of our host, who controlled everything inside, making us feel only his own glorious perfection. We made a few circles, then returned near the palace and descended. When we stepped off the plate, our beloved host laughed heartily at our comments and was greatly surprised by our exclamations of happiness. At 5:30, beautiful bells rang in the building, announcing dinner. Yanada sat at the head of the table, and Naja stood on the other side. We remained silent for about 2 minutes, then an ellipse of golden light, with a rosy hue, became visible and surrounded the table, enveloping our heads throughout the meal. It produced a wonderful feeling, and when we finished dinner, Kananda gave us some instructions we were to follow. "Now return to your rooms," he said. "Lie on your back with your arms outstretched and do not move for an hour. Then take a bath of liquid light that you will find available to use and put on your hurried clothes." We obeyed. And when the liquid light touched our bodies, there are no words to express the thrill of energy and peace we felt. When we finished and put on the wonderful clothes, we could see a soft white light radiating from our bodies to about 90 centimeters away, from where emanated the most wonderful fragrance of roses. After washing up, the bells rang to call us to the reception hall. As we entered the room, we noticed that the light around the ladies was similar to ours, except that around Leto, Electra, Gala, and his friend, the radiation was much brighter and extended further than ours. At 7 o'clock, Kananda said to us, "We will go to the Grand Council Hall." Leading the way, he guided us and sat facing the altar, placing Leto and Gala in the center, with the rest of us on either side of them. Kananda took the final seat on the right, and Naja the last on the left. Sitting directly behind us were our beloved Saint Germain and Danielle Rainbow, surrounded by 200 other transcended entities. In an instant, the entire hall was illuminated with a soft white light with a touch of pink, and Kananda asked us to enter the deepest meditation of which we were capable, adoring the powerful I Am presence within our own hearts. We became very calm and delved deeper and deeper into the state of silence. We remained in this silence for some time. Then we heard the tones of a very wonderful voice that stirred every atom of our spirits and bodies. We opened our eyes and saw before us a wondrous being. This glorious great presence was the embodiment of all transcendent masculine and feminine qualities in perfect balance, now ever under its conscious mandate, the wisdom and power of eternity. This majestic being stood 2 meters tall, with wavy hair flowing down to its shoulders, shining like the sun on gold. Its garments shimmered with points of light like large gems, constantly radiant with the immense power radiation held under its control and obedience to its conscious direction. The belt encircling its waist was a mass of sapphires and diamonds, from which hung a panel extending to a few centimeters below the knees, also composed of jewels. These jewels, as we later learned, were condensed light, and one could imagine the rays they constantly emitted, spreading the concentrated power within them. This glorious and majestic being became known to us as the Grand Divine Director. He is the great cosmic master who formed the beloved Jesus, Saint Germain, and Master Kutum, along with Sin, with his boundless love and constant watch. Now, many of his students, there are no words in any language that can do justice to this majestic being. When they speak of him, they are as humble before his powerful light as we feel before them. Hopefully, people in America and around the world will learn more about these great beings and share the joy that transports me beyond the outer being. When he began to speak, he made the cosmic sign of the ascended masters, saying, "Beloved of the eternal light, great is the joy of the ascended hierarchy for the summoning of this gathering. These blessed beings before me are ready to receive our assistance, as their bodies can now be raised, and they will enter into their true freedom. Beloved Saint Germain has guided and patiently instructed these children of light with love through the centuries, and your work will bring its reward, as it is nobly accomplished. Is there anyone else ready to testify to their readiness to enter into the light?" Chan Anda immediately rose as our sponsor and responded with great dignity, "Master, I testify to their attitude." And the Grand Divine Director continued, "Then we will give them bodies, like never before manifested on this earth, so they may stand before the world as a living example, revealing the fulfillment of the law of love and light. These bodies will be similar to those of the Ascended Masters, but they will retain the appearance and some of the external activities of the highest level of humanity. The usual 2-year period required will be revoked in 2 days. They will acquire what would have taken 2 years in the previous activity. Remember that in the I Am presence, there is neither time nor space. It is omniscient and omnipotent, and through it we will forever remove atomic obstruction. Brother Chan Anda, take them to the Cave of Light. They must stay there for 2 days. You must anoint the male bodies 3 times a day with liquid light, and our sister Naja will do the same with the female bodies." When the Grand Divine Director finished speaking, a beam of dazzling white light burst forth from its source and pierced the head of each of the students, then instantly withdrew into its own body. This was followed by a very intense and gentle golden ray that emanated from his heart, passing through the heart region of those before him, then returning to his own body. He paused for a moment, seemingly assessing each one's strength. In the next instant, a dazzling white light burst forth from his entire being, spreading into a fan-shaped radiance and enveloping all our bodies in this powerful flow. Other streams of energy flowed inward through the feet and exited outward through the heads of each student. Shadow after shadow was eliminated, like sheaths or casings, and as they left our bodies, they consumed themselves. The color of the light turned into a pale pink, then changed again into a soft golden hue, gradually transforming into a shade of purple never before seen in the outer world. Our inner sight and hearing were now forever cleared and became our permanent servants. Then the light became so dazzling that we were forced to close our eyes. In an instant, by an inner command of the presence, we opened them. The great being before us imposed majestically and powerfully, and the ascended guests had disappeared, leaving us alone with this heavenly and dazzling envoy of God. Then, in a voice as gentle as that of a mother caring for her child, he said, "You are now and forever a part of my love, my light, and my wisdom. We will meet in the Cave of Symbols in 1 hour." Then he reintegrated into the stream of light within himself and vanished. "Come," said Chan Anda. As we rose and stood, we were no longer aware of weight and could float as easily as walk. We descended to the lower level and walked about 800 meters before reaching a door that opened at Chan Anda's touch. We entered a cave of wonderful beauty, similar to the Cave of Symbols in America, but much larger. This cave also contained the same symbols embedded in this dazzling crystalline substance. Moving forward, we arrived at massive golden doors. "Who seeks to enter here?" Suddenly, a voice from the heavens spoke, and Chan Anda immediately replied, "Children of the light, seeking more light, light and its perfect use." "Pronounce the name," the voice ordered again. Together we uttered the word. Then the golden doors began to open slowly, and the voice spoke again. "All who enter here forever abandon their earthly garments. Who will be the first to enter?" "I will," a voice immediately responded, and others followed. 2 days and 2 nights later, we emerged from the eternal flame, bearing our bodies of immortality. The harmony of the earth can never be permanently recorded in them. When we returned to the reception hall of the palace, the Grand Divine Director, along with our beloved Saint Germain, Nada, and Danielle Rainbow, was there to greet us. The Grand Being turned to us and said, "You will now begin your true service. All except this brother," pointing at me, "must remain here in the Palace of Light for 1 year. Now you are true aspirants of the great white brotherhood. As for earthly affairs, your beloved master Saint Germain will guide you. Then, making the sign and salute of the ascended masters towards the heart of the grand central sun, he blessed us, saying, "Children of the diamond heart, I envelop you in the golden flame of I Am. I shield you with the armor of my power. I bless you with the hand of your own divinity. I entrust to you the scepter of your own dominion. I seal you in the eternal freedom of your ascension." In this supreme ecstasy, the presence of the diamond heart burst into a dazzling glory, filling the hall, which trembled for a moment before he disappeared. Then Saint Germain addressed us, "Remember, beloved ones, you are the chalice, the cup of light from which all who thirst may drink of the great radiation of your being, for you are now love, the glory of love, singing through infinity, its hymn of praises in continuous adoration of life. Obey, my blessed children, your timeless fiat. Make the salute of light at the heart of creation, and always remain true to the immortal decree of love, O children of light, O flames of the morning, invoke, for the star of love is secretly there. Allow their rays to weave for you an eternal robe of transcendent beauty, and carry in your heart the jewel of the sacred fire. Let their glory spread upon you, so that your self becomes the scepter of supreme power. Utter only the decree of love, so that perfection is everywhere. Listen to the sound of their voice, so that all may hear the song of joy. Contemplate only their light, so that the flame of the seven Elohim rests upon your brow. Hold the cup of liquid light, and pour forth eternally your life-giving essence. Then the rays of the diamond heart will illuminate your path, and when the Night Commander raises his sword of fire, you shall pass through and stand face to face with your own divinity upon the same altar of life. For in this Holy of Holies, he is the unique omnipotent in a glorious brilliance. Your own beloved being, the magical presence I Am, shines in the crown of your eternal victory, a double rainbow resulting from the fulfillment of love, surrounded by all wisdom. Your royal robes of authority are acts of love, rays of light from the magical presence I Am, forever clothing all beings in their radiance and being the source of eternal youth and beauty. Through them, your center draws love, its own, the fullness of the magical presence I Am. The rays of the seven builders rise and spread their resplendent currents of love, weaving great rivers of force into an imperishable robe, in glorious and radiant beauty. The gift of the magical presence I Am, children of the flame, sing the hymn of creation. It is the song of love that resonates the music of the spheres through space in adoration, and a song of praise that is the same veneration of life. Let it flow through you in continuous and growing perfection. Be the ecstasy and glory of light for all. Know the secret of the One while rejoicing in the loving breath everywhere, and feel the great pulsation within the flame.